Chapter 48 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 48. Sir John Joram's Chambers. Mr. Curlydown's insinuations had been very cruel, but also very powerful. Bagwax, as he considered the matter that night in his bed, did conscientiously think that a discreet and humane Secretary of State would let the unfortunate husband out of prison on the evidence which he, Bagwax, had already collected. My readers will not, perhaps, agree with him. The findings of a jury and the sentence of a judge must be regarded seriously by Secretaries of State, and it is probable that Bagwax's theory would not make itself clear to that great functionary. A good many ifs were necessary. If the woman claiming Caldigate as her husband would swear falsely to anything in that matter, then she would swear falsely to everything. If this envelope had never passed through the Sydney post office, then she would have sworn falsely about the letter, and therefore her evidence would have been altogether false. If this postmark had not been made in the due course of business, and on the date as now seen, then the envelope had not passed regularly through the Sydney office. So far it was all clear to the mind of Bagwax, and almost clear that the postmark could not have been made on the date it bore. The result for which he was striving with true faith had taken such a hold of his mind, he was so averse to the Smith-Cricket interest, and so generously anxious for John Caldigate and the poor lady at Foking, that he could not see obstacles. He could not even clearly see the very obstacles which made his own going to Sydney seem to others to be necessary. And yet he longed to go to Sydney with all his heart. He would be almost broken-hearted if he were robbed of that delight. In this frame of mind he packed all his envelopes carefully into a large hand-bag, and started in a cab for Sir John Joram's chambers. "Where are you going with them now?" Curlydown asked somewhat disdainfully, just as Bagwax was starting. Curlydown had taken upon himself of late to ridicule the envelopes, and had become almost an anti-Caldigateite. Bagwax vouchsafed to make him no reply. On the previous afternoon he had declared his purpose of going at once to Sir John, and had written, as Curlydown well knew, a letter to Sir John's clerk to make an appointment. Sir John was known to be in town, though it was the end of August, being a laborious man who contented himself with a little partridge shooting by way of holiday. It had been understood that he was to see Bagwax before his departure. All this had been known to Curlydown, and the question had been asked only to exasperate. There was a sarcasm in the "now" which determined Bagwax to start without a word of reply. As he went down to the Temple in the cab, he turned over in his mind a great question which often troubles many of us. How far was he bound to sacrifice himself for the benefit of others? He had done his duty zealously in this matter, and now was under orders to continue the work in a manner which opened up to him a whole paradise of happiness. How grand was this opportunity of seeing something of the world beyond St. Martin's-le-Grand! And then the pecuniary gain would be so great. Hitherto he had received no pay for what he had done. He was a simple post-office clerk, and was paid for his time by the Crown, very moderately. On this projected journey all his expenses would be paid for him, and still he would have his salary. Sir John Joram had declared the journey to be quite necessary. The Secretary of State had probably not occupied his mind much with the matter, but in the mind of Bagwax there was a fixed idea that the Secretary thought of little else, and that the Secretary had declared that his hands were tied till Bagwax should have been to Sydney. But his conscience told him that the journey was not necessary, and that the delay would be cruel. In that cab Bagwax made up his mind that he would do his duty like an honest man. Sir John's chambers in Pump Court were gloomy without, though commodious and ample within. Bagwax was now well known to the clerk, and was received almost as a friend. "I think I've got it all as clear as running water, Mr. Jones," he said, feeling no doubt that Sir John's clerk, Mr. Jones, might feel that interest in the case which pervaded his own mind. "That will be a good thing for the gentleman in prison, Mr. Bagwax." "And for the lady, poor lady, I don't know whether I don't think almost more of her than of him." Mr. Jones was returning to his work, having sent in word to Sir John of this visitor's arrival. But Bagwax was too full of his subject and of his own honesty for that. "I don't think that I need go out there after all, Mr. Jones." "Oh, indeed."
"Of course it will be a great sell for me."
"Will it now?"
"Sydney, I am told, is an Elysium upon earth."
"It's much the same as Botany Bay, isn't it?" asked Jones.
"Oh, not at all. Quite a different place. I was reading a book the other day which said that Sydney Harbour is the most beautiful thing God ever made on the face of the globe."
"I know there used to be convicts there," said Mr. Jones, very positively.
"Perhaps they had a few once, but never many. They have oranges there, and a parliament almost as good as our own, and a beautiful new post office. But I shan't have to go, Mr. Jones. Of course, a man has to do his duty."
"Some do, and more don't. That's as far as I see, Mr. Bagwax."
"I'm all for Nelson's motto, Mr. Jones. England expects that every man this day shall do his duty."
In repeating these memorable words, Bagwax raised his voice. "Sir John don't like to hear anything through the partition, Mr. Bagwax."
"I beg pardon, but whenever I think of that glorious observation I am apt to become a little excited. It'll go a long way, Mr. Jones, in keeping a man straight, if he'll only say it to himself often enough."
"But not to roar it out in an eminent barrister's chambers. He didn't hear you, I dare say, only I thought I'd just caution you."
"Quite right, Mr. Jones. Now I mean to do mine. I think we can get the party out of prison without any journey to Sydney at all, and I'm not going to stand in the way of it. I've devoted myself to this case, and I'm not going to let my own interest stand in the way. Mr. Jones, let a man be ever so humble, England does expect that he'll do his duty."
"By George, he'll hear you, Mr. Bagwax, he will indeed." But at that moment Sir John's bell was rung, and Bagwax was summoned into the great man's room. Sir John was sitting at a large office table so completely covered with papers that a whole chaos of legal atoms seemed to have been deposited there by the fortuitous operation of ages. Bagwax, who had his large bag in his hand, looked forlornly round the room for some freer and more fitting board on which he might expose his documents. But there was none. There were bookshelves filled with books, and a large sofa which was covered also with papers, and another table laden with what seemed to be a concrete chaos, whereas the chaos in front of Sir John was a chaos in solution. Sir John liked Bagwax, though he was generally opposed to zealous co-operators. There was in the man a mixture of intelligence and absurdity, of real feeling and affectation, of genuine humility as to himself personally, and of thorough confidence in himself post-officially, which had gratified Sir John, and Sir John had been quite sure that the post-office clerk had intended to speak the absolute truth, with an honest, manly conviction in the innocence of his clients and in the guilt of the witnesses on the other side. He was, therefore, well disposed towards Bagwax. "Well, Mr. Bagwax," he said, "so I understand you've got a little further in the matter since I saw you last."
"A good deal further, Sir John."
"As how? Perhaps you can explain it shortly?" This was troublesome. Bagwax did not think that he could explain the matter very shortly. He could not explain the matter at all without showing his envelopes, and how was he to show them in the present condition of that room? He immediately dived into his bag and brought forth the first bundle of envelopes. "Perhaps, Sir John, I had better put them out upon the floor," he said. "Must I see all those?" There were many more bundles within, which Bagwax was anxious that the barrister should examine minutely. "It is very important, Sir John. It is indeed. It is really altogether a case of postmarks. Altogether. We have never in our branch had anything so interesting before. If we can show that that envelope certainly was not stamped with that postmark in the Sydney post office on the 10th of May, 1873, then we shall get him out, shan't we?" "It will be very material, Mr. Bagwax," said Sir John cautiously. "They will all have sworn falsely, and then somebody must have obtained the postmark surreptitiously. There must have been a regular plant. The stamp must have been made up and dated on purpose so as to give a false date. Some official in the Sydney post office must have been employed." "That's what we want you to find out over there," said Sir John, who was not quite so zealous, perhaps not quite so conscientious as his more humble assistant, whose mind was more occupied with other matters. "You'll find out all that in Sydney." The temptation was very great. Sir John wanted him to go, told him that he ought to go. Sir John was the man responsible for the whole matter. He, Bagwax, had done his best. Could it be right for him to provoke Sir John by contesting the matter, contesting it so much to his own disadvantage?
Had he not done enough for honesty, enough to satisfy even that grand idea of duty? As he turned the bundle of documents round in his hand, he made up his mind that he had not done enough. There was a little gurgle in his throat, almost a tear in his eye, as he replied, "I don't think I should be wanting to go if you would look at these envelopes." Sir John understood it all at once, and there was much to understand. He knew how anxious the man was to go on this projected journey, and he perceived the cause which was inducing him to surrender his own interests. He remembered that the journey must be made at a great expense to his own client. He ran over the case in his mind, and acknowledged to himself that conclusive evidence that should be quite conclusive, of fraud as to the envelope, might possibly suffice to release his client at once from prison. He told himself also that he could not dare to express an opinion on the matter himself without a close inspection of those postmarks, that a close inspection might probably take 2 hours, and that the 2 hours would finally have to be abstracted from the already curtailed period of his nightly slumbers. Then he thought of the state of his tables and the difficulties as to space. Perhaps that idea was the one strongest in his mind against the examination. But then, what a hero was Bagwax! What self-abnegation was there! Should he be less ready to devote himself to his client, he who was paid for his work, than this post-office clerk, who was as pure in his honesty as he was zealous in the cause? "There are a great many of them, I suppose," he said, almost whining. "A good many, Sir John." "Have at it," said the Queen's Counsel and late Attorney General, springing up from his chair. Bagwax almost jumped out of the way, so startled was he by the quick and sudden movement. Sir John rang his bell, but, not waiting for the clerk, began to hurl the chaos in solution on to the top of the concrete chaos. Bagwax naturally attempted to assist him. "For God's sake, don't you touch them," said Sir John, as though avenging himself by a touch of scorn for the evil thing which was being done to him. Then Jones hurried into the room, and with more careful hands assisted his master, trying to preserve some order with the disturbed papers. In this way the large office table was within 3 minutes made clear for the Bagwaxian strategy. Mr. Jones declared afterwards that it was 7 years since he had seen the entire top of that table. "Now go ahead," said Sir John, who seemed during the operation to have lost something of his ordinary dignity. Bagwax, who since that little check had been standing perfectly still, with his open bag in his hands, at once began his work. The plain before him was immense, and he was able to marshal all his forces. In the centre, and nearest to Sir John, as he sat in his usual chair, were exposed all the Mays 73, for it was thus that he denominated the envelopes with which he was so familiar. There were 71s and 72s and 74s and 75s, but the 73s were all arranged in months, and then in days. He began by explaining that he had obtained all these envelopes promiscuously, as he had said. There had been no selection, none had been rejected. Then, courteously handing his official magnifying glass to the barrister, he invited him to inspect them all generally, to make, as it were, a first cursory inspection, so that he might see that there was not one perfect impression, perfect as that impression on the Caldigate envelope was perfect. "Not one," said Bagwax, beating his bosom in triumph. "Well, that seems perfect," said Sir John, pointing with the glass to a selected specimen. "Your eyes are very good, Sir John, very good indeed. You have found the cleanest and truest of the whole lot. But if you'll examine the tail of the Y, you'll see it's been rubbed a little, and then if you'll follow with your eye the circular line which makes up the round of the postmark, you'll find a dent on the outside bar. I go more on the dents in those bars, Sir John, than I do on the figures. All the bars are dented more or less, particularly the Mays 73. They don't remain quite true, Sir John, not after a day's fair use. They've taken a new stamp out of the store to do the Caldigate envelope. They couldn't get at the stamps in use. That's how it has been." Sir John listened in silence as he continued to examine one envelope after another through the glass. "Now, Sir John, if we come to the Mays 73, we shall find that just about that time there has been no new stamp brought into use. There isn't one either that is exactly the Caldigate breadth. I've brought a rule by which you can get to the 50th of an inch."
Here Bagwag's brought out a little ivory instrument marked all over with figures.
"Of course they've intended it to be of the same pattern, but gradually, very gradually, the circle has always become smaller. Isn't that conclusive? The Caldigate impression is a little, very little, ever so little, but a little smaller than any of the May's 73. Isn't that conclusive?"
"If I understand it, Mr. Bagwag, you don't pretend to say that you've got impressions of all the stamps which have been in use in the Sydney office at that time? But in Sydney, if I understand the matter rightly, they keep daily impressions of all the stamps in a book."
Just so, Sir John," said Bagwag, feeling that every word spoken to the lawyer renewed his own hopes of going out to Sydney,
but feeling also that Sir John would be wrong, very wrong, if he subjected his client to so unnecessarily prolonged a detention in the Cambridge county prison.
"They do keep a book which would be quite conclusive. I could have the pages' photographs."
"Would not that be best? And you might probably find out who it was who gave this fraudulent aid."
"I could find out everything," said Bagwag energetically. "But—"
"But what?"
"It is all found out there. It is indeed, Sir John. If I could get you to go along with me, you would see that that letter couldn't have gone through the Sydney post office."
"I think I do see it. But it is so difficult, Mr. Bagwag, to make others see things."
"And if it didn't, and it never did, but if it didn't, why did they say it did? Why did they swear it did? Isn't that enough to make any secretary let him go?"
The energy, the zeal, the true faith of the man were admirable. Sir John was half disposed to rise from his seat to embrace the man and hail him as his brother, only that had he done so he would have made himself as ridiculous as Bagwag's. Zeal is always ridiculous. "I think I see it all," he said.
"And won't they let the man go?"
"There were 4 persons who swore positively that they were present at the marriage, one of them being the woman who is said to have been married. That is direct evidence. With all our search we have hitherto found no one to give us any direct evidence to rebut this. Then they brought forward, to corroborate these statements, a certain amount of circumstantial evidence, and among other things this letter."
"The Caldigate envelope,"
said Bagwag eagerly. "What you call the Caldigate envelope. It was unnecessary, perhaps, and if fraudulent, certainly foolish. They would have had their verdict without it."
"But they did it,"
said Bagwag in a tone of triumph. "It is a pity, Mr. Bagwag, you were not brought up in our profession. You would have made a great lawyer."
"Oh, Sir John!"
"Yes, they did it. And if it can be proved that they have done it fraudulently, no doubt that fraud will stain their direct evidence. But we have to remember that the verdict has been already obtained. We are not struggling now with a jury, but with an impassive emblem of sovereign justice."
"And therefore the real facts will go the further, Sir John."
"Well argued, Mr. Bagwag, admirably well argued. If you should ever be called, I hope I may not have you against me very often. But I will think of it all. You can take the envelopes away with you, because you have impressed me vividly with all that they can tell me. My present impression is that you'd better take the journey. But within the next few days I will give a little more thought to it, and you shall hear from me."
Then he put out his hand, which was a courtesy Mr. Bagwag had never before enjoyed.
"You may believe me, Mr. Bagwag, when I say that I have come across many remarkable men in many cases which have fallen into my hands, but that I have rarely encountered a man whom I have more thoroughly respected than I do you."
Mr. Bagwag went away to his own lodging, exulting, but more than ever resolved that the journey to Sydney was unnecessary. As usual, he spent a large portion of that afternoon in contemplating the envelopes, and then as he was doing so, another idea struck him, an idea which made him tear his hairs with disgust because it had not occurred to him before. There was now open to him a new scope of inquiry, an altogether different matter of evidence. But the idea was by far too important to be brought in and explained at the fag end of a chapter. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 49. All the Shands.
There had been something almost approaching to exultation at Babington when the tidings of Caldigate's alleged Australian wife were first heard there. As the anger had been great that Julia should be rejected, so had the family congratulation been almost triumphant when the danger which had been escaped was appreciated. There had been something of the same feeling at Pollington among the Shands, who had no doubt allowed themselves to think that Maria had been ill-treated by John Caldigate. He ought to have married Maria. At least such was the opinion of the ladies of the family, who were greatly impressed with the importance of the little book which had been carried away. But in regard to the Australian marriage they had differed among themselves. That Maria should have escaped the terrible doom which had befallen Mrs. Bolton's daughter was of course a source of comfort. But Maria herself would never believe the evil story. John Caldigate had not been, well, perhaps not quite true to her. So much she acknowledged gently, with the germ of a tear in her eye. But she was quite sure that he would not have married Hester Bolton while another wife was living in Australia. She arose almost to enthusiasm as she vindicated his character from so base a stain. He had been perhaps a little unstable in his affections, as men are so commonly. But not even when the jury found their verdict could she be got to believe that the John Caldigate whom she had known would have betrayed a girl whom he loved as he was supposed to have betrayed Hester Bolton. The mother and sisters, who knew the softness of Maria's disposition, and who had been more angry than their sister with the man who had been wicked enough to carry away Thompson's seasons in his portmanteau without marrying the girl who had put it there, would not agree with this. The verdict, at any rate, was a verdict. John Caldigate was in prison. The poor young woman with her infant was a nameless, unfortunate creature. All this might have happened to their Maria. "I should always have believed him innocent," said Maria, wiping away the germ of the tear with her knuckle. The matter was very often discussed in the doctor's house at Pollington, as it was indeed by the public generally, and especially in the eastern counties. But in this house there are a double interest attached to it. In the first place there was Maria's escape, which the younger girls were accustomed to talk of as having been almost miraculous. And then there was Dick's absolute disappearance. It had been declared at the trial on behalf of Caldigate that if Dick could have been put into the witness-box, he would have been able to swear that there had been no such marriage ceremony as that which the 4 witnesses had deliberately described. On the other hand, the woman and Crinkett had sworn boldly that Dick Shand, though not present at the marriage, had been well aware that it had taken place, and that Dick, could his evidence have been secured, would certainly have been a witness on their side. He had been outside the tent, so said the woman, when the marriage was being performed, and had refused to enter by way of showing his continued hostility to an arrangement which he had always opposed. But when the woman said this, it was known that Dick Shand would not appear, and the opinion was general that Dick had died in his poverty and distress. Men who sink to be shepherds in Australia because they are noted drunkards generally do die. The constrained abstinence of perhaps 6 months in the wilderness is agonizing at first, and nearly fatal. Then the poor wretch rushes to the joys of an orgy with 10 or 15 pounds in his pocket, and the stuff which is given to him as brandy soon puts an end to his sufferings. There was but little doubt that such had been the fate of Dick, unless perhaps in the bosom of Maria and of his mother. It was known too at Pollington, as well as elsewhere, in the month of August, that efforts were still to be made with the view of upsetting the verdict. Something had crept out to the public as to the researches made by Bagwax, and allusions had been frequent as to the unfortunate absence of Dick Shand. The betting, had there been betting, would no doubt have been in favour of the verdict. The 4 witnesses had told their tale in a straightforward way, and though they were, from their characters, not entitled to perfect credit, still their evidence had in no wise been shaken. They were mean, dishonest folk, no doubt. They had taken Caldigate's money, and had still gone on with the prosecution. Even if there had been some sort of a marriage, the woman should have taken herself off when she had received her money, and left poor Hester to enjoy her happiness, her husband, and her home at Bolton. That was the general feeling. But it was hardly thought that Bagwax, with his envelope, would prevail over Judge Bramber in the mind of the Secretary of State. Probably there had been a marriage, But it was singular that the two men who could have given unimpeachable evidence on the matter should both have vanished out of the world: Allen, the minister, and Dick Shand, the miner and shepherd. "What will she do when he comes out?" Maria asked. Mrs. Ruble, Harriet, the curate's wife, was there. Mr. Ruble, as curate, found it convenient to make frequent visits to his father-in-law's house, and Mrs. Postlethwaite, Matilda, was with them, as Mr. Postlethwaite's business in the soap line caused him to live at Pollington. And there were two unmarried sisters, Fanny and Jane. Mrs. Ruble was by this time quite the matron, and Mrs. Postlethwaite was also the happy mother of children. But Maria was still Maria. Fanny already had a string to her bow, and Jane was expectant of many strings. "She ought to go back to her father and mother, of course," said Mrs. Ruble indignantly. "I know I wouldn't," said Jane. "You know nothing about it, miss, and you ought not to speak of such a thing," said the curate's wife. Jane at this made a grimace which was intended to be seen only by her sister Fanny. "It is very hard that two loving hearts should be divided." "I never thought so much of John Caldigate as you did," said Mrs. Postlethwaite. "He seems to have been able to love a good many young women all at the same time." "It's like tasting a lot of cheeses till you get the one that suits you," said Jane. This offended the eldest sister so grievously that she declared she did not know what their mother was about to allow such liberty to the girls, and then suggested that the conversation should be changed. "I'm sure I did not say anything wrong," said Jane, "and I suppose it is like that. A gentleman has to find out what he likes best, and as he liked Miss Bolton best, I think it's 1,000 pities they should be parted." 10,000 pities, said Maria enthusiastically. "Particularly as there is a baby," said Jane, upon which Mrs. Ruble was again very angry. "If Dick were to come home, he'd clear it all up at once," said Mrs. Postlethwaite. "Dick will never come home," said Matilda mournfully. "Never," said Mrs. Ruble. "I am afraid that he has expiated all his indiscretions. It should make us who were born girls thankful that we have not been subjected to the same temptations." "I should like to be a man all the same," said Jane. "You do not at all know what you are saying," replied the monitor. "How little have you realized what poor Dick must have suffered." "I wonder when they're going to let us have tea. I'm almost famished." Mrs. Ruble was known in the family for having a good appetite. They were sitting at this moment round a table on the lawn, at which they intended to partake of their evening meal. The doctor might or might not join them. Mrs. Shand, who did not like the open air, would have hers sent to her in the drawing-room. Mr. Ruble would certainly be there. Mr. Postlethwaite, who had been home to his dinner, had gone back to the soap-works. "Don't you think, Jane, if you would go in, you could hurry them?" Then Jane went in and hurried the servant. "There's a strange man with papa," said Jane as she returned. "Oh, there are always strange men with papa," said Fanny. "I dare say he has come to have his tooth out." For the doctor's practice was altogether general. From a baby to a back tooth he attended to everything now, as he had done 40 years ago. "But this man isn't like a patient. The door was half open, and I saw papa holding him by both hands." "A lunatic!" exclaimed Mrs. Ruble, thinking that Mr. Ruble ought to be sent at once to her father's assistance. "He was quite quiet, and just for a moment I could see papa's face. It wasn't a patient at all. Oh, Maria!" "What is it, child?" asked Mrs. Ruble. "I do believe that Dick has come back." They all jumped up from their seats suddenly. Then Mrs. Ruble reseated herself. "Jane is such a fool," she said. "I do believe it," said Jane. "He had yellow trousers on, as if he had come from a long way off. And I'm sure papa was very glad. Why should he take both his hands?" "I feel as though my legs were sinking under me," said Maria. "I don't think it's possible for a moment," said Mrs. Ruble. "Maria, you are so romantic. You would believe anything." "It is possible," said Mrs. Postlethwaite. "If you will remain here, I will go into the house and inquire," said Mrs. Ruble. But it did not suit the others to remain there. For a moment the suggestion had been so awful that they had not dared to stir. But when the elder sister slowly moved towards the door which led into the house from the garden, they all followed her.
Then suddenly they heard a scream which they knew to come from their mother.
"I believe it is Dick," said Mrs. Ruble, standing in the doorway so as to detain the others. "What ought we to do?"
"Let me go in," said Jane impetuously. "He's my brother."
Maria was already dissolved in tears. Mrs. Postlethwaite was struck dumb by the awfulness of the occasion, and clung fast to her sister Matilda. "It will be like one from the grave," said Mrs. Ruble solemnly.
"Let me go in,"
repeated Jane impetuously. Then she pushed by her sisters, and was the first to enter the house. They all followed her into the hall, and there they found their mother supported in the arms of the man who wore the yellow trousers. Dick Shand had, in truth, returned to his father's house. The first thing to do with a returned prodigal is to kiss him, and the next to feed him, and therefore Dick was led away at once to the table on the lawn. But he gave no sign of requiring the immediate slaughter of a fatted calf. Though he had not exactly the appearance of a well-to-do English gentleman, he did not seem to be in want. The yellow trousers were of strong material and in good order, made of that colour for colonial use, probably with the idea of expressing some contempt for the dingy hues which prevail among the legs of men at home. He wore a very large checked waistcoat, and a stout square coat of the same material. There was no look of poverty, and no doubt he had that day eaten a substantial dinner. But the anxious mother was desirous of feeding him immediately, and whispered to Jane some instructions as to cold beef, which was to be added to the tea and toast. As they examined him, holding him by the arms and hands and gazing up into his face, the same idea occurred to all of them. Though they knew him very well now, they would hardly have known him had they met him suddenly in the streets. He seemed to have grown 15 years older during the 7 years of his absence. His face had become thin and long and almost hollow. His beard went all round under his chin, and was clipped into the appearance of a stiff, thick hedge, equally thick and equally broad and equally protrusive at all parts. And within this enclosure it was shorn. But his mouth had sunk in, and his eyes. In colour he was almost darker than brown. You would have said that his skin had been tanned black, but for the infusion of red across it here and there. He seemed to be in good present health, but certainly bore the traces of many hardships. "And here you all are, just as I left you," he said, counting up his sisters. "Not exactly," said Mrs. Ruble, remembering her family. "And Matilda has got 2. "Not husbands, I hope," said Dick. "Oh, Dick, that is so like you," said Jane, getting up and kissing him again in her delight. Then Mr. Ruble came forward, and the brothers-in-law renewed their old acquaintance. "It seems just like the other day," said Dick, looking round upon the rose-bushes. "Oh, my boy, my darling, darling boy," said the mother, who had hurried upstairs for her shawl, conscious of her rheumatism even amidst the excitement of her son's return. "Oh, Dick, this is the happiest day of all my life. Wouldn't you like something better than tea?" This she said with many memories and many thoughts, but still, with a mother's love, unable to refrain from offering what she thought her son would wish to have. "There ain't anything better," said Dick, very solemnly. "Nothing half so good to my thinking," said Mrs. Ruble, imagining that by a word in season she might help the good work. The mother's eyes were filled with tears, but she did not dare to speak a word. Then there was a silence for a few moments. "Tell us all about it, Dick," said the father. "There's whisky inside, if you like it." Dick shook his head solemnly, but, as they all thought, with a certain air of regret. "Tell us what you have to say," repeated the doctor. "I've sworn off these 2 years." "Touched nothing for 2 years?" said the mother exultingly, with her arms and shawl again round her son's neck. "A teetotaler?" said Maria. "Anything you like to call it. Only what a gentleman's habits are in that respect needn't be made the subject of general remark." It was evident he was a little sore, and Jane, therefore, offered him a dish full of gooseberries. He took the plate in his hand and ate them assiduously for a while in silence, as though unconscious of what he was doing. "You know all about it now, don't you?" "Oh, my dearest boy!" ejaculated the mother. "You didn't get better gooseberries than those on your travels," said the doctor, calling him back to the condition of the world around him. Then he told them of his adventures. For 2 terrible years he'd been a shepherd on different sheep runs up in Queensland. Then he had found employment on a sugar plantation, and had superintended the work of a gang of South Sea Islanders, Kanakas they are called, men who were brought into the colony from the islands of the Pacific, and who returned thence to their homes generally every 3 years, much to the regret of their employers. In the transit of these men agents are employed, and to this service Dick had, after a term, found himself promoted. Then it had come to pass that he had remained for a period on one of these islands, with the view of persuading the men to emigrate and re-emigrate, and had thus been resident among them for more than a couple of years. They had used him well, and he had liked the islands, having lived in one of them without seeing another European for many months. Then the payments which from time to time had been made to him by the Queensland planters were stopped, and his business, such as it had been, came to an end. He had found himself with just sufficient money to bring him home, and here he was. "My boy, my darling boy!" exclaimed his mother again, as though all their joint troubles were now over. The doctor remembered the adage of the rolling stone, and felt that the return of a son at the age of 30 without any means of maintaining himself was hardly an unalloyed blessing. He was not the man to turn a son out of doors. He had always broadened his back to bear the full burden of his large family. But even at this moment he was a little melancholy as he thought of the difficulty of finding employment for the wearer of those yellow trousers. How was it possible that a man should continue to live an altogether idle life at Pollington, and still remain a teetotaler? "Have you any plans I can help you in now?" he asked. "Of course he'll remain at home for a while before he thinks of anything," said his mother. "I suppose I must look about me," said Dick. "By the by, what has become of John Caldigate?" They all at once gazed at each other. It could hardly be that he did not in truth know what had become of John Caldigate. "Haven't you heard?" asked Maria. "Of course he has heard," said Mrs. Ruble. "You must have heard," said his mother. "I don't in the least know what you're talking about. I've heard nothing at all." In very truth he had heard nothing of his old friend, not even that he had returned to England. Then by degrees the whole story was told to him. "I know that he was putting a lot of money together," said Dick enviously. "Married Hester Bolton? I thought he would. Bigamy? Euphemia Smith married before? Certainly not at the diggings." "He wasn't married up at Ahalala?" asked the doctor. "To Euphemia Smith? I was there when they quarrelled, and when she went into partnership with Crinkett. I'm sure there was no such marriage. John Caldigate in prison for bigamy, and he paid them £20,000. The more fool he." "They all say that." "But it's an infernal plant. Assure my name is Richard Shand. John Caldigate never married that woman." End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 50. Again at Sir John's chambers. And this was the man as to whom it had been acknowledged that his evidence, if it could be obtained, would be final. The return of Dick himself was to the Shands an affair so much more momentous than the release of John Caldigate from prison, that for some hours or so the latter subject was allowed to pass out of sight. The mother got him upstairs and asked after his linen, vain inquiry, and arranged for his bed, turning all the little roubles into one small room. In the long room grandmothers are more tender to their grandchildren than their own offspring, but at this moment Dick was predominant. How grand a thing to have her son return to her, and such a son, a teetotaler of 2 years' growth, who had seen all the world of the Pacific Ocean. As he could not take whisky and water, would he like ginger beer before he went to bed, or arrowroot? Dick decided in favour of ginger beer, and consented to be embraced again. It was, I think, to Maria's credit that she was the first to bring back the conversation to John Caldigate's marriage. "Was she a very horrible woman?" Maria asked, referring to Euphemia Smith. "Oh, there were a good many of 'em out there, greedy after gold," said Dick, "but she beat 'em all. And she was awfully clever." "In what way, Dick?" asked Mrs. Ruble. because she does not seem to me to have done very well with herself. She knew more about shares than any man of them all, but I think she just drank a little. It was that which disgusted Caldigate."
"He had been very fond of her?" suggested Maria.
"I never knew a man so taken with a woman." Maria blushed, and Mrs. Ruble looked round at her younger sisters as though desirous that they should be sent to bed. "All that began on board the ship. Then he was fool enough to run after her down to Sydney, and of course she followed him up to the mines." "I don't know why, of course," said Mrs. Postlethwaite, defending her sex generally. "Well, she did, and he was going to marry her. He did mean to marry her, there's no doubt of that. But it was a queer kind of life we lived up there." "I suppose so," said the doctor. Mrs. Ruble again looked at the girls and then at their mother, but Mrs. Shand was older and less timid than her married daughter. Mrs. Ruble, when a girl herself, had never been sent away, and was now a pattern of female discretion. "And she," continued Dick, "as soon as she had begun to finger the scrip, thought of nothing but gold. She did not care much for marriage just then, because she fancied the stuff wouldn't belong to herself. She became largely concerned in the old stick-in-the-mud. That was Crinket's concern, and there were times at which I thought she would marry him. Then Caldigate got rid of her altogether. That was before I went away." "He never married her?" asked the doctor. "He certainly hadn't married her when I left Nobble in June, 73. "You can swear to that, Dick?" "Well, certainly I can. I was with him every day. But there wasn't any one round there who didn't know how it was. Crinket himself knew it." "Crinket is one of the gang against him." "And there was a man named Adamson. Adamson knew." "He's another of the conspirators," said the doctor. "They won't dare to say before me," declared Dick stoutly, "that Mrs. Smith and John Caldigate had become man and wife before June, 73. And they hated one another so much then that it is impossible they should have come together since. I can swear they were not married up to June, 73. "You'll have to swear it," said the doctor, "and that with as little delay as possible." All this took place towards the end of August, about 5 weeks after the trial, and a day or two subsequent to the interview between Bagwax and the Attorney-General. Bagwax was now vehemently prosecuting his inquiries to that other idea which had struck him, and was at this very moment glowing with the anticipation of success, and at the same time broken-hearted with the conviction that he never would see the pleasant things of New South Wales. On the next morning, under the auspices of his father, Dick Shand wrote the following letter to Mr. Seeley, the attorney. Pollington, 30th of August, 1879. Sir, I think it right to tell you that I reached my father's house in this town late yesterday evening. I have come direct from one of the South Sea Islands via Honolulu and San Francisco, and have not yet been in England 48 hours. I am an old friend of Mr. John Caldigate, and went with him from England to the gold diggings in New South Wales. My name will be known to you, as I am now aware that it was frequently mentioned in the course of the late trial. It will probably seem odd to you that I have never even heard of the trial till I reached my father's house last night. I did not know that Caldigate had married Miss Bolton, nor that Euphemia Smith had claimed him as her husband. I am able and willing to swear that they had not become man and wife up to June 1873, and that no one at Ahalala or Nobble conceived them to be man and wife. Of course they had lived together, but everybody knew all about it. Some time before June, early I should say in that autumn, there had been a quarrel. I am sure they were at daggers drawn with each other all that April and May in respect to certain mining shares, as to which Euphemia Smith behaved very badly. I don't think it possible that they should ever have come together again. But in May 73, which is the date I have heard named, they certainly were not man and wife. I have thought it right to inform you of this immediately on my return, and I am your obedient servant, Richard Shand. Mr. Seeley, when he received this letter, found it to be his duty to take it at once to Sir John Joram up in London. He did not believe Dick Shand, but then he had put no trust in Bagwax, and had been from the first convinced in his own mind that Caldigate had married the woman. As soon as it was known to him that his client had paid £20,000 to Crinket and the woman, he was quite sure of the guilt of his client. He had done the best for Caldigate at the trial, as he would have done for any other client, but he never felt any of that enthusiasm which had instigated Sir John. Now that Caldigate was in prison, Mr. Seeley thought that he might as well be left there quietly, trusting to the verdict, trusting to Judge Bramber, and trusting still more strongly on his own early impressions. This letter from Dick, whom he knew to have been a ruined drunkard, a disgrace to his family, and an outcast from society, was to his thinking just such a letter as would be got up in such a case, in the futile hope of securing the succour of a Secretary of State. He was sure that no Secretary of State would pay the slightest attention to such a letter, but still it would be necessary that he should show it to Sir John, and, as a trip to London was not disagreeable to his professional mind, he started with it on the very day of its receipt. "Of course we must have his deposition on oath," said Sir John. "You think it will be worth while?" "Oh, certainly. I'm more convinced than ever that there was no marriage. That post-office clerk has been with me, Bagwax, and has altogether convinced me." "I didn't think so much of Bagwax, Sir John." "I dare say not, Mr. Seeley. An absurdly energetic man. One of those who destroy by their over-zeal all the credit which their truth and energy ought to produce. But he has, I think, convinced me that this letter could not have passed through the Sydney post office in May 73. "If so, Sir John, even that is not much towards upsetting a verdict." "A good deal, I think, when the characters of the person are considered. Now comes this man, whom we all should have believed had he been present, and tells this story. You'd better get hold of him and bring him to me, Mr. Seeley." Then Mr. Seeley hung up his hat in London for 3 or 4 days, and sent to Pollington for Dick Shand. Dick Shand obeyed the order, and both of them waited together upon Sir John. "You've come back at a very critical point of time for your friend," said the barrister. Dick had laid aside the coat and waistcoat with the broad checks and the yellow trousers, and had made himself look as much like an English gentleman as the assistants of a ready-made clothes shop at Pollington would permit. But still he did not quite look like a man who had spent 3 years at Cambridge. His experiences among the gold diggings, then his period of maddening desolation as a Queensland shepherd, and after that his life among the savages in a South Sea island, had done much to change him. Sir John and Mr. Seeley together almost oppressed him, but still he was minded to speak up for his friend. Caldigate had, upon the whole, been very good to him, and Dick was honest. "He has been badly used, anyway," he said. "You have had no intercourse with any of his friends since you've been home, I think?" This question Sir John asked because Mr. Seeley had suggested that this appearance of the man at this special moment might not improbably be what he called a plant. "I've had no intercourse with anybody, sir. I came here last Friday, and I haven't spoken a word to anybody before that. I didn't know that Caldigate had been in trouble at all. My people at Pollington were the first to tell me about it." "Then you wrote to Mr. Seeley. You have heard of Mr. Seeley?" "The governor, that's my father, he had heard of Mr. Seeley. I wrote first, as he told me. They knew all about it at Pollington as well as you do." "You were surprised, then, when you heard the story?" "Knocked off my pin, sir. I never was so much taken aback in my life. To be told that John Caldigate had married Euphemia Smith after all that I had seen, and that he had been married to her in May 73. I knew, of course, that it was all a got-up thing. And he's in prison." "He is in prison, certainly." "For bigamy?" "Indeed he is, Mr. Shand." "And how about his real wife?" "His real wife, as you call her?" "She is, as sure as my name is Richard Shand." "It is on behalf of that lady that we are almost more anxious than for Mr. Caldigate himself. In this matter she has been perfectly innocent. Whoever may have been the culprit, or culprits, she has been cruelly ill-used." "Oh, she'll have her husband back again, of course," said Dick. "That will depend in part upon what faith the judge who tried the case may place in your story. Your deposition shall be taken, and it will be my duty to submit it to the Secretary of State. He will probably be actuated by the weight which this further evidence will have upon the judge who heard the former evidence. You will understand, Mr. Shand, that your word will be opposed to the words of 4 other persons." "4 perjured scoundrels," said Dick with energy. "Just so, if your story be true." "It is true, sir," said Dick, with much anger in his tone. "I hope so, with all my heart. You are on the same side with us, you know. I only want to make you understand how much ground there may be for doubt. It is not easy to upset a verdict, and I fear many righteous verdicts would be upset if the testimony of one man could do it. Perhaps you will be able to prove that you only arrived at Liverpool on Saturday night?" "Certainly I can." "You cannot prove that you had not heard of the case before?" "Certainly I can. I can swear it." Sir John smiled. "They all knew that at Pollington. They told me of it. The governor told me all about Mr. Seeley, and made me write the letter." "That would not be evidence," said Mr. John. "Heavens on earth, I tell you I was struck all on a heap when I heard it, just as much as if they had said he'd been hung for murder. You put Cricket and me together, and then you'll know. I suppose you think somebody's paying me for this, that I've got a regular tip?" "Not at all, Mr. Shand, and I quite understand that it should be difficult for you to understand. When a man sees a thing clearly himself, he cannot always realize the fact that others do not see it also. I think I perceive what you have to tell us, and we are very much obliged to you for coming forward so immediately. Perhaps you would not mind sitting in the other room for 5 minutes, while I say a word to Mr. Seeley?" "I can go away altogether." "Mr. Seeley will be glad to see you again with reference to the deposition you will have to make. You shall not be kept waiting long." Then Dick returned with a sore heart, feeling half inclined to blaze out in wrath against the great advocate. He'd come forward to tell a plain story, having nothing to gain, paying his railway fare and other expenses out of his own, or rather out of his father's, pocket, and was told he would not be believed. It is always hard to make an honest witness understand that it may be the duty of others to believe him to be a liar, and Dick Shand did not understand it now. "There was no Australian marriage," Sir John said, as soon as he was alone with Mr. Seeley. "You think not?" "My mind is clear about it. We must get that man out, if it only be for the sake of the lady." "It is so very easy, Sir John, to have a story like that made up." "I've had to do with a good many made-up stories, Mr. Seeley, and with a good many true stories." "Of course, Sir John, no man with more." "He might be a party to making up a story. There is nothing that I've seen in him to make me sure that he could not come forward with a determined perjury." "I shouldn't think it, but it would be possible." "But his father and mother and sisters wouldn't join him." Dick had told the story of the meeting on the lawn at great length. "And had it been a plot, he couldn't have imposed upon them. He wouldn't have brought them into it. And who would have got at him to arrange the plot?" "Old Caldigate." Sir John shook his head. "Neither old Caldigate nor young Caldigate knew anything of that kind of work. And then his story tallies altogether with my hero Bagwax. Of Bagwax I am quite sure, and as Shand corroborates Bagwax, I am nearly sure of him also. You must take his deposition and let me have it. It should be rather full, as it may be necessary to hear the depositions also of the doctor and his wife. We shall have to get him out." "You know best, Sir John." "We shall have to get him out, Mr. Seeley, I think," said Sir John, rising from his chair. Then Mr. Seeley took his leave, as was intended. Mr. Seeley was not at all convinced. He was quite willing that John Caldigate should be released from prison, and that the Australian marriage should be so put out of general credit in England as to allow the young people to live in comfort and folking as man and wife. But he liked to feel that he knew better himself. He would have been quite content that Mrs. John Caldigate should be Mrs. John Caldigate to all the world, that all the world should be imposed on, so that he was made subject to no imposition. In this matter Sir John appeared to him to be no wider awake than a mere layman. It was clear to Mr. Seeley that Dick Shand's story was got up, and very well got up. He had no pang of conscience as to using it, but when it came to believing it, that was quite another thing. The man turning up exactly at the moment, and such a man, and then his pretending never to have heard of a case so famous, never to have heard this story of his most intimate friend, and then his notorious poverty. Old Caldigate would of course be able to buy such a man. And then Sir John's fatuity as to Bagwax. He could hardly bring himself to believe that Sir John was quite in earnest. But he was well aware that Sir John would know, no one better, by what arguments such a verdict as had been given might be practically set aside. The verdict would remain, but a pardon, if a pardon could be got from the Secretary of State, would make the condition of the husband and wife the same as though there had been no verdict. The indignities which they had already suffered would simply produce for them the affectionate commendation of all England. Mr. Seeley felt all that, and was not at all averse to a pardon. He was not at all disposed to be severe on Caldigate senior, if, as he thought, Caldigate senior had bribed this convenient new witness. But it was too much to expect that he should believe it all himself. "You must come with me, Mr. Shand," he said, "and we must take your story down in writing. Then you must swear to it before a magistrate." "All right, Mr. Seeley." "We must be very particular, you know." "I needn't be particular at all. And as to what Sir John Joram said, I felt half inclined to punch his head." "That would not have helped us." "It was only that I thought of Caldigate in prison that I didn't do it. Because I have been roaming about the world not always quite as well off as himself, he tells me that he doesn't believe my word." "I don't think he said that." "He didn't quite dare, but what he said was as bad. He told me that someone else wouldn't believe it. I don't quite understand what it is they're not to believe. All I say is that they two were not married in May 73. "But about your never having heard of the case till you got home?" "I never had heard a word about it. One would think that I had done something wrong in coming forward to tell what I know." The deposition, however, was drawn out in due form at considerable length, and was properly attested before one of the London magistrates. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 51. Dick Shand goes to Cambridgeshire. The news of Shand's return was soon common in Cambridge. The tidings, of course, were told to Mr. Caldigate, and were then made known by him to Hester. The old man, though he turned the matter much in his mind, doubting whether the hopes thus raised would not add to Hester's sorrow should they not ultimately be realized, decided that he could not keep her in the dark. Her belief could not be changed by any statement which Shand might make. Her faith was so strong that no evidence could shake it or confirm it. But there would, no doubt, arise in her mind a hope of liberation if any new evidence against the Australian marriage were to reach her, which hope might so probably be delusive. But he knew her to be strong to endure as well as strong to hope, and therefore he told her at once. Then Mr. Seeley returned to Cambridge, and all the facts of Shand's deposition were made known at Foking. "That will get him out at once, of course," said Hester triumphantly as soon as she heard it. But the squire was older and more cautious, and still doubted. He explained that Dick Shand was not a man who by his simple word would certainly convince a Secretary of State, that deceit might be suspected, that a fraudulent plot would be possible, and that very much care was necessary before a convicted prisoner would be released. "I am quite sure from Mr. Seeley's manner that he thinks I have bribed the young man," said Caldigate. "You?" "Yes, I. These are the ideas which naturally come into people's heads. I am not in the least angry with Mr. Seeley, and feel that it is only too likely that the Secretary of State and the judge will think the same. If I were Secretary of State, I should have to think so." "I couldn't suspect people like that." "And therefore, my dear, you are hardly fit to be Secretary of State. We must not be too sanguine, that's all." But Hester was very sanguine. When it was fully known that Dick had written to Mr. Seeley immediately on his arrival at Pollington, and that he had shown himself to be a warm partisan in the Caldigate interests, she could not rest till she saw him herself, and persuaded Mr. Caldigate to invite him down to Foking. To Foking, therefore, he went, with the full intention of declaring John Caldigate's innocence, not only there, but all through Cambridgeshire. The Boltons, of whom he had now heard something, should be made to know what an honest man had to say on the subject, an honest man, and who was really on the spot at the time. To Dick's mind it was marvellous that the Boltons should have been anxious to secure a verdict against Caldigate, which verdict was also against their own daughter and their own sister. Being quite sure himself that Caldigate was innocent, he could not understand the condition of feeling which would be produced by an equally strong conviction of his guilt. Nor was his mind probably imbued with much of that religious scruple which made the idea of a feigned marriage so insupportable to all Hester's relations. nor was he aware that when a man has taken a preconception home to himself, and fastened it and fixed it, as it were, into his bosom, he cannot easily expel it, even though personal interest should be on the side of such expulsion. It had become a settled belief with the Boltons that John Caldigate was a bigamist, which belief had certainly been strengthened by the pertinacious hostility of Hester's mother. Dick had heard something of all this, and thought that he would be able to open their eyes. When he arrived at Woking he was received with open arms. Sir John Joram had not quite liked him because his manner had been rough. Mr. Seeley had regarded him from the first as a ruined man, and therefore a willing perjurer. Even at Pollington his bush manners had been a little distasteful for all except his mother. Mr. Caldigate felt some difficulty in making conversation with him, but to Hester he was an angel from heaven. She was never tired of hearing from him every detail as to her husband's life at Ahalala and Nobble, particularly as to his life after Euphemia Smith had taken herself to those parts and had quarrelled with him. The fact of the early infatuation had been acknowledged on all sides. Hester was able to refer to that as a mother, boasting of her child's health, may refer to the measles, which have been bad and are past and gone. Euphemia Smith had been her husband's measles. Men generally have the measles. That was a thing so completely acknowledged that it was not now the source of discomfort. And the disease had been very bad with him, so bad that he had talked of marriage, had promised marriage. Crafty women do get hold of innocent men, and drive them sometimes into perdition, often to the brink of perdition. That was Hester's theory as to her husband. He had been on the brink, but had been wise in time. That was her creed, and as it was supported by Dick, she found no fault with Dick's manner, not even with the yellow trousers which were brought into use at Woking. "You were with him on that very day," she said. This referred to the day in April on which it had been sworn that the marriage was solemnized. "I was with him every day about that time. I can't say about particular days. The truth is, I don't mind telling you, Mrs. Caldigate, I was drinking a good deal just then." His present state of abstinence had of course become known at Woking, not without the expression of much marvel on the part of the old squire as to the quantity of tea which their visitor was able to swallow. And, as this abstinence had of course been admired, Dick had fallen into a way of confessing his past backslidings to a pretty, sympathetic, friendly woman, who was willing to believe all that he said, and to make much of him. "But I suppose—" Then she hesitated, and Dick understood the hesitation. "I was never so bad," said he, "but what I knew very well what was going on. I don't believe Caldigate and Mrs. Smith even so much as spoke to each other all that month. She'd had a wonderful turn of luck." "In getting gold?" "She had bought and sold shares till she was supposed to have made a pot of money. People out there got an idea that she was one of the lucky ones, and it did seem so. Then she got it into her head that she didn't want Caldigate to know about her money, and he was downright sick of her. She'd been good-looking at one time, Mrs. Caldigate." "I dare say most of them are so, I suppose." "Oh, and clever. She taught the hind legs off a dog, as we used to say out there." "You had very odd sayings, Mr. Shand." "Indeed we had. When she got in that way about her money, and then took to drinking brandy, Caldigate was only too glad to be rid of her. Crinkett believed in her because she had such a run of luck. She held a lot of his shares that used to be his. So they got together, and she left Ahalala and went to Polyuka Hall. I remember it all as if it were yesterday. When I broke away from Caldigate in June and went to Queensland, they hadn't seen each other for 2 months. And as for having been married, you might as well have told me that I had married her." If Mr. Caldigate had ever allowed a shade of doubt to cross his mind as to his son's story, Dick Shand's further story removed it. The picture of the life which was led at Ahalala and Nobble was painted for him clearly, so that he could see, or fancy that he saw, what the condition of things had been, and this increased faith trickled through to others. Mr. Bromley, who had always believed more firmly than before, and sent tidings of his belief to Plumcumb Pippins, and thence to Babington. Mr. Holt, the farmer, became more than ever energetic, and in a loud voice at a Cambridge market ordinary declared the ill usage done to Caldigate and his young wife. It had been said over and over again at the trial that Dick Shand's evidence was the one thing wanted, and here was Dick Shand to give his evidence. Then the belief gained ground in Cambridge, and with the belief there arose a feeling as to the egregious wrong which was being done. But the Boltons were still assured. None of them had as yet given any sign of yielding. Robert Bolton knew very well that Shand was at Woking, but had not asked to see him. He and Mr. Seeley were on different sides and could not discuss the matter, but their ideas were the same. It was incredible to Robert that Dick Shand should appear just at this moment, unless as part of an arranged plan. He could not read to the whole plot, but was sure that there was a plot. It was held in his mind as a certain fact that John Caldigate would not have paid away that large sum of money had he not thought that by doing so he was buying off Cricket and the other witnesses. Of course there had been a marriage in Australia, and therefore the arrival of Dick Shand was to him only a lifting of the curtain for another act of the play. An attempt was to be made to get Caldigate out of prison, which attempt it was his duty to oppose. Caldigate had, he thought, deceived and inflicted a terrible stain on his family, and therefore Caldigate was an enemy upon whom it behoved him to be revenged. This feeling was the stronger in his bosom because Caldigate had been brought into the family by him. But when Dick Shand called upon him at his office, he would not deny himself. "I've been told by some people that, as I'm here in the neighbourhood, I ought to come and speak to you," said Dick. The some people had been, in the first instance, Mr. Ralph Holt the farmer. But Dick had discussed the matter with Mr. Bromley, and Mr. Bromley had thought that Shand's story should be told direct to Hester's brother. "If you have anything to say, Mr. Shand, I am ready to hear it." "All this about a marriage at Ahalala between John Caldigate and Mrs. Smith is a got-up plan, Mr. Bolton." "The jury did not seem to think so, Mr. Shand." "I wasn't here then to let them know the truth." Robert Bolton raised his eyebrows, marvelling at the simplicity of the man who could fancy that his single word would be able to weigh down the weight of evidence which had sufficed to persuade 12 men and such a judge as Judge Bramber. "I was with Caldigate all the time, and I'm sure of what I'm saying. The two weren't on speaking terms when they were said to be married." "Of course, Mr. Shand, as you have come to me, I will hear what you have to say. But what is the use of it? The man has been tried and found guilty." "They can let him out again if he's innocent." "The Queen can pardon him, no doubt. But even the Queen cannot quash the conviction. The evidence was as clear as noonday. The judge and the jury and the public were all in one mind." "But I wasn't here then," said Dick Shand with perfect confidence. Robert Bolton could only look at him and raise his eyebrows. He could not tell him to his face that no unprejudiced person would believe the evidence of such a witness. "He's your brother-in-law," said Dick, "and I suppose you'd be glad to know that he was innocent." "I can't go into that question, Mr. Shand. As I believe him to have been guilty of as wicked a crime as any man can well commit, I cannot concern myself in asking for a pardon for him. My own impression is that he should have been sent to penal servitude." "By George!" exclaimed Dick, "I tell you that it is all a lie from beginning to end." "I fear we cannot do any good by talking about it, Mr. Shand." "By George!" Dick hitched up his yellow trousers as though he were preparing for a fight. He wore his yellow trousers without braces, and in all moments of energy hitched them up. "If you please, I will say good morning to you." "By George, when I tell you that I was there all the time, and that Caldigate never spoke to the woman, or so much as saw her all that month, and that therefore your own sister is in honest truth Caldigate's wife, you won't listen to me. Do you mean to say that I'm lying?" "Mr. Shand, I must ask you to leave my office." "By George, I wish I had you, Mr. Bolton, out at Ahalala, where there are not quite so many policemen as there are here at Cambridge." "I shall have to send for one of them if you don't go away, Mr. Shand." "Here's a man who, even for the sake of his own sister, won't hear the truth just because he hates his sister's husband. What have I got to get by lying?" "That I cannot tell." Bolton, as he said this, prepared himself for a sudden attack, but Shand had sense enough to know that he would injure the cause in which he was interested, as well as himself, by any exhibition of violence, and therefore left the office. "No," said Mr. Bromley, when all this was told him. He's not a cruel man, nor dishonest, nor even untrue to his sister. But having quite made up his mind that Caldigate be married in Australia, he cannot release himself from the idea. And as he thinks so, he feels it to be his duty to keep his sister and Caldigate apart." "But why does he not believe me?" demanded Dick. "In answer to that, I can only say that I do believe you." Then there came a request from Babington that Dick Shand would go over to them there for a day. At Babington opinion was divided. Aunt Polly and her eldest daughter, and with them Mr. Smirkey, still thought that John Caldigate was a wicked bigamist. But the squire and the rest of the family had gradually gone over to the other side. The squire had never been hot against the offender, having been one of those who fancied that a marriage at a very out-of-the-way place such as Ahalala did not signify much. And now when he heard of Dick Shand's return and proffered evidence, he declared that Dick Shand, having been born a gentleman, though he had been ever so much a sinner and ever so much a drunkard, was entitled to credence before a host of crinkets. But with Aunt Polly and Julia there remained the sense of the old injury, robbing Shand of all his attributes of birth, and endowing even Crinket with truth. Then there had been a few words, and the squire had asserted himself, and insisted upon asking Shand to Babington. "Did you ever see such trousers?" said Julia to her mother. "I would not believe him on his oath." "Certainly not," said Mr. Smirkey, who was of the three by far the most vehement in his adherence to the verdict. "The man is a notorious drunkard, and he has that look of wildness which bad characters always bring with them from the colonies." "He didn't drink anything but water at lunch," said one of the younger girls. "They never do when they're eating," said Mr. Smirkey. For the great teetotal triumph had not as yet been made known to the family at Babington. "These regular drunkards take it at all times by themselves in their own rooms. He has delirium tremens in his face. I don't believe a word that he says." "He certainly does wear the oddest trousers I ever saw," said Aunt Polly. At the same time Dick himself was closeted with the squire, and was convincing him that there had been no Australian marriage at all. "They didn't jump over a broomstick, or anything of that kind?" asked the squire, intending to be jocose. "They did nothing at all," said Dick, who worked himself up to a state of great earnestness. "Caldigate wouldn't as much as look at her at that time. And then to come home here and find him in prison because he married her! How anyone should have believed it!" "They did believe it. The women here believe it now, as you perceive." "It's an awful shame, Mr. Babington. Think of her, Mr. Babington. It's harder on her even than him, for he was, well, fond of the woman once." It is hard, but we must do what we can to get him out. I'll write to our member. Sir George supports the government, and I'll get him to see the secretary. It is hard upon a young fellow just when he has got married and come into a nice property." "And her, Mr. Babington?" "Very bad indeed. I'll see Sir George myself. The odd part of it is the Boltons are all against him. Old Bolton never quite liked the marriage, and his wife is a regular Tartar." Thus the squire was gained, and the younger daughter. But Mr. Smirkey was as obdurate as ever. Something of his ground was cut from under his feet when Dick's new and peculiar habits were observed at dinner. Mr. Smirkey did indeed cling to his doctrine that your real drunkard never drinks at his meals. But when Dick, on being pressed in regard to wine, apologized by saying that he had become so used to tea in the colonies as not to be able to take anything else at dinner, the peculiarity was discussed till he was driven to own that he had drank nothing stronger for the last 2 years. Then it became plain that delirium tremens was not written on his face quite so plainly as Mr. Smirkey had at first thought, and there was nothing left but his trousers to condemn him. But Mr. Smirkey was still confident. "I don't think you can go beyond the verdict," he said. "There may be a pardon, of course, though I shall never believe it till I see it. But though there were 20 pardons, she ought not to go back to him. The pardon does not alter the crime, and whether he was married in Australia or whether he was not, she ought to think that he was, because the jury has said so. If she has any feeling of feminine propriety, she would shut herself up and call herself Miss Bolton." "I don't agree with you in the least," said the squire. and I hope I may live to see a dozen little Caldigates running about on that lawn." And there were a few words upstairs on the subject between Mr. Smirkey and his wife, for even Mrs. Smirkey and Aunt Polly at last submitted themselves to Dick's energy. "Indeed, then, if he comes out," said the wife, "I shall be very glad to see him at Plum-cum-Pippin's." This was said in a voice which did not admit of contradiction, and was evidence at any rate that Dick's visit to Babington had been successful, in spite of the yellow trousers. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 52. The Fortunes of Bagwax. An altogether new idea had occurred to Bagwax as he sat in his office after his interview with Sir John Joram, and it was an idea of such a nature that he thought that he saw his way quite plain to a complete manifestation of the innocence of Caldigate, to a certainty of a pardon, and to an immediate end of the whole complication. By a sudden glance at the evidence, his eye had caught an object which in all his glances he had never before observed. Then at once he went to work, and, finding that certain little marks were distinctly legible, he became on a sudden violently hot, so that the sweat broke out on his forehead. Here was the whole thing disclosed at once, disclosed to all the world if he chose to disclose it. But if he did so, then there could not be any need for that journey to Sydney, which Sir John still thought to be expedient. And this thing which he had now seen was not one within his own branch of work, was not a matter with which he was bound to be conversant. Somebody else ought to have found it out. His own knowledge was purely accidental. There would be no disgrace to him in not finding it out. But he had found it out. Bagwax was a man who, in his official zeal and official capacity, had exercised his intellect far beyond the matters to which he was bound to apply himself in the mere performance of his duties. Postmarks were his business, and had he given all his mind to postmarks, he would have sufficiently carried out that great doctrine of doing the duty which England expects from every man. But he had travelled beyond postmarks, and had looked into many things. Among other matters, he had looked into penny stamps, twopenny stamps, and other stamps. In post office phraseology there is sometimes a confusion because the affixed effigy of Her Majesty's head, which represents the postage paid, is called a stamp, and the postmarks or impressions indicating the names of towns are also called stamps. These postmarks or impressions had been the work of Bagwax's life, but his zeal, his joy in his office, and the general energy of his disposition had opened up to him also all the mysteries of the Queen's heads. That stamp, that effigy, that twopenny Queen's head, which by its presence on the corner of the envelope purported to have been the price of conveying the letter from Sydney to Nobble, on the 10th of May 1873, had certainly been manufactured and sent out to the colony since that date. There are signs invisible to ordinary eyes which are plain as the sun at noonday to the initiated. It is so in all arts, in all sciences. Bagwax was at once sure of his fact. To his instructed gaze the little receipt for twopence was as clearly dated as though the figures were written on it, and yet he had never looked at it before. In the absorbing interest which the postmark had created, that fraudulent postmark as it certainly was, he had never condescended to examine the postage stamp. But now he saw, and was certain. If it was so, and he had no doubt, then would Caldigate surely be released. It is hoped that the reader will follow the mind of Bagwax, which was in this matter very clear. This envelope had been brought up at the trial as evidence that, on a certain day, Caldigate had written to the woman as his wife, and had sent the letter through the post office. For such sending the postage stamp was necessary. The postage stamp had certainly been put on when the envelope was prepared for its intended purpose. But if it could be proved by the stamp itself that it had not been in existence on the date impressed on the envelope, then the fraud would be quite apparent. And if there had been such fraud, then would the testimony of all those 4 witnesses be crushed into arrant perjury. They had produced the fraudulent document, and by it would be thoroughly condemned. There could be no necessity for a journey to Sydney. As it all became clear to his mind, he thumped his table partly in triumph, partly in despair. "What's the matter with you now?" said Mr. Curlydown. It was 4:15, and Curlydown had not completed his daily inspections. Had Bagwax been doing his proper share of work, Curlydown would have already washed his hands and changed his coat, and have been ready to start for the 4:30 train. As it was, he had an hour of labour before him, and would be unable to count the plums upon his wall, as was usual with him before dinner. "It becomes more wonderful every day," said Bagwax solemnly, almost awfully. "It's very wonderful to me that a man should be able to sit so many hours looking at one dirty bit of paper. Every moment that I pass with that envelope before my eyes, I see the innocent husband in jail, and the poor afflicted wife weeping in her solitude." "You'll be going on to the stage, Bagwax, before this is done." "I have sometimes thought that it was the career for which I was best adapted. But as to the envelope, the facts are now certain." "Any new facts?" asked Curlydown. But he asked the question in a jeering tone, not at all as though desiring confidence or offering sympathy. "Yes," replied Bagwax slowly, "the facts are certainly new, and most convincing. But as you have not given attention to the particular branch concerned, there can be no good in my mentioning them. You would not understand me." It was thus that he revenged himself on Curlydown. Then there was again silence between them for 1/4 of an hour, during which Curlydown was hurrying through his work, and Bagwax was meditating whether it was certainly his duty to make known the facts as to the postage stamp. "You are so unkind," said Bagwax at last, in a tone of injured friendship, burning to tell his new discovery. "You've got it all your way," said Curlydown, without lifting his head. "And then, as you said just now, I don't understand." "I'd tell you everything if you'd only be a little less hard." Curlydown was envious. He had of course been told of the civil things which Sir John Joram had said, and though he did not quite believe all, he was convinced that Bagwax was supposed to have distinguished himself. If there was anything to be known, he would like to know it. Nor was he naturally quarrelsome. Bagwax was his old friend. "I don't mean to be hard," he said. "Of course one does feel oneself fretted when one has been obliged to miss 2 trains." "Can I lend a hand?" said Bagwax. "Oh, it doesn't signify now. I can't catch anything before the 5:20. One does expect to get away a little earlier than that on a Saturday." "What is it that you've found out?" "Do you really care to know?" "Of course I do, if it's anything in earnest. I took quite as much interest as you in the matter when we were down at Cambridge." "You see that postage stamp?" Bagwax stretched out the envelope, or rather the photograph of the envelope, for it was no more. But the Queen's head, with all its obliterating smudges and all its marks and peculiarities, were to be seen quite as plainly as on the original, which was tied up carefully among the archives of the trial. "You see that postage stamp?" Curlydown took his glass and looked at the document, and declared that he saw the postage stamp very plainly. "But it does not tell you anything particular?" "Nothing very particular at the first glance," said Curlydown, gazing through the glass with all his eyes. "Look again." "I see that they obliterate out there with a kind of star." "That has nothing to do with it." "The bunch of hair at the back of the head isn't quite like our bunch of hair." "Just the same, taken from the same die," said Bagwax. "The little holes for the dividing the stamps are bigger?" "It isn't that." "Then what the damn is it?" "There are letters at every corner," said Bagwax. "That's of course," said Curlydown. "Can you read those letters?" Curlydown owned that he never had quite understood what those letters meant. "Those 2 P's in the 2 bottom corners tell me that that stamp wasn't printed before 74. It was all explained to me not long ago. Now the postmark is dated 73. There was an air of triumph about Bagwax as he said this, which almost drove Curlydown back to hostility. But he checked himself, merely shaking his head, and continued to look at the stamp. "What do you think of that?" asked Bagwax. "You'd have to prove it." "Of course I should, but the stamps are made here and are sent out to the colony.
I shall see Smithers at the stamp office on Monday, of course." Mr. Smithers was a gentleman concerned in the manufacture of stamps. "But I know my facts. I am as well aware of the meaning of those letters as though I had made postage stamps my own peculiar duty. Now what ought I to do?" "You wouldn't have to go, I suppose?" "Not a foot." "And yet it ought to be found out how that date got there." And Curly put his finger upon the impression, 10th of May, 1873. "Not a doubt about it. I should do a deal of good by going if they give me proper authority to overhaul everything in the office out there. They had the letter stamped fraudulently, Mr. Curly. Perhaps if I stayed at home to give evidence, they'd send you to Sydney to find all that out." There was a courtesy in this suggestion which induced Curly to ask his junior to come down and take pot luck at Apricot Villa. Bagwax was delighted, for his heart had been sore at the coolness which had grown up between him and the man under whose wing he had worked for so many years. He had been devoted to Curly till growing ambition had taught him to think himself able to strike out a line for himself. Mr. Curly had 2 daughters, of whom the younger, Jemima, had found much favour in the eyes of Bagwax. But since the jealousy had sprung up between the 2 men, he had never seen Jemima, nor tasted the fruits of Curly garden. Mrs. Curly who approved of Bagwax, had been angry, and Jemima herself had become sullen and unloving to her father. On that very morning Mrs. Curly had declared that she hated quarrels like poison. "So do I, mamma," said Jemima, breaking her silence emphatically. "Not that Mr. Bagwax is anything to anybody." "That does look like something," said Curly whispering to his friend in the railway carriage. They were sitting opposite to each other with their knees together, and were, of course, discussing the envelope. "It is everything. When they were making up their case in Australia, and when the woman brought out the cover with his writing upon it, with the very name Mrs. Caldigate written by herself, Cricket wasn't contented with that. So they put their heads together and said that if the letter could be got to look like a posted letter, a letter sent regularly by the post, that would be real evidence. The idea wasn't bad." "Nothing has ever been considered better evidence than postmarks," said Curly with authority. "It was a good idea. Then they had to get a postage stamp. They little knew how they might put their foot into it there, and they got hold of some young man at the post office who knew how to fix a date stamp with a past date. How these things become clear when one looks at them long enough. Only one has to have an eye in one's head." "Yes," said Bagwax, as modestly as he could at such a moment. "A fellow has to have his wits about him before he can do anything out of the common way in any line. You'd tell Sir John everything at once, wouldn't you?" Curly raised his hat and scratched his head. "Duty first, you know, duty first," said Bagwax. "In a man's own line, yes," said Curly. "Somebody else ought to have found that out. That's not post office, it's stamps and taxes. It's very hard that a man should have to cut the nose off his own face by knowing more than he need know." "Duty, duty," said Bagwax, as he opened the carriage door and jumped out onto the platform. When he got up to the cottage, Mrs. Curly assured him that it was quite a cure for sore eyes to see him. Sophia, the elder of the 2 daughters at home, told him that he was a false truant, and Jemima surmised that the great attractions of the London season had prevented him from coming down to Enfield. "It isn't that, indeed," he said. "I am always delighted in running down, but the Caldigate affair has been so important." "You mean the trial?" said Mrs. Curly. "But the man has been in prison ever so long." "Unjustly, most unjustly." "Is it so, really?" asked Jemima. "And the poor young bride?" "Not so much for bride," said Sophia. "She's got one, I know." "And papa says you're to go out to Botany Bay," said Jemima. "It'll be years and years before you are back again." Then he explained it was not Botany Bay, and he would be back in 6 months, and after all, he wasn't going at all. "Well, I declare if papa isn't down the walk already," said Jemima, looking out of the window. "I don't think I shall go at all," said Bagwax in a melancholy tone as he went upstairs to wash his hands. The dinner was very pleasant, and as Curly and his guest drank their bottle of port together at the open window, it was definitely settled that Bagwax should reveal the mystery of the postage stamp to Sir John Joram at once. "I should have it like a lump of lead on my conscience all the time I was on the deep,"
said Bagwax solemnly. "Conscience is conscience, to be sure," said Curlydown.
"I don't think that I'm given to be afraid," said Bagwax. "The ocean, if I know myself, would have no terrors for me, not if I was doing my duty. But I should hear the ship's sides cracking with every blast if that secret were lodged within my breast."
"Take another glass of port, old boy."
Bagwax did take another glass, finishing the bottle, and continued, "Farewell to those smiling shores. Farewell Sydney and all her charms. Farewell to her orange groves, her blue mountains, and her rich goldfields."
"Take a drop of whitewash to wind up, and then we'll join the ladies." Curlydown was a strictly hospitable man, and in his own house would not appear to take amiss anything his guest might say. But when Bagwax became too poetical over his wine, Curlydown waxed impatient. Bagwax took his drop of whitewash, and then hurried on to the lawn to join Jemima.
"And you really are not going to those distant parts?"
"No," said Bagwax, with all that melancholy which wine and love combined with sorrow can produce. "That dream is over."
"I'm so glad."
"Why should you be glad? Why should a resolve which it almost breaks my heart to make be a source of joy to you?"
"Of course you would have nothing to regret at leaving, Mr. Bagwax?"
"Very much, if I were going for ever."
"No, I could never do that, unless I were to take some dear one with me.
But as I said, that dream is over.
It has ever been my desire to see foreign climes, and the chance so seldom comes in a man's way." "You've been to Ostend, I know, Mr. Bagwax."
"Oh yes, and to Boulogne," said Bagwax proudly. "But the desire of travel grows with the thing it feeds on.
I long to overcome great distances, to feel that I have put illimitable space behind me. To set my foot on shores divided from these by the thickness of all the earth would give me a sense of grandeur which would be magnificent." "I suppose that is natural in a man?"
"In some men," said Bagwax, not liking to be told that his heroic instincts were shared by all his brethren.
"But women, of course, think of the dangers. Suppose you were to be cast away?"
"What matter? With a father of a family, of course it would be different, but a lone man should never think of such things." Jemima shook her head and walked silently by his side. "If I had some dear one who cared for me, I suppose it would be different with me."
"I don't know," said Jemima. "Gentlemen like to amuse themselves sometimes, but it doesn't often go very deep."
"Things always go deep with me," said Bagwax. "I panted for that journey to the Antipodes, panted for it. Now that it is over, perhaps some day I may tell you under what circumstances it has been relinquished. In the meantime my mind passes to other things, or perhaps I should say my heart. Jemima." Then Bagwax stopped on the path.
"Go on, Mr. Bagwax. Papa will be looking at you."
"Jemima," he said, "will you recompense me by your love for what I have lost on the other side of the globe?" She recompensed him, and he was happy. The future father and son-in-law sat and discussed their joint affairs for an hour after the ladies had retired. As to Jemima and his love, Bagwax was allowed to be altogether triumphant. Mrs. Curlydown kissed him, and he kissed Sophia. That was in public. What passed between him and Jemima no human eye saw. The old post-office clerk took the younger one to his heart, and declared that he was perfectly satisfied with his girl's choice. "I've always known that you were steady," he said, "and that's what I look to. She's had her admirers, and perhaps might have looked higher, but what's rank or money if a man's fond of pleasure?" But when that was settled, they returned again to the Caldigate envelope. Curlydown was not quite so sure as to that question of duty. The proposed journey to Sydney, with £1 a day allowed for expenses, and the traveller's salary going on all the time, would put a nice sum of ready money into Bagwax's pocket. "It would be less than 200 towards furnishing my boy," said Curlydown. "You'll want it. And as for the delay, what's 6 months? Girls like to have a little time to boast about it." But Bagwax had made up his mind, and nothing would shake him. "If they'll let me go out all the same to set matters right, of course I'll take the job. I should think it a duty, and would bear the delay as well as I could.
If Jemima thought it right, I'm sure she wouldn't complain. But since I saw that letter on that stamp, my conscience has told me that I must reveal it all. It might be me as it was in prison, and Jemima who was told that I had a wife in Australia. Since I've looked at it in that light, I've been more determined than ever to go to Sir John Joram's chambers on Monday. Good night, Mr. Curlydown. I'm very glad you asked me down to the cottage to-day, more glad than anything. At 11:30, by the last train, Bagwax returned to town, and spent the night with mingled dreams, in which Sidney, Jemima, and the envelope were all in their turns eluding him, and all in their turns within his grasp. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 53. Sir John backs his opinion. "Well, Mr. Bagwax, I'm glad that it's only one envelope this time." This was said by Sir John Joram to the honest and energetic post-office clerk on the morning of Wednesday the 3rd of September, when the lawyer would have been among the partridges down in Suffolk, but for the vicissitudes of John Caldigate's case. It was hard upon Sir John, and went something against the grain with him. He was past the time of life at which men are enthusiastic as to the wrongs of others, as was Bagwax, and had in truth much less to gain from the cause, or to expect, than Bagwax. He thought that the pertinacity of Bagwax and the coming of Dick Shand at the moment of his holidays were circumstances which justified the use of a little internal strong language, such as he had occasionally used externally before he had become Attorney-General. In fact, he had damned Dick Shand and Bagwax, and in doing so had considered that Jones's clerk was internal. "I wish he had gone to Sydney a month ago," he said to Jones. But when Jones suggested that Bagwax might be sent to Sydney without further trouble, Sir John's conscience pricked him. Not to be able to shoot a Suffolk partridge on the 1st of September was very cruel, but to be detained wrongfully in Cambridge jail was worse, and he was of opinion that such cruelty had been inflicted on Caldigate. On the Saturday Dick Shand had been with him. He had remained in town on the Monday and Tuesday by agreement with Mr. Seeley. Early on the Tuesday intimation was given to him that Bagwax would come on the Wednesday with further evidence, with evidence which should be positively conclusive. Bagwax had in the meantime been with his friend Smithers at the Stamp Office, and was now fully prepared. By the help of Smithers he had arrived at the fact that the postage stamp had certainly been fabricated in 1874, some months after the date imprinted on the cover of the letter to which it was affixed. "No, Sir John, only one this time. We needn't move anything." All the chaos had been restored to its normal place, and looked as though it had never been moved since it was collected. "And we can prove that this Queen's Head did not exist before the 1st of January, 1874? "Here's the deposition," said Bagwax, who, by his frequent intercourse with Mr. Jones, had become almost as good as a lawyer himself. "At least, it isn't a deposition, of course, because it's not sworn." "A statement of what can be proved on oath." "Just that, Sir John. It's Mr. Smithers. Mr. Smithers had been at work for the last 20 years. I knew it just as well as he from the first, because I attend to these sort of things, but I thought it best to go to the fountain head." "Quite right." "Sir John will want to hear it from the fountain head," I said to myself, and therefore I went to Smithers. Smithers is perhaps a little conceited, but his word is gospel. In a matter of postage stamps, Smithers is gospel. Then Sir John read the statement, and though he may not have taken it for gospel, still to him it was credible. "It seems clear," he said. "Clear as the running stream," said Bagwax. "I should like to have all that gang up for perjury, Mr. Bagwax." "So should I, Sir John, so should I. When I think of that poor dear lady and her infant babe without a name, and that young father torn from his paternal acres and cast into a vile prison, my blood boils within my veins, and all my passion to see foreign climes fades into the distance." "No foreign climes now, Mr. Bagwax." "I suppose not, Sir John," said the hero mournfully. "Not if this be true." "It's gospel, Sir John, gospel. They might send me out to set that office to rights. Things must be very wrong when they could get hold of a date stamp and use it in that way. There must be one of the gang in the office." "A bribe did it, I should say." "I could find it out, Sir John. Let me alone for that. You could say that you have found me, quick-like, in this matter. Couldn't you, Sir John?" Bagwax was truly happy in the love of Jemima Curlydown, but the idea of earning £200 for furniture and of seeing distant climes at the same time had taken a strong hold of his imagination. "I am afraid I should have no voice in the matter, unless with the view of getting evidence." "And we've got that, haven't we, Sir John?" "I think so." "Duty, Sir John, duty," said Bagwax, almost sobbing through his triumph. "That's it, Mr. Bagwax." Sir John, too, had given up his partridges, for a day or two. "And that gentleman will now be restored to his wife?" "It isn't for me to say. As you and I have been engaged on the same side—" To be told that he had been on the same side with the late Attorney-General was almost compensation to Bagwax for the loss of his journey. "As you and I have been on the same side, I don't mind telling you that I think he ought to be released. The matter remains with the Secretary of State, who will probably be guided by the judge who tried the case." "A stern man, Sir John." "Not soft-hearted, Mr. Bagwax, but as conscientious a man as you'll be able to put your hand upon. The young wife with her nameless baby won't move him at all. But were he moved by such consideration, he would be so far unfit for his office." "Mercy is divine," said Bagwax. "And therefore unfit to be used by a merely human judge. You know, I suppose, that Richard Shand has come home?" "No." "Indeed he has, and was with me a day or two since." "Can he say anything?" Bagwax was not rejoiced at Dick's opportune return. He thoroughly wished that Caldigate should be liberated, but he wished himself to monopolize the glory of the work. "He says a great deal. He has sworn point-blank there was no such marriage at the time named. He and Caldigate were living together then, and for some weeks afterwards, and the woman was never near them during the time." "To think of his coming just now!" "It will be a great help, Mr. Bagwax, but it wouldn't be enough alone. He might possibly tell an untruth." "Perjury on the other side, as it were?" "Just that. But this little Queen's Head here can't be untrue." "No, Sir John, no, that can't be," said Bagwax, comforted. "And the dated impression can't lie either. The envelope is what'll do it, after all." "I hope so. You and Mr. Jones will prepare the statement for the Secretary of State, and I will send it myself." With that, Mr. Bagwax took his leave, and remained closeted with Mr. Jones for much of the remainder of the day. The moment Sir John was alone, he wrote an almost angry note to his friend Honeybun, in conjunction with whom, and another member of Parliament, he had the shooting in Suffolk. Honeybun, who was also a lawyer, though less successful than his friend, was a much better shot, and was already taking the cream off the milk of the shooting. "I cannot conceive," he said at the end of his letter, "that, after all my experience, I should put myself so much out of my way to serve a client. A man should do what he's paid to do, and what it is presumed that he will do, and nothing more. But here I have been instigated by an insane ambition to emulate the good-natured zeal of a fellow who is absolutely willing to sacrifice himself for the good of a stranger." Then he went on to say that he could not leave London till the Friday. On the Thursday morning he put all the details together, and himself drew out a paper for the perusal of the Secretary of State. As he looked at the matter all round, it seemed to him that the question was so clear that even Judge Bramber could not hesitate. The evidence of Dick Shand was quite conclusive, if credible. It was open, of course, to strong doubt, in that it could not be sifted by cross-examination. Alone it certainly would not have sufficed to extort a pardon from any Secretary of State, as any Secretary of State would have been alive to the fact that Dick might have been suborned. Dick's life had not been such that his single word would have been regarded as certainly true. But in corroboration it was worth much. And then, if the Secretary or the Judge could be got to go into that very complicated question of the dated stamp, it would, Sir John thought, become evident to him that the impression had not been made at the time indicated. This had gradually been borne in upon Sir John's mind, till he was almost as confident in his facts as Bagwax himself. But this operation had required much time and much attention. Would the Secretary, or would the Judge, clear his table and give himself time to inspect and to measure 200 or 300 postmarks?
The date of the fabrication of the postage stamp would of course require to be verified by official report. But if the facts as stated by Bagwax were thus confirmed, then the fraudulent nature of the envelope would be put beyond doubt. It would be so manifest that this morsel of evidence had been falsely concocted that no clear-headed man, let his prepossessions be what they might, could doubt it. Judge Bramber would no doubt begin to sift the case with a strong bias in favour of the jury. It was for a jury to ascertain the facts, and in this case the jury had done so. In his opinion, in Judge Bramber's opinion, as the judge had often declared it, a judge should not be required to determine facts. A new trial, were that possible, would be the proper remedy, if remedy were wanted. But as that was impossible, he would be driven to investigate such new evidence as was brought before him, and to pronounce what would, in truth, be another verdict. All this was clear to Sir John, and he told himself that even Judge Bramber would not be able to deny that false evidence had been submitted to the jury. Sir John, as he occupied his mind with the matter on the Thursday morning, did wake himself up to some generous energy on his client's behalf, so that in sending the written statements of the case to the Home Secretary, he himself wrote a short but strongly worded note. "As it is quite manifest," he said, "that a certain amount of false and fraudulent circumstantial evidence has been brought into court by the witnesses who proved the alleged marriage, and as the direct evidence has now come to hand on the other side, which is very clear, and, as far as we know, trustworthy, I feel myself justified in demanding Her Majesty's pardon for my client." On the next day he went down to Birdseye Lodge, near Ipswich, and was quite enthusiastic on the matter with his friend Honeybun. "I never knew Bramber go beyond a jury in my life," said Honeybun. "I'll have to do it now. They can't keep him in prison when they find that the chief witness was manifestly perjured. The woman swore on her oath that the letter reached her by post in May 1873. It certainly did not do so. The cover, as we see it, has been fabricated since that date." "I never thought that cover went for much," said Honeybun. "For very little, or for nothing at all, perhaps. Still proved to be fraudulent. If they had left the letter alone, their case would have been strong enough for a conviction. As it was, they were fools enough to go into a business of this sort. But they have done so, and as they have been found out, the falsehood which has been detected covers every word of their spoken evidence with suspicion. It will be like losing so much of his heart's blood, but the old fellow will have to give way." "He never gave way in his life." "We'll make him begin." "I'll bet you a pony he don't." "I'll take the bet," said the late Attorney-General. But as he did so he looked round to see that not even a gamekeeper was near enough to hear him. On that Friday Bagwax was in a very melancholy state of mind at his office, in spite of the brilliancy of his prospects with Miss Curlydown. "I'll just come back to my old work," he said to his future father-in-law. "There's nothing else for me to do." This was all as it should be, and would have been regarded a day or two ago by Curlydown as simple justice. There had been quite enough of that pottering over an old envelope, to the manifest inconvenience of himself and others. But now the matter was altered. His was a paternal and an affectionate heart, and he saw very plainly the pecuniary advantage of a journey to Sydney. And he knew too that, in official life as well as elsewhere, to those who have much, more is given. Now that Bagwax was to him in the light of a son, he wished Bagwax to rise in the world. "I wouldn't give it up," said he. "But what would you do?" "I'd stick to it like wax till they did something for me." "There's nothing to stick to." "I'd take it for granted I was going at once to Sydney. I'd get my outfit, and by George I'd take my place." "I've told Sir John I wasn't going, and he said it wasn't necessary." As Bagwax told his sad tale he almost wept. "I wouldn't mind that. I'd have it out of them somehow. Why is he to have all the pay? No doubt it's been hundreds to him, and you've done the work and got nothing." "When I asked him to get me sent, he said he'd no power. Not now it's all so plain." He turned his face down towards the desk to hide the tear that now was in truth running down his face. "But duty," he said, looking up again. "Duty. England expects
damn it, who's going to whimper? When I lay my head on my pillow at night and think that I, Thomas Bagwax, have restored that nameless one to her babe and to her lord, I shall sleep even though that pillow be no better than a hard bolster."
"Jemima will look after that," said the father, laughing. "But still I wouldn't give it up."
"Never give a chance up. They come so seldom."
"I'll tell you what I should do. I should apply to the secretary for leave to go to Sydney at once."
"At my own expense?" said Bagwax, horrified.
"Certainly not. But then you might have an opportunity of investigating all this for the public service. It'll get referred round in some way to the Secretary of State, who can't but say all that you've done. When it gets out of a man's own office, he don't so much mind doing a little job. It sounds good-natured, and then if they don't do anything for you, you'll get a grievance. Next to a sum of money down, a grievance is the best thing you can have. A man who can stick to a grievance year after year will always make money out of it at last." On the Saturday, Bagwax went down to Apricot Lodge, having been invited to stay with his beloved till the Monday. In the smiles of his beloved he did find much consolation, especially as it had already been assured to him that £60 a year would be settled on Jemima on and from her wedding day. And then they made very much of him.
"You do love me, Tom, don't you?" said Jemima.
They were sitting on camp stools behind the grotto, and Bagwag answered by pressing the loved one's waist.
"Better than going to Sydney, Tom, don't you?"
"It is so very different," said Bagwag, which was true.
"If you don't like me better than anything else in all the world, however different, I will never stand at the altar with you."
And she moved her camp stool perhaps an inch away.
"In the way of loving, of course I do." "Then why do you grieve when you've got what you like best?"
"You don't understand, Jemima, what a spirit of adventure means."
"I think I do, or I shouldn't be going to marry you. That's quite as great an adventure as a journey to Sydney. You ought to be very glad to get off now you're going to settle down as a married man."
"Think what £200 would do, Jemima, in the way of furniture."
"That's papa putting in, I know. I hate all that hankering after filthy lucre. You ought to be ashamed of wanting to go so far away just when you're engaged. You wouldn't care about leaving me, I suppose, the least."
"I should always be thinking of you."
"Yes, you would, but suppose I wasn't thinking of you. Suppose I took to thinking of somebody else. How would it be then?"
"You wouldn't do that, Jemima."
"You ought to know when you're well off, Tom."
By this time he had recovered the inch, and perhaps a little more.
"You ought to feel that you've plenty to console you."
"So I do. Duty, duty. England expects that every man—"
"That's your idea of consolation, is it?"
And away went the camp stool half a yard.
"You believe in duty, don't you, Jemima?" "In a husband's duty to his wife I do, and in a young man's duty to his sweetheart."
"And in a father's to his children."
"That's as may be,"
said she, getting up and walking away into the kitchen garden. He, of course, accompanied her, and before they got to the house had promised her not to sigh for the delights of Sydney, nor for the perils of adventure any more. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 54. Judge Bramber. A Secretary of State who has to look after the police and the magistrates, to answer questions in the House of Commons, and occasionally to make a telling speech in defence of his colleagues, and, in addition to this, is expected to perform the duties of a practical court of appeal in criminal cases, must have something to do. To have to decide whether or no some poor wretch shall be hanged, when, in spite of the clearest evidence, humanitarian petitions by the dozen overwhelm him with claims for mercy, must be a terrible responsibility. No, your Majesty, I think we won't hang him. I think we'll send him to penal servitude for life, if your Majesty pleases. That is so easy, and would be so pleasant. Why should anyone grumble at so right royal a decision? But there are the newspapers, always so prone to complain, and the Secretary has to acknowledge that he must be strong enough to hang his culprits in spite of petitions, or else he must give up that office. But when the evidence is not clear, the case is twice more difficult. The jury have found their verdict, and the law intends that the verdict of a jury shall be conclusive. When a man has been declared to be guilty by 12 of his countrymen, he is guilty, let the facts have been what they may, and let the 12 have been ever so much in error. Majesty, however, can pardon guilt, and hence arises some awkward remedy for the mistakes of jurymen. But an unassisted Majesty cannot itself investigate all things, is not in fact in this country supposed to perform any duties of that sort. A Secretary of State is invested with the privilege of what is called mercy. It is justice rather that is wanted. If Bagwax were in the right about that envelope, and the reader will by this time think that he was right, and if Dick Shand had sworn truly, then certainly our friend John Caldigate was not in want of mercy. It was instant justice that he required, with such compensation as might come to him from the indignant sympathy of all good men. I remember to have seen a man at Bermuda whose fate was peculiar. He was sleek, fat, and apparently comfortable, mixing pills when I saw him. He himself a convict, and administering to the wants of his brother convicts. He remonstrated with me on the hardness of his position. "Either I did do it or I didn't," he said. "It was because they thought I didn't that they sent me here. And if I didn't, what right had they to keep me here at all?" I passed on in silence, not daring to argue the matter with the man in face of the warder. But the man was right. He had murdered his wife, so at least the jury had said, and had been sentenced to be hanged. He had taken the poor woman into a little island, and while she was bathing had drowned her. Her screams had been heard on the mainland, and the jury had found the evidence sufficient. Some newspaper had thought the reverse, and had mooted the question, was not the distance too great for such screams to have been heard, or at any rate understood? So the man was again brought to trial in the court of the Home Office, and was, not pardoned, but sent to grow fat and make pills at Bermuda. He had, or he had not, murdered his wife. If he did the deed, he should have been hanged, and if not, he should not have been forced to make extorted pills. What was the Secretary of State to do in such a case? No doubt he believed that the wretch had murdered his wife. No doubt the judge believed it. All the world believed it. But the newspaper was probably right in saying that the evidence was hardly conclusive, probably right because it produced its desired effect. If the argument had been successfully used with the jury would have acquitted the man. Then surely the Secretary of State should have sent him out as though acquitted, and, not daring to hang him, should have treated him as innocent. Another trial was in truth demanded. And so it was in Caldigate's case. The Secretary of State, getting up early in the morning after a remarkable speech in which he vindicated his ministry from the attacks of all Europe, did read all the papers, and took home to himself the great Bagwaxian theory. He mastered Dick's evidence, and managed to master something also as to Dick's character. He quite understood the argument as to the postage stamps, which went further with him than the other arguments. And he understood the perplexity of his own position. If Bagwax was right, not a moment should be lost in releasing the ill-used man. To think of pardon, to mention pardon, would be an insult. Instant justice, with infinite regrets that the injuries inflicted admitted of no compensation, that, and that only, was impressively demanded. How grossly would that man have been ill-used! How cruelly would that woman have been injured! But then again, if Bagwax was wrong, if the cunning fraud had been concocted over here and not in Sydney, if the plot had been made not to incarcerate an innocent man but to liberate a guilty man, then how unfit would he show himself for his position were he to be taken in by such guile? What crime could be worse than that committed by Caldigate against the young lady he had betrayed, if Caldigate were guilty? Upon the whole, he thought it would be safer to trust to the jury, but comforted himself by the reflection that he could for a while transfer the responsibility. It would perhaps be expedient to transfer it altogether. So he sent all the papers on to Judge Bramber. Judge Bramber was a great man. Never popular, he had been wise enough to disregard popularity. He had forced himself into practice in opposition to the attorneys by industry and perspicuity. He had attended exclusively in his profession, never having attempted to set his foot on the quicker stepping stones of political life. It was said of him that no one knew whether he would call himself Liberal or Conservative. At 55 he was put upon the bench simply because he was supposed to possess a judicial mind. Here he amply justified that opinion, but not without the sneer and ill words of many. He was now 70, and it was declared that years had had no effect on him. He was supposed to be absolutely merciless, as hard as a nether millstone, a judge who could put on the black cap without a feeling of inward disgust. But it may be surmised that they who said so knew nothing of him, for he was a man not apt to betray the secrets of his inner life. He was noted for his reverence for a jury, and for his silence on the bench. The older he grew, the shorter became his charges, nor were there wanting those who declared that his conduct in this respect was intended as a reproach to some who are desirous of adorning the bench by their eloquence. To sit there listening to everything, and subordinating himself to others till his interposition was necessary, was his idea of a judge's duty. But when the law had declared itself, he was always strong in supporting the law. A man condemned for murder ought to be hanged, so thought Judge Bramber, and not released in accordance with the fantasy of philanthropists. Such were the requirements of the law. If the law were cruel, let the legislators look to that. He was once heard to confess that the position of a judge who had condemned an innocent man might be hard to bear. But, he added, that a country would be unfortunate which did not possess judges capable of bearing even that sorrow. In his heart he disapproved of the attribute of mercy as belonging to the Crown. It was opposed to his idea of English law, and apt to do harm rather than good. He had been quite convinced of Caldigate's guilt, not only by the direct evidence, but by the concurrent circumstances. To his thinking, it was not in human nature that a man should pay such a sum as £20,000 to such people as Cricket and Euphemia Smith, a sum of money which was not due either legally or morally, except with an improper object. I have said that he was a great man, but he did not rise to any appreciation of the motives which had unquestionably operated with Caldigate. Had Caldigate been quite assured when he paid the money that his enemies would remain and bear witness against him, still he would have paid it. In that matter he had endeavoured to act as he would have acted had the circumstances of the mining transaction been made known to him when no threat was hanging over his head. But all that Judge Bramber did not understand. He understood, however, quite clearly that under no circumstances should money have been paid by an accused person to witnesses while that person's guilt and innocence were in question. In his summing up, he had simply told the jury to consider the matter, but he had so spoken the words as to make the jury fully perceive what had been the result of his own consideration. And then Caldigate and the woman had lived together, and a distinct and repeated promise of marriage had been acknowledged. It was acknowledged that the man had given his name to the woman, so far as himself to write it. Whatever might be the fact as to the postmark and postage stamps, the words Mrs. Caldigate had been written by the man now in prison. 4 persons had given direct evidence, and in opposition to them there had been nothing. Till Dick Shand had come, no voice had been brought forward to throw even a doubt upon the marriage. That 2 false witnesses should adhere together well in a story was uncommon. That 3 should do so most rare. With 4 it would be almost a miracle. But these 4 had adhered. They were people, probably of bad character, whose lives had perhaps been lawless. But if so, it would have been so much easier to prove them false, if they were false. Thus Judge Bramber, when he passed sentence on Caldigate, had not in the least doubted that the verdict was a true verdict. And now the case was sent to him for reconsideration. He hated such reconsiderations. He first read Sir John Joram's letter, and declared to himself that it was unfit to have come from anyone calling himself a lawyer. There was an enthusiasm about it altogether beneath a great advocate, certainly beneath any forensic advocate employed otherwise than in addressing a jury. He, Judge Bramber, had never himself talked of demanding a verdict even from a jury. He had only endeavoured to win it. But that a man who had been Attorney General, who had been the head of the bar, should thus write to a Secretary of State, was to him disgusting. To his thinking, a great lawyer, even a good lawyer, would be incapable of enthusiasm as to any case in which he was employed. The ignorant, childish world outside would indulge in zeal and hot feelings, but for an advocate to do so was to show that he was no lawyer, that he was no better than the outside world. Even spoken eloquence was, in his mind, almost beneath a lawyer. Studied eloquence certainly was so. But such written words as these disgusted him. And then he came across allusions to the condition of the poor lady at Foking. What could the condition of the lady at Foking have to do with the matter? Though the poor lady at Foking should die in her sorrow, that could not alter the facts as they had occurred in Australia. It was not for him, or for the Secretary of State, to endeavour to make things pleasant all round here in England. It had been the jury's duty to find out whether that crime had been committed, and his duty to see that all due facilities were given to the jury. It had been Sir John Joram's duty to make out what best case he could for his client, and then to rest contented. Had all things been as they should be, the Secretary of State would have had no duty at all in the matter. It was in this frame of mind that Judge Bramber applied himself to the consideration of the case. No juster man ever lived, and yet in his mind there was a bias against the prisoner. Nevertheless, he went to his work with great patience, and a resolve to sift everything that was to be sifted. The Secretary of State had done no more than his required duty in sending the case to him, and he would now do his. He took the counter-evidence as it came in the papers. In order that the two Bagwaxian theories, each founded on the same small document, might be expounded, one consecutively after the other, Dick Shand and his deposition were produced first. The judge declared to himself that Dick's single oath, which could not now be tested by cross-examination, amounted to nothing. He had been a drunkard and a pauper, had descended to the lowest occupation which the country afforded, and had more than once nearly died from delirium tremens. He had then come home penniless, and had produced his story. If such evidence could avail to rescue a prisoner from his sentence and to upset a verdict, what verdict or what sentence could stand? Poor Dick's sworn testimony, in Judge Bramber's mind, told rather against Caldigate than for him. Then came the postmarks, as to which the Bagwaxian theory was quite distinct from that as to the postage stamp. Here the judge found facts to be somewhat complicated and mazy. It was long before he could understand the full purport of the argument used, and even at last he hardly understood the whole of it. But he could see nothing in it to justify him by upsetting the verdict, nothing even to convince him that the envelope had been fraudulently handled. There was no evidence that such a dated stamp had not been in use at Sydney on the day named. Copies from the records kept daily at Sydney, photograph copies, should have been submitted before that argument had been used. But when it came to the postage stamp, then he told himself very quickly that the envelope had been fraudulently handled. The evidence as to the date of the manufacture of the stamp was conclusive. It could not have served to pay the postage on a letter from Sydney to Nobble in May 1873, seeing that it had not then been in existence. And thus any necessity there might otherwise have been for further inquiry as to the postmarks was dissipated. The envelope was a declared fraud, and the fraud required no further proof. That morsel of evidence had been fabricated, and laid at any rate one of the witnesses in the last trial open to a charge of perjury. So resolving, Judge Bramber pushed the papers away from him, and began to think the case over in his mind. There was certainly something in the entire case as it now stood to excuse Sir John. That was the first line which his thoughts took. An advocate having clearly seen into a morsel of evidence on the side opposed to him, and having proved to himself beyond all doubt that it was maliciously false,
must be held to be justified in holding more than a mere advocate's conviction as to the innocence of his client. Sir John had of course felt that a foul plot had been contrived. A foul plot no doubt had been contrived. Had the discovery taken place before the case had been submitted to the jury, the detection of that plot would doubtless have saved the prisoner, whether guilty or innocent. So much Judge Bramber admitted. But should it necessarily serve to save him now? Before a jury it would have saved him, whether guilty or innocent. But the law had got hold of him, and had made him guilty, and the law need not now subject itself to the normal human weakness of a jury. The case was now in his hands, in his and those of the secretary, and there need be no weakness. If the man was innocent, in God's name let him go. Though, as the judge observed to himself, he had deserved all he had got for his folly and vice. But this discovered plot by no means proved the man's innocence. It only proved the determination of certain persons to secure his conviction, whether by foul means or fair. Then he recapitulated to himself various cases in which he had known false evidence to have been added to true, with the object of convincing a jury as to a real fact. It might well be that this gang of ruffians, for it was manifest that there had been such a gang, finding the envelope addressed by the man to his wife, had fraudulently, and as foolishly as fraudulently, endeavoured to bolster up their case by the postage stamp and the postmark. Looking back at all the facts, remembering that fatal £20,000, remembering that though the postmarks were forged on that envelope the writing was true, remembering the acknowledged promise and the combined testimony of the four persons, he was inclined to think that something of the kind had been done in this case. If it was so, though he would fain see the perpetrators of that fraud on their trial for perjury, their fraud in no way diminished Caldigate's guilt. That a guilty man should escape out of the hands of justice by any fraud was wormwood to Judge Bramber. Caldigate was guilty, the jury had found him so. Could he take upon himself to say that the finding of the jury was wrong, because the prosecuting party had concocted a fraud which had not been found out before the verdict was given? Sir John Joram, whom he had known almost as a boy, had demanded the release of his client. The word stuck in Judge Bramber's throat. The word had been injudicious. The more he thought of the word, the more he thought that the verdict had been a true verdict, in spite of the fraud. A very honest man was Judge Bramber, but human. He almost made up his mind, but then was obliged to confess to himself that he had not quite done so. "It taints the entire evidence with perjury," Sir John had said. The woman's evidence was absolutely so tainted, was defiled with perjury, and the man Crinkett had been so near the woman that it was impossible to disconnect them. Who had concocted the fraud? The woman could hardly have done so without the man's connivance. It took him all the morning to think the matter out, and then he had not made up his mind. To reverse the verdict would certainly be a thorn in his side, a pernicious thorn, but one which, if necessary, he would endure. Thorns, however, such as these, are very persuasive. At last he determined to have inquiry made as to the woman by the police. She had laid herself open to an indictment for perjury, and in making inquiry on that head, something further might probably be learned. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 55. How the Conspirators Throve. There had been some indiscretion among Caldigate's friends, from which it resulted that, while Judge Bramber was considering the matter, and before the police intelligence of Scotland Yard even had stirred itself in obedience to the judge's orders, nearly all the circumstances which had been submitted to the judge had become public. Shand knew all that Bagwax had done. Bagwax was acquainted with the whole of Dick's evidence, and Hester, down at Foking, understood perfectly what had been revealed by each of these enthusiastic allies. Dick, as we know, had been staying at Foking, and had made his presence notable throughout the county.
he had succeeded in convincing Uncle Babington, and had been judged to be a false witness by all the Boltons. In that there had perhaps been no great indiscretion. But when Bagwag's opened a correspondence with Mrs. John Caldigate, and explained to her at great length all the circumstances of the postmark and the postage stamps, and when at her instance he got a day's holiday and rushed down to Foking, then, as he felt himself, he was doing that of which Sir John Joram and Mr. Jones would not approve. But he could not restrain himself. And why should he restrain himself when he had lost all hope of his journey to Sydney? When the prospect of that delight no longer illumined his days, why should he not enjoy the other delight of communicating his tidings, his own discoveries, to the afflicted lady? Unless he did so, it would appear to her that Joram had done it all, and there would be no reward, absolutely none. So he told his tale, at first by letter, and then with his own natural eloquence. "Yes, Mrs. Caldigate, the postmarks are difficult. It takes a lifetime of study to understand all the ins and outs of postmarks. To me it is ABC, of course. When I'd spent a week or two looking into it, I was sure that impression had never been made in the way of business." Bagwag was sitting out on the lawn at Foking, and the bereaved wife, dressed in black, was near him, holding in her hand one of the photographed copies of the envelope. "It's ABC to me, but I don't wonder you shouldn't see it." "I think I do see a great deal," said Hester. "But any babe may understand that," said Bagwag, pressing forward and putting his forefinger on the obliteration of the postage stamp. "You see the date in the postmark?" "I know the date very well. We've had it proved that on the date given there, this identical postage stamp had not yet been manufactured. The Secretary of State can't get over that. I'll defy him." "Why don't they release him at once, then?" "Between you and me, Mrs. Caldigate, I think it's Judge Bramber." "He can't want to injure an innocent man." "From what I've heard Sir John say, I fancy he doesn't like to have the verdict upset. But they must do it. I'll defy them to get over that." And again he tapped the Queen's head. Then he told the story of his love for Jemima and of his engagement. Of course he was praised and petted, as indeed he deserved. And thus, though the house at Foking was a sad house, he enjoyed himself, as men do when much is made of them by pretty women. But the result of all this was that every detail of the story became known to the public, and was quite common down at Cambridge. The old squire was urgent with Mr. Seeley, asking why it was that, when these things were known, an instant order had not come from the Secretary of State for the liberation of his son. Mr. Seeley had not been altogether pleased at the way in which Sir John had gone to work, and was still convinced of the guilt of his own client. His answer was therefore unsatisfactory, and the old squire proclaimed his intention of proceeding himself to London and demanding an interview with the Secretary of State. Then the Cambridge newspapers took up the subject, generally in the Caldigate interest, and from thence the matter was transferred to the metropolitan columns, which, with one exception, were strong in favour of such a reversal of the verdict as could be effected by a pardon from the Queen. The one exception was very pellucid, very unanswerable, and very cold-blooded. It might have been written by Judge Bramber himself, but that Judge Bramber would sooner have cut his hand off than have defiled it by making public aught that had come before him judicially or officially. But all Judge Bramber's arguments were there set forth. Dick wished his father at once to proceed against the paper for libel, because the paper said that his word could not be taken for much. The postmarks theory was exposed to derision. There was no doubt much in the postage stamp, but not enough to upset the overwhelming weight of evidence by which the verdict had been obtained. And so the case became really public, and the newspapers were bought and read with the avidity which marks those festive periods in which some popular criminal is being discussed at every breakfast table. Much of this had occurred before the intelligence of Scotland Yard had been set to work in obedience to Judge Bramber. The papers had been a day or two in the Home Office, and 3 or 4 days in the judge's hands before he could look at them. To Hester and the old squire of Foking, the incarceration of that injured darling was the one thing in all the world which now required attention. To redress that terrible grievance, judges, secretaries, thrones, and parliaments should have left their wonted tracks and thought of nothing till it had been accomplished. But Judge Bramber, in the performance of his duties, was never hurried, and at the Home Office a delay but of 3 or 4 days amounted to official haste. Thus it came to pass that all that Bagwax had done and all that Shand had said were known to the public at large before the intelligence of Scotland Yard was at work, before anybody had as yet done anything. Among the public were Euphemia Smith and Mr. Crinkett, Adamson also, and Anna Young, the other witness. Since the trial this confraternity had not passed an altogether fraternal life. When the money had been paid, the woman had insisted on having the half. She, indeed, had carried the cheque for the amount away from the Jericho coffee-house. It had been given into her hands and those of Crinkett conjointly, and she had secured the document. The amount was payable to their joint order, and each had felt that it would be better to divide the spoil in peace. Crinkett had taken his half with many grumblings, because he had in truth arranged the matter and hitherto paid the expenses. Then the woman had wished at once to start for Australia, taking the other female with her. But to this Crinkett had objected. They would certainly, he said, be arrested for breaking their bail at whatever port they might reach. And why should they go, seeing that the money had been paid to them on the distinct understanding that they were not pledged to abandon the prosecution? Most unwillingly the woman remained, but did so fearing lest worse evil might betide her. Then there had arisen quarrels about the money between the two females, and between Crinkett and Adamson. It was in vain that Crinkett showed that, were he to share with Adamson, there would be very little of the plunder left to him. Adamson demanded a quarter of the whole, short of a quarter of the expenses, declaring that were it not paid to him he would divulge everything to the police. The woman, who got her money in her hand, and who was in truth spending it very quickly, would give back nothing for expenses, unless her expenses in England also were considered. Nor would she give a shilling to Anna Young, beyond an allowance of £2 a week, till, as she said, they were both back in the colony again. But Anna Young did not wish to go back to the colony. And so they quarrelled till the trial came and was over. The verdict had been given on the 20th of July, and it was about the middle of September when the newspapers made public all that Shand and Bagwax between them had said and done. At that time the 4 conspirators were still in England. The 2 men were living a wretched life in London, and the women were probably not less wretched at Brighton. Mrs. Smith, when she learned that Dick Shand was alive and in England, immediately understood her danger, but did not at all measure the security which might come to her from the nature of Dick's character. She would have flown instantly without a word to anyone, but that the other woman watched her day and night. They did not live under the same roof, nor in similar style. Euphemia Smith wore silk, and endeavoured to make the best of what female charms her ill mode of life had left to her, while Young was content with poor apparel and poor living, but spent her time in keeping guard on the other. The woman in silk knew that were she to leave her lodgings for half a day without the knowledge of the woman in calico, the woman in calico would at once reveal everything to the police. But when she understood the point which had been raised and made as to the postmark, which she did understand thoroughly, then she comprehended also her own jeopardy, and hurried up to London to see Crinkett. And she settled matters with Young. If Young would go back with her to Australia, everything there should be made pleasant. Terms were made at the Brighton station. Anna Young was to receive £2,000 in London, and would then remain as companion with her old mistress. In London there was a close conference, at first between the 2 principals only. Crinkett thought that he was comparatively safe. He had sworn to nothing about the letter, and though he himself had prepared the envelope, no proof of his handiwork was forthcoming that he had done so. But he was quite ready to start again to some distant portion of the earth's surface, to almost any distant portion of the earth's surface, if she would consent to a joining of purses. "And who is to keep the joint purse?" asked Mrs. Smith, not without a touch of grand irony. "Me, of course," said Crinkett. "A man must always have the money." "I'd sooner have 14 years for perjury like the claimant," said Mrs. Smith, with a grand resolve that, come what might, she would stick to her own money. But at last it was decided. Adamson would not stir a step, but consented to remain with £2,000, which Cricket was compelled to pay him. Cricket handed him the money within the precincts of one of the city banks, not an hour before the sailing of the Julius Vogel from the London docks for Auckland in New Zealand. At that moment both the women were on board the Julius Vogel, and the gang was so far safe. Cricket was there in time, and they were carried safely down the river. New Zealand had been chosen because there they would be further from their persecutors than at any other spot they could reach, and the journey would occupy long, and they were pervaded by an idea that, as they had been hitherto brought in question as to no crime, the officers of justice would hardly bring them back from so great a distance. The Julius Vogel touched at Plymouth on her outward voyage. How terribly inconvenient must be this habit of touching to passengers going from home, such as Euphemia Smith and Thomas Cricket. And the wretched vessel, which had made a quick passage round from the Thames, lay 2 days and 2 nights at Dartmouth before it went on to Plymouth. Our friends, of course, did not go on shore. Our friends, who were known as Mr. Catley and his 2 widowed sisters, Mrs. Salmon and Mrs. York, kept themselves very quiet and were altogether well behaved. But the women could not restrain some manifestation of their impatience. Why did not the vessel start? Why were they to be delayed? Then the captain made known to them that the time for starting had not yet come. 3 o'clock on that day was the time fixed for starting. As the slow moments wore themselves away, the women trembled, huddled together on the poop of the vessel, while Cricket, never letting the pipe out of his mouth, stood leaning against the taffrail, looking towards the port, gazing across the waters to see whether anything was coming towards the ship which might bode evil to his journey. Then there came the bustle preparatory to starting, and Cricket thought that he was free, at any rate, for that journey. But such bustle spreads itself over many minutes. 1/4 of an hour succeeded 1/4 of an hour, and still they were not off. The last passenger came on board, and yet they were not off. Then Cricket, with his sharp eyes, saw another boat pushed from the shore, and heard a voice declare that the Julius Vogel had received a signal not to start. Then Cricket knew that a time of desperate trouble had come upon him, and he bethought himself what he would do. Were he to jump overboard, they would simply pick him up. Nor was he quite sure that he wished to die. The money which he had kept had not been obtained fraudulently, and would be left to him, he thought, after that term of imprisonment which it might be his fate to endure. But then again, it might be that no such fate was in store for him. He had sworn only to the marriage, and not to the letter. It might still be possible that he should be acquitted, while the woman was condemned. So he stood perfectly still, and said not a word to either of his companions as to the boat which was coming. He could soon see 2 men in the guise of policemen, and another who was certainly a policeman, though not in that guise. He stood there very quiet, and determined that he would tell his own name and those of the 2 women at the first question that was asked him. On the day but one following, Cricket and Euphemia Smith were committed in London to take their trial for perjury. Adamson, when he had read the reports in the newspapers and had learned that the postage stamp had been detected, and that Shand was at home, also looked about him a little. He talked over the matter at great length with Cricket, but he did not tell Cricket all his own ideas. Some of them he did make known to Cricket. He would not himself go to the colonies with Cricket, nor would he let Cricket go till some share of the plunder had been made over to him. This, after many words, had been fixed at £2,000, and the money, as we have seen, had been paid. Cricket had been careful to make the payment at as late a moment as possible. He had paid the amount, very much to his own regret when he saw that boat coming, because he was quite sure that Adamson would at once have denounced him to the police had he not done so. Adamson might denounce him in spite of the payment, but the payment appeared to him to be his best chance. When he saw the boat coming, he knew that he had simply thrown away his £2,000. In truth, he had simply thrown it away. There is no comfort in having kept one's word honestly when one would fain have broken it dishonestly. Adamson, with the large roll of banknotes still in his pocket, had gone at once to Scotland Yard and told his story. At that time all the details had been sent by the judge to the police office, and it was understood that a great inquiry was to be made. In the first place, Cricket and Euphemia Smith were wanted. Adamson soon made his bargain. He could certainly tell where Cricket and the women were to be found, but he must be assured that any little peccadillo of which he himself might have been guilty would be overlooked. The peccadillo on his part had been very small, but he must be assured. Then he was assured, and told the police at once that they could stop the two travellers at Plymouth. And of course he told more than that. There had been no marriage, no real marriage. He had been induced to swear that there had been a marriage, because he had regarded the promise and the cohabitation as making a marriage in heaven. So he had expressed himself, and so excused himself. But now his eyes had been opened to the error of his ways, and he was free to acknowledge that he had committed perjury. There had been no marriage, certainly none at all. He made his deposition, and bound himself down, and submitted to live under the surveillance of the police till the affair should be settled. Then he would be able to go where he listed, with £2,000 in his pocket. He was a humble, silent, and generally obedient man, but in this affair he had managed to thrive better than any of the others. Anna Young was afterwards allowed to fill the same position, but she failed in getting any of the money. While the women were in London together, and as they were starting, Euphemia Smith had been too strong for her companion. She had declared that she would not pay the money till they were afloat, and then that she would not pay it till they had left Plymouth. When the police came on board the Julius Vogel, Anna Young had as yet received nothing. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 56. The Boltons are very firm. While all this was going on, as the general opinion in favour of Caldigate was becoming stronger every day, when even Judge Bramber had begun to doubt, the feeling which had always prevailed at Puritan Grange was growing in intensity and converting itself from a conviction into a passion. That the wicked bigamist had falsely and fraudulently robbed her of her daughter was a religion to Mrs. Bolton, and, as the matter had proceeded, the old banker had become ever more and more submissive to his wife's feelings. All the Cambridge Boltons were in accord on this subject, who had never before been in accord on any subject. Robert Bolton, who understood thoroughly each point as it was raised on behalf of Caldigate, was quite sure that the old squire was spending his money freely, his own money and his son's, with the view of getting the verdict set aside. What was so clear as that Dick Shand and Bagwags, and probably also Smithers from the stamps and taxes, were all in the pay of old Caldigate? At this time the defection of Adamson was not known to him, but he did know that a strong case was being made with the Secretary of State. "If it costs me all I have in the world, I will expose them," he said up in London to his brother William, the London barrister. The barrister was not quite in accord with the other Boltons. He also had been disposed to think that Dick Shand and Bagwags might have been bribed by the squire. It was at any rate possible, and the £20,000 paid to the accusing witnesses had always stuck in his throat when he had endeavoured to believe that Caldigate might be innocent. It seemed to him still that the balance of evidence was against the man who had taken his sister away from her home. But he was willing to leave that to the Secretary of State and to the judge. He did not see why his sister should not have her husband and be restored to the world, if Judge Bramber should at last decide that so it ought to be. No money could bribe Judge Bramber. No undue persuasion could weaken him. If that Rhadamanthus should at last say that the verdict had been a wrong verdict, then, for pity's sake, for love's sake, in the name of humanity, and for the sake of all Boltons present and to come, let the man be considered innocent. But Robert Bolton was more intent on his purpose, and was a man of stronger passion. Perhaps some real religious scruple told him that a woman should not live with a man who was not her true husband, let any judge say what he might. But hatred, probably, had more to do with it than religion. It was he who had first favoured Caldigate's claim on Hester's hand, and he who had been most grievously deceived. From the moment in which the conviction had come upon him that Caldigate had even promised his hand in marriage to Euphemia Smith, he had become Caldigate's enemy, his bitter enemy. And now he could not endure the thought that he should be called upon again to receive Caldigate as his brother-in-law. Caldigate's guilt was an idea fixed in his mind, which no Secretary of State, no Judge Bramber, no brother could expel. And so it came to pass that there were hard words between him and his brother. "You are wrong," said William. "How wrong? You cannot say that you believe him to be innocent." "If he receives the Queen's pardon, he is to be considered as innocent." "Even though you should know him to have been guilty?" "Well, yes," said William, slowly, and perhaps indiscreetly. "It is a matter in which a man's guilt or innocence must be held to depend upon what persons in due authority have declared. As he is now guilty of bigamy in consequence of the verdict, even though he should never have committed the offence, so should he be presumed to be innocent when that verdict has been set aside by the Queen's pardon on the advice of her proper officers, even though he committed the offence." "You would have your sister live with a man who has another wife alive? It comes to that." "For all legal purposes he would have no other wife alive." "The children would be illegitimate." "There you are decidedly wrong," said the barrister. "The children would be legitimate. Even at this moment, without any pardon, the child could claim and would enter in upon his inheritance." "The next of kin would claim," said the attorney. "The burden of proving the former marriage would then be on him," said the barrister. "The verdict would be evidence," said the attorney. "Certainly," said the barrister, "but such evidence would not be worth a straw after a Queen's pardon, given on the advice of the judge who had tried the former case. As yet we know not what the judge may say. We do not know the facts as they have been expounded to him. But if Caldigate be regarded as innocent by the world at large, it will be our duty so to regard him." "I will never look on him as Hester's husband," said the attorney. "I and Fanny have already made up our minds that we would at once ask them to come to us for a month," said the barrister. "Nothing on earth would induce me to speak to him," said the attorney. "Then you will be very cruel to Hester," said the barrister. "It is dreadful to me," said the attorney, "that you should care so little for your sister's reputation." And so they quarrelled. Robert, leaving the house in great dudgeon, went down on the following morning to Cambridge. At Puritan Grange the matter was argued rather by rules of religion than of law. But as the rules of law were made by those interested to fit themselves to expediency, so were the rules of religion fitted to prejudice. No hatred could be more bitter than that which Mrs. Bolton felt for the man whom she would permit no one to call her son-in-law. Something as to the postage stamp and the postmarks was told her, but with a woman's indomitable obstinacy she closed her mind against all that, as indeed did also the banker. "Is her position in the world to depend upon a postage stamp?" said the banker, intending to support his wife. Then she arose in her wrath and was very eloquent. "Her position in the world," she said. "What does it matter? It is her soul. Though all men and all women should call her a castaway, it would be nothing if the Lord knew her to be guiltless. But she would be living as an adulteress with an adulterer. The law has told her that it is so. She will feel every day and every night that she is a transgressor, and will vainly seek consolation by telling herself that men have pardoned that which God has condemned." And again she broke forth. "The Queen's pardon! What right has the Queen to pardon an adulterer who has crept into the bosom of a family and destroyed all that he found there? What sense of justice can any queen have in her bosom who will send such a one back, to heap sin upon sin, to fasten the bonds of iniquity on the soul of my child?" Postage stamps and postmarks and an old envelope. The triviality of the things as compared with the importance of everlasting life made her feel that they were unworthy to be even noticed. It did not occur to her that the presence of a bodkin might be ample evidence of murder. Postmarks, indeed, when her daughter's everlasting life was the matter in question. Then they told her of Dick Shand. She too had heard of Dick Shand. He had been a gambler. So she said, without much truth. He was known for a drunkard, a spendthrift, a penniless, idle ne'er-do-well who had wandered back home without clothes to his back, which was certainly untrue, as the yellow trousers had been bought at San Francisco. And now she was told that the hated miscreant was to be released from prison because such a one as this was ready to take an oath. She had a knack of looking on such men, ne'er-do-wells like Dick Shand and Caldigate, as human beings who had, as it were, lost their souls before death, so that it was useless to think of them otherwise than as already damned. That Caldigate should become a good, honest, loving husband, or Dick Shand a truth-speaking witness, was to her thinking much more improbable than that a camel should go through the eye of a needle. She would press her lips together and grind her teeth and shake her head when anyone about her spoke of a doubt. The man was in prison, at any rate for 2 years, locked up safe for so much time as it might be a wild beast which with infinite trouble had been caged. And now they were talking of undoing the bars and allowing the monster to gorge himself again with his prey. If the Queen were told the truth, she would never do it, she said to her amazed husband. The Queen is a mother, and a woman who kneels in prayer before her Maker. Something should be done so that the truth may be made known to her. To illuminate all the darkness which was betrayed by this appeal to him was altogether beyond Mr. Bolton's power. He appreciated the depth of the darkness. He knew, for instance, that the Queen herself would in such a matter act so simply in accordance with the advice of someone else, that the pardon, if given, would not in the least depend on Her Majesty's sentiments. To call it the Queen's pardon was a simple figure of speech. This was manifest to him, and he was driven to endeavour to make it manifest to her. She spoke of a petition to be sent direct to the Queen, and insinuated that Robert Bolton, if he were anything like a real brother, would force himself into Her Majesty's presence. "It isn't the Queen," said her husband. "It is the Queen. Mercy is the prerogative of the Crown. Even I know as much as that. And she is to be made to believe that this is mercy?" "Her Majesty does what her ministers tell her." "But she wouldn't if she was told the truth. I do not for a moment believe that she would allow such a man as that to be let loose about the world like a roaring lion, if she knew all that you and I know. Mercy, indeed!" "It won't be meant for mercy, my dear." "What then? Do you not know that the man had another wife alive, a wife much more suited to him than our poor darling? Nobody would hear my voice while there was yet time. And so my child, my only one, was taken away from me by her own father and her own brothers, and no one now will exert herself to bring her back to her home." The poor old man had had but little comfort in his home since his daughter's marriage, and was now more miserable than ever. Then there came a letter from Hester to her mother. Since Mrs. Bolton's last visit to Woking, there had been some correspondence maintained. A few letters had passed, very sad on each side, in which the daughter had assured her mother of her undying love, and in which the mother had declared that day and night she prayed for her child. But of Caldigate, neither on one side nor on the other had mention been made. Now Hester, who was full of hope and sick with hope deferred, endeavoured to convince her mother that the entire charge against her husband had been proved by new evidence to be false. She recapitulated all the little details with which the diligent reader must by this time be too well acquainted. She made quite clear, as she thought, the infamous plot by which the envelope had been made to give false evidence, and she added the assurance that certainly before long her dearest, ill-used husband would be restored to her. Then she went on to implore her mother's renewed affection both for herself and him and her boy, promising that bygones should all be bygones, and then she ended by declaring that though the return of her husband would make her very happy, she could not be altogether happy unless her parents also should be restored to her. To this there came a crushing answer, as follows. Puritan Grange, 28th of September. Dearest Hester, it was unnecessary that you should ask for a renewal of your mother's love. There has never been a moment in which she has not loved you, more dearly, I fear, than one human creature should ever love another. When I was strongest in opposing you, I did so from love. When I watched you in the hall all those hours, endeavouring to save you from further contact with the man who has injured you, I did it from love. You need not doubt my love. But as to all the rest, I cannot agree to a word that you say. They are plotting with false evidence to rescue the man from prison. I will not give way to it when my soul tells me that it is untrue. As your mother, I can only implore you to come back to me, and to save yourself from the further evil which is coming upon you. It may be that he will be enabled to escape, and then you will again have to live with a husband that is no husband, unless you will listen to your mother's words. You are thinking of the good things of this world, of a home with all luxuries and ease, and of triumph over those who, for the good of your soul, have hitherto marred your worldly joys. Is it thus that you hoped to win that crown of everlasting life which you have been taught to regard as the one thing worthy of a Christian's struggles? Is it not true that, since that wretched day on which you were taken from me, you have allowed your mind to pass from thoughts of eternity to longings after vain joys in this bitter, fruitless vale of tears? If that be so, can he who has so encouraged you have been good to you? Do you remember David's words? Some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. And then again, they are brought down and fallen, but we are risen and stand upright. Ask yourself whether you have stood upright or have fallen since you left your father's house, whether you have trusted in the Lord your God, or in horses and chariots, that is, in the vain comforts of an easy life. If it be so, can it be for your good that you have left your father's house? And should you not accept this scourge that has fallen upon you as a healing balm from the hands of the Lord? My child, I have no other answer to send you. That I love you till my very bowels yearn after you is most true, but I cannot profess to believe a lie, or declare that to be good which I know to be evil. May the Lord bless you, and turn your feet aright, and restore you to your loving mother, Mary Bolton. When Hester read this, she was almost crushed. The delay since the new tidings had come to her had not in truth been very great. It was not yet quite a month since Shand had been at Woking, and a shorter period since the discoveries of Bagwax had been explained to her. But the days seemed to her to be very long, and day after day she thought that on that day at least the news of his promised release would be brought to her. And now, instead of these news, there came this letter from her mother, harder almost in its words than any words which had hitherto been either written or spoken in the matter. Even when all the world should have declared him innocent, when the Queen and the great officer of state and that stern judge should have said that he was innocent, even then her cruel mother would refuse to receive him. She had been invited to ask herself certain questions as to the state of her soul, and as to the teaching she had received since her marriage. The subject is one on which there is no possible means of convergence between persons who have learned to differ. Her mother's allusions to chariots and horses was to her the enthusiasm of a fanatic. No doubt teaching had come to her from her husband, but it had come at the period of life at which such lessons are easily learned. "Brought down and fallen," she said to herself. "Yes, we are all brought down and fallen." For she had not at all discarded the principles of her religious faith. But a woman will hardly raise herself by being untrue to her husband. She, too, yearned for her mother, but there was never a moment's doubt in her mind to which she would cling if at last it should become necessary that one should be cast off. Mrs. Bolton, when the letter had been dispatched, sat brooding over it in deep regret, mixed with deeper anger. She was preparing for herself an awful tragedy. She must be severed for ever from her daughter, and so severed with the opinion of all her neighbours against her. But what was all that if she had done right? Or of what service to her would be the contrary if she were herself to think, nay, to know, that she had done wrong? End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 57. Squire Caldigate at the Home Office. When October came, no information from the Secretary of State's office had yet reached Woking, and the two inhabitants there were becoming almost despondent as well as impatient. There was nobody with whom they could communicate. Sir John Joram had been obliged to answer a letter from the squire by saying that, as soon as there was anything to tell, the tidings would assuredly be communicated to him from the Home Office. The letter had seemed to be cold and almost uncivil, but Sir John had in truth said all that he could say. To raise hopes which, after all, might be fallacious, would have been on his part a great fault. Nor, in spite of his bet, was he very sanguine, sharing his friend Honeybun's opinion as to Judge Bramber's obstinacy. And there was a correspondence between the elder Caldigate and the Home Office, in which the letters from the squire were long and well argued, whereas the replies, which always came by return of post, were short and altogether formal. Some assistant under-secretary would sign his name at the end of 3 lines, in which the correspondent was informed that as soon as the matter was settled, the result would be communicated. Who does not know the sense of aggravated injustice which comes upon a sufferer when redress for an acknowledged evil is delayed? The wronged one feels that the whole world must be out of joint in all that the world does not rise up in indignation. So it was with the old squire, who watched Hester's cheek becoming paler day by day, and who knew by her silence that the strong hopes which in his presence had been almost convictions were gradually giving way to a new despair. Then he would abuse the Secretary of State, say hard things of the Queen, express his scorn as to the fatuous absurdities of the English law, and would make her understand by his anger that he also was losing hope. During these days preparations were being made for the committal of Cricket and Euphemia Smith, nor would Judge Bramber report to the Secretary till he was convinced that there was sufficient evidence for their prosecution. It was not much to him that Caldigate should spend another week in prison. The condition of Hester did not even come beneath his ken. When he found allusion to it in the papers before him, he treated it as a matter which should not have been adduced, in bringing which under his notice there had been something akin to contempt of court, as though an endeavour had been made to talk him over in private. He knew his own character, and was indignant that such an argument should have been used with himself. He was perhaps a little more slow, something was added to his deliberation, because he was told that a young wife and an infant child were anxiously expecting the liberation of the husband and father. It was not as yet clear to Judge Bramber that the woman had any such husband, or that the child could claim his father. At this crisis, when the first weeks in October had dragged themselves tediously along, Mr. Caldigate, in a fit which was half rage and half moodiness, took himself off to London. He did not tell Hester that he was going till the morning on which he started, and then simply assured her that she should hear from him by every post till he returned. "You will tell me the truth, father?" "If I know it myself, I will tell you." "But you will conceal nothing?" "No, I will conceal nothing. If I find that they are all utterly unjust, altogether hard-hearted, absolutely indifferent to the wrong they have done, I will tell you even that." And thus he went. He had hardly any fixed purpose in going. He knew that Sir John Joram was not in London, and that if he were in town he ought not to be made subject to visits on behalf of clients. To call upon any judge in such a matter would be altogether out of place, but to call upon such a judge as Judge Bramber would be very vain indeed. He had in his head some hazy idea of forcing an answer from the officials in Downing Street, but in his heart he did not believe that he should be able to get beyond the messengers. He was one of a class, not very small in numbers, who, from cultivating within their bosom a certain tendency towards suspicion, have come to think that all government servants are idle, dilatory, supercilious, and incompetent. That some of these faults may have existed among those who took wages from the Crown in the time of George III is perhaps true, and the memory of those times has kept alive the accusation. The vitality of these prejudices calls to mind the story of the Nottinghamshire farmer, who, when told of the return of Charles II, asked what had become of Charles I. Naseby, Worcester, and the fatal day at Whitehall had not yet reached him. Tidings of these things had only been approaching him during these 12 years. The true character of the civil service is only now approaching the intelligence of those who are still shaking their heads over the delinquencies of the last century. But old Mr. Caldigate was a man peculiarly susceptible to such hard judgments. From the crown down to the black helmet worn by the policeman who was occasionally to be seen on Faking Causeway, he thought that all such headpieces were coverings for malpractices. The bishop's wig had, he thought, disappeared as being too ridiculous for the times, but even for the judge's wig he had no respect. Judge Bramber was to him simply pretentious, and a Secretary of State no better than any other man. In this frame of mind, how was it probable that he should do any good at the Home Office? But in this frame of mind he went to the Home Office, and asked boldly for the great man. It was then 11 o'clock in the morning, and neither had the great man, nor even any of the deputy great men, as yet made their appearance. Mr. Caldigate of course fell back upon his old opinion as to public functionaries, and, mentally, applied opprobrious epithets to men who, taking the public pay, could not be at their posts an hour before midday. He was not aware that the great man and the first deputy great man were sitting in the House of Commons at 2 a.m. on that morning, and that the office generally was driven by the necessity of things to accommodate itself to parliamentary exigencies. Then he was asked his business. How could he explain to a messenger that his son had been unjustly convicted of bigamy and was now in prison as a criminal? So he left his card, and said that he would call again at 2. At that hour precisely he appeared again, and was told that the great man himself could not see him. Then he nearly boiled over in his wrath, while the messenger, with all possible courtesy, went on to explain that one of the deputies was ready to receive him. The deputy was the Honourable Septimus Brown, of whom it may be said that the Home Office was so proud that it considered itself to be superior to all other public officers whatever, simply because it possessed Brown. He had been there for 40 years, and for many sessions past had been the salvation of parliamentary secretaries and under-secretaries. He was the uncle of an earl, and the brother-in-law of a duke and a marquis. Not to know Brown was, at the West End, simply to be unknown. Brooks's was proud of him, and without him the Travellers would not have been such a Travellers as it is. But Mr. Caldigate, when he was told that Mr. Brown would see him, almost left the lobby in instant disgust. When he asked who Mr. Brown was, there came a muttered reply in which "permanent" was the only word audible to him. He felt that were he to go away in dudgeon simply because Brown was the name of the man whom he was called upon to see, he would put himself in the wrong. He would, by so doing, close his own mouth against complaint, which, to Mr. Caldigate, would indeed have been a cutting of his own nose off his own face. With a scowl, therefore, he consented to be taken away to Mr. Brown. He was, in the first place, somewhat scared by the room into which he was shown, which was very large and very high. There were 2 clerks with Mr. Brown, who vanished, however, as soon as the squire entered the room. It seemed that Mr. Brown was certainly of some standing in the office, or he would not have had 2 arm-chairs and a sofa in his room. Mr. Caldigate, when he first consented to see Mr. Brown, had expected to be led into an uncarpeted chamber where there would have been 6 other clerks. "I have your card, Mr. Caldigate," said the official. "No doubt you called in reference to your son." The squire had determined to be very indignant even with the Secretary of State himself, to whose indifference he attributed the delay which had occurred, but almost more than indignant when he found that he was to be fobbed off with Mr. Brown. But there was something in the gentleman's voice which checked his indignation. There was something in Mr. Brown's eye, a mixture of good humour and authority, which made him feel that he ought not to be angry with the gentleman till he was quite sure of the occasion. Mr. Brown was a handsome, hale old man, with grey whiskers and greyish hair, with a well-formed nose and a broad forehead, carefully dressed with a light waistcoat and a checked linen cravat, wearing a dark blue frock-coat and very well-made boots. An old man, certainly, but who looked as though old age must naturally be the happiest time of life. When a man's digestion is thoroughly good and his pockets adequately filled, it probably is so. Such were the circumstances of Mr. Brown, who, as the squire looked at him, seemed to partake more of the nature of his nephew and brothers-in-law than of the Browns generally. "Yes, sir. said Mr. Caldigate. "I've called about my son, who, I think I may undertake to say, has been wrongly condemned, and is now wrongly retained in prison." "You beg all the questions, Mr. Caldigate?" said the permanent Under-Secretary, with a smile. "I maintain that what you call the questions are now so clearly proved as not to admit of controversy. No one can deny that a conspiracy was got up against my son." "I shall not deny it, certainly, Mr. Caldigate, but in truth I know very little or nothing about it." The squire, who had been seated, rose from his chair, as in wrath, about to pour forth his indignation. Why was he treated in this way, he who was there on a subject of such tragic interest to him? When all the prospects, reputation, and condition of his son were at stake, he was referred to a gentleman who began by telling him that he knew nothing about the matter. "If you will sit down for a moment, Mr. Caldigate, I will explain all that can be explained," said Mr. Brown, who was weather-wise in such matters, and had seen the signs of a coming storm. "Certainly I will sit down." "In such cases as this, the Secretary of State never sees those who are interested. It is not right that he should do so." "There might be somebody to do so." "But not somebody who has been concerned in the inquiry. The Secretary of State, if he saw you, could only refuse to impart to you any portion of the information which he himself may possess, because it cannot be right that he should give an opinion in the matter while he himself is in doubt. You may be sure that he will open his mouth to no one except to those from whom he may seek assistance, till he has been enabled to advise Her Majesty that Her Majesty's pardon should be given or refused." "When will that be?" "I am afraid that I cannot name a day. You, Mr. Caldigate, are, I know, a gentleman of position in your county, and a magistrate. Cannot you understand how minutely facts must be investigated when a minister of the Crown is called upon to accept the responsibility of either upsetting or confirming the verdict of a jury?" "The facts are as clear as daylight." "If they be so, your son will soon be a free man." "If you could feel what his wife suffers in the meantime." "Though I did feel it, though we all felt it, as probably we do, for though we be officials, still we are men, how should that help us? You would not have a man pardoned because his wife suffers." "Knowing how she suffered, I do not think I should let much grass grow under my feet while I was making the inquiry." "I hope there is no such grass grows here. The truth is, Mr. Caldigate, that, as a rule, no person coming here on such an errand as yours is received at all. The Secretary of State cannot, either in his own person or in that of those who are under him, put himself in communication with the friends of individuals who are under sentence. I am sure that you, as a man conversant with the laws, must see the propriety of such a rule." "I think I have a right to express my natural anxiety." "I will not deny it. The post is open to you, and though I fear that our replies may not be considered altogether satisfactory, we do give our full attention to the letters we receive. When I heard that you had been here, and had expressed an intention of returning, from respect to yourself personally, I desired that you might be shown into my room. But I could not have done that had it not been that I myself have not been concerned in this matter." Then he got up from his seat, and Mr. Caldigate found himself compelled to leave the room with thanks rather than with indignation. He walked out of the big building into Downing Street and down the steps into the park, and, going into the gardens, he wandered about them for more than an hour, sometimes walking slowly along the waterside, and then seating himself for a while on one of the benches. What must he say to Hester in the letter which he must write as soon as he was back at his hotel? He tried to sift some wheat out of what he was pleased to call the chaff of Mr. Brown's courtesy. Was there not some indication to be found in it of what the result might be? If there were any such indication, it was, he thought, certainly adverse to his son. In whose bosom might be the ultimate decision, whether in that of the secretary, or of the judge, or of some experienced clerk in the secretary's office? It was manifest that the facts which had now been proven to the world at large for many days had none of the effects on that bosom which they had on his own. Could it be that Shand was false, that Bagwax was false,
That the postage stamp was false, and that he only believed them to be true? Was it possible that after all his son had married the woman? He crept back to his hotel in Jermyn Street, and there he wrote his letter. "I think I shall be home tomorrow, but I will not say so for certain. I have been at the Home Office, but they would tell me nothing. A man was very civil to me, but explained that he was civil only because he knew nothing about the case. I think I shall call on Mr. Bagwax at the post office tomorrow, and after that return to Foking. Send him for the day mail letters, and then you will hear from me again if I mean to stay." At 10 o'clock on the following day he was at the post office, and there he found Bagwax prepared to take his seat exactly at that hour. Thereupon he resolved, with true radical impetuosity, that Bagwax was a much better public servant than Mr. Brown. "Well, Mr. Caldigate, so we've got it all clear at last," said Bagwax. There was triumph in the tone of the clerk's voice which was not intelligible to the despondent old squire. "It is not at all clear to me," he said. "Of course you've heard." "Heard what? I know all about the postage stamp, of course." "If Secretaries of State and Judges of the Court of Queen's Bench only had their wits about them, the postage stamp ought to have been quite sufficient," said Bagwax sententiously. "What more is there?" "For the sake of letting the world know what can be done in our department, it is a pity that there should be anything more." "But there is something, for God's sake tell me, Mr. Bagwax." "You haven't heard that they caught Crinkett just as he was leaving Plymouth?" "Not a word." "And the woman? They've got the lot of them, Mr. Caldigate. Adamson and the other woman have agreed to give evidence and to be let go." "When did you hear it?" "Well, it is in the Daily Telltale. But I knew it last night from a particular source. I have been a good deal thrown in with Scotland Yard since this began, Mr. Caldigate, and of course I hear things." Then it occurred to the squire that perhaps he had flown a little too high in going at once to the Home Office. They might have told him more, perhaps, in Scotland Yard. "But it's all true. The depositions have already been made. Adamson and Young have sworn that they were present at no marriage. Crinkett, they say, means to plead guilty, but the woman sticks to it like wax." The squire had written a letter by the day mail to say that he would remain in London that further day. He now wrote again at the post office, telling Hester all that Bagwax had told him, and declaring his purpose of going at once to Scotland Yard. If this story were true, then certainly his son would soon be liberated. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 58. Mr. Smirkey is ill-used. It was on a Tuesday that Mr. Caldigate made his visit to the Home Office, and on the Thursday he returned to Cambridge. On the platform whom he should meet but his brother-in-law, Squire Babington, who had come into Cambridge that morning intent on hearing something further about his nephew. He too had read a paragraph in his newspaper, The Snapper, as to Crinkett and Euphemia Smith. Thomas Crinkett and Euphemia Smith, who gave evidence against Mr. John Caldigate in the well-known trial at the last Cambridge Assizes, have been arrested at Plymouth just as they were about to leave the country for New Zealand. These are the persons to whom it was proved that Caldigate had paid the enormous sum of £20,000 a few days before the trial. It is alleged that they are to be indicted for perjury. If this be true, it implies the innocence of Mr. Caldigate, who, as our readers will remember, was convicted of bigamy. There will be much in the whole case for Mr. Caldigate to regret, but nothing so much as the loss of that very serious sum of money. It would be idle to deny that it was regarded by the jury and the judge and the public as a bribe to the witnesses. Why it should have been paid will now probably remain for ever a mystery. The squire read this over 3 times before he could quite understand the gist of it, and at last perceived, or thought that he perceived, that if this were true, the innocence of his nephew was incontestable. But Julia, who seemed to prefer the paternal mansion of Babington to her own peculiar comforts and privileges at Plum-cum-Pippin's, declared that she didn't believe a word of it, and Aunt Polly, whose animosity to her nephew had somewhat subsided, was not quite inclined to accept the statement at once. Aunt Polly expressed an opinion that newspapers were only born to lie, but added
that had she seen the news anywhere else, she would not have been a bit surprised. The squire was prepared to swear by the tidings. If such a thing was not to be put into a newspaper, where was it to be put? Aunt Polly could not answer this question, but assisted in persuading her husband to go into Cambridge for further information. "I hope this is true," said the Suffolk squire, tendering his hand cordially to his brother-in-law. He was a man who could throw all his heart into an internecine quarrel on a Monday, and forget the circumstance altogether on the Tuesday. "Of what are you speaking?" asked the Squire of Woking, with his usual placid look, partly indifferent and partly sarcastic, covering so much contempt of which the squire from Suffolk was able to read nothing at all. "About the man and the woman, the witnesses who are to be put in prison at Plymouth, and who now say just the contrary to what they said before." "I do not think that can be true," said Mr. Caldigate. "Then you haven't seen the snapper?" asked Mr. Babington, dragging the paper out of his pocket. "Look at that." They were now in a cab together, going towards the town, and Mr. Caldigate did not find it convenient to read the paragraph. But of course he knew the contents. "It is quite true," he said, "that the persons you allude to have been arrested, and that they are up in London. They will, I presume, be tried for perjury." "It is true." "There is no doubt of it." "And the party are splitting against each other?" asked Mr. Babington eagerly. "Two of them have already sworn that what they swore before was false." "Then why don't they let him out?" "Why not, indeed?" said Mr. Caldigate. "I should have thought that they wouldn't have lost a moment in such a case. They've got one of the best fellows in the world at the Home Office. His name is Brown. If you could have seen Brown, I'm sure he wouldn't have let them delay a minute. The Home Office has a reputation of being so very quick." In answer to this, the Squire of Woking only shook his head. He would not even condescend to say that he had seen Brown, and certainly not to explain that Brown had seemed to him to be the most absurdly cautious and courteously dilatory man that he had ever met in his life. In Trumpington Street they parted, Mr. Caldigate proceeding at once to Woking, and Mr. Babington going to the office of Mr. Seeley, the attorney. "He'll be out in a day or two," said the man of Suffolk, again shaking his brother-in-law's hand. "And do you tell him from me that I hope it won't be long before he see him at Babington. I've been true to him almost from the first, and his aunt has come over now. There is no one against him but Julia, and these are things, of course, which young women won't forget." Mr. Caldigate almost became genial as he accepted this assurance, telling himself that his brother magistrate was as honest as he was silly. Mr. Babington, who was well known in Cambridge, asked many questions of many persons. From Mr. Seeley he heard but little. Mr. Seeley had heard of the arrest made at Plymouth, but did not quite know what to think about it. If it was all square, then he supposed his client must after all be innocent. But this went altogether against the grain with Mr. Seeley. "If it be so, Mr. Babington," he said, "I shall always think the paying away of that £20,000 the greatest miracle I ever came across." Nevertheless, Mr. Seeley did believe that the two witnesses had been arrested on a charge of perjury. The squire then went to the governor of the jail, who had been connected with him many years as a county magistrate. The governor had heard nothing, received no information as to his prisoner from any one in authority, but quite believed the story as to Cricket and the woman. "Perhaps you had better not see him, Mr. Babington," said the governor, "as he has heard nothing as yet of all this. It would not be right to tell him till we know what it will come to." Assenting to this, Mr. Babington took his leave with the conviction on his mind that the governor was quite prepared to receive an order for the liberation of his prisoner. He did not dare to go to Robert Bolton's office, but he did call at the bank. "We have heard nothing about it, Mr. Babington," said the old clerk over the counter. But then the old clerk added in a whisper, "None of the family takes to the news, sir, but everybody else seems to think there is a great deal in it. If he didn't marry her, I suppose he ought to be let out." "I should think he ought," said the squire indignantly as he left the bank. Thus fortified by what he considered to be the general voice of Cambridge, he returned the same evening to Babington. Cambridge, including Mr. Caldigate, had been unanimous in believing the report, and if the report were true, then certainly was his nephew innocent. As he thought of this, some appropriate idea of the injustice of the evil done to the man
and to the man's wife, came upon him. If such were the treatment to which he and she had been subjected, if he, innocent, had been torn away from her and sent to the common jail, and if she, certainly innocent, had been wrongly deprived for a time of the name which she had honestly given her, then would it not have been right to open to her the hearts and the doors at Babington during the period of her great distress? As he thought of this, he was so melted by Ruth that a tear came into each of his old eyes. Then he remembered the attempt which had been made to catch this man for Julia, as to which he certainly had been innocent, and his daughter's continued wrath. That a woman should be wrathful in such a matter was natural to him. He conceived that it behoved a woman to be weak, irascible, affectionate, irrational, and soft-hearted. When Julia would be loud in condemnation of her cousin, and would pretend to commiserate the woes of the poor wife who had been left in Australia, though he knew the source of these feelings, he could not be in the least angry with her. But that was not at all the state of his mind in reference to his son-in-law, Augustus Smirkey. Sometimes, as he had heard Mr. Smirkey inveigh against the enormity of bigamy, and of this bigamist in particular, he determined that some odd come shortly, as he would call it, he would give the victor of Plum-cum-Pippins a moral pat on the head, which should silence him for a time. At the present moment, when he got into his carriage at the station to be taken home, he was not sure whether or no he should find the vicar at Babington. Since their marriage, Mr. Smirkey had spent much of his time at Babington, and seemed to like the Babington claret. He would come about the middle of the week, and return on the Saturday evening, in a manner which the squire could hardly reconcile with all that he had heard as to Mr. Smirkey's exemplary conduct in his own parish. The squire was hospitality itself, and certainly would never have said a word to make his house other than pleasant to his own girl's husband. But our host expects that his corns should be respected, whereas Mr. Smirkey was always treading on Mr. Babington's toes. Hints had been given to him as to his personal conduct, which he did not take altogether in good part. His absence from afternoon service had been alluded to, and it had been suggested to him that he ought sometimes to be more careful as to his language. He was not, therefore, ill-disposed to resent on the part of Mr. Smirkey the spirit of persecution with which that gentleman seemed to regard his nephew. "Is Mr. Smirkey in the house?" he asked the coachman. "He came by the 3:40 as usual," said the man. It was very much as usual, thought the squire. "There isn't a doubt about it," said the squire to his wife as he was dressing. "The poor fellow is as innocent as you." "He can't be innocent," said Aunt Polly. "If he never married the woman whom they say he married, he can't be guilty." "I don't know about that, my dear." "He either did marry her, or he didn't, I suppose." "I don't say he married her, but he did worse." "No, he didn't," said the squire. "That may be your way of thinking of it. According to my idea of what is right and what is wrong, he did a great deal worse." "But he didn't marry that woman. He didn't commit bigamy when he married this one," argued he energetically. "Still, he may have deserved all he got." "No, he mayn't. You wouldn't punish a man for murder because he doesn't pay his debts." "I won't have it that he's innocent," said Mrs. Babington. "Who the devil is, if you come to that?" "You are not, or you wouldn't talk in that way. I'm not saying anything now against John. If he didn't marry the woman, I suppose they'll let him out of prison, and I, for one, shall be willing to take him by the hand. But to say he's innocent is what I won't put up with." "He's sown his wild oats, and he's none the worse for that. He's as good as the rest of us, I dare say." "Speak for yourself," said the wife. "I don't suppose you mean to tell me that in the eyes of the Creator he is as good a man as Augustus." "Augustus be—" The word was spoken with great energy. Mrs. Babington at the moment was employed in sewing a button on the wristband of her husband's shirt, and in the start which she gave stuck the needle into his arm. "Humphrey!" explained the agitated lady. "I beg your pardon, but not his," said the squire, rubbing the wound. "If he says a word more about John Caldigate in my presence, I shall tell him what I think about it. He has got his wife, and that ought to be enough for him." After that they went downstairs, and dinner was at once announced. There was Mr. Smirkey to give an arm to his mother-in-law.
The squire took his married daughter, while the other two followed. As they crossed the hall, Julia whispered her cousin's name, but her father bade her to be silent for the present. "I was sure it was not true," said Mrs. Smirkey. "Then you're quite wrong," said the squire, "for it's as true as the gospel." Then there was no more said about John Caldigate till the servants had left the room. Mr. Smirkey's general appreciation of the good things provided did not on this occasion give the owner of them that gratification which a host should feel in the pleasures of his guests. He ate a very good dinner, and took his wine with a full appreciation of its merits. Such an appetite on the part of his friends was generally much esteemed by the Squire of Babington, who was apt to press the bottle upon those who sat with him in the old-fashioned manner. At the present moment he eyed his son-in-law's enjoyments with a feeling akin to disappointment. There was a habit at Babington with the ladies of sitting with the squire when he was the only man present till he had finished his wine, and at Mrs. Smirkey's instance this custom was continued when she and her husband were at the house. Fires had been commenced, and when the dinner things had been taken away, they clustered round the hearth. The squire himself sat silent in his place, out of humour, knowing that the peculiar subject would be introduced, and determined to make himself disagreeable. "Papa, won't you bring your chair round?" said one of the girls who was next to him. Whereupon he did move his chair an inch or two. "Did you hear anything about John?" said the other unmarried sister. "Yes, I heard about him. You can't help hearing about him in Cambridge now. All the world is talking about him." "And what does all the world say?" asked Julia flippantly. To this question her father at first made no answer. "Whatever the world may say, I cannot alter my opinion," continued Julia. "I shall never be able to look upon John Caldigate and Hester Bolton as man and wife in the sight of God." "I might just as well take upon myself to say that I didn't look upon you and Smirkey as man and wife in the sight of God." "Papa!" screamed the married daughter. "Sir!" ejaculated the married son-in-law. "My dear, that is a strange thing to say of your own child," whispered the mother. "Most strange," said Julia, lifting both her hands up in an agony. "But it's true," roared the squire. "She says that, let the law say what it may. These people are not to be regarded as man and wife." "Not by me," said Julia. "Who are you that you are to set up a tribunal of your own? And if you judge of another couple in that way, why isn't someone to judge of you after the same fashion?" "There is the verdict," said Mr. Smirkey. "No verdict has pronounced me a bigamist." "Well, it might for anything I know," said the squire angrily. "Some woman might come up in plum-cum pippins and say you had married her before your first wife." "Papa, you are very disagreeable," said Julia. "Why shouldn't there be a wicked old lie told in one place as well as in another? There has been a wicked lie told here, and when the lie is proved to have been a lie, as plain as the nose on your face, he is to tell me that he won't believe the young folk to be man and wife because of an untrue verdict. I say that they are man and wife, as good a man and wife as you and he, and let me see who'll refuse to meet them as such in my house." Mr. Smirkey had not in truth made the offensive remark. It had been made by Mrs. Smirkey, but it had suited the squire to attribute it to the clergyman. Mr. Smirkey was now put upon his mettle, and was obliged either to agree or to disagree. He would have preferred the former, had he not been somewhat in awe of his wife. As it was, he fell back upon the indiscreet assertion which his father-in-law had made some time back. "I, at any rate, sir, have not had a verdict against me." "What does that signify?" "A great deal, I should say. A verdict, no doubt, is human, and therefore may be wrong." "So is a marriage human." "I beg your pardon, sir, a marriage is divine." "Not if it isn't a marriage. Your marriage in our church wouldn't have been divine if you'd had another wife alive." "Papa, I wish you wouldn't." "But I shall. I've got to hammer it into his head somehow." Mr. Smirkey drew himself up and grinned bravely, but the squire did not care for his frowns. That last backhander of the claret jug had determined him. John Caldigate's marriage with his wife was not in the least interfered with by the verdict. "It took away the lady's name from her at once," said the indignant clergyman. "That's just what he didn't do," said the squire, rising from his chair. "Of itself it didn't affect her name at all. And now that it is shown to have been a mistaken verdict, it doesn't affect her position. The long and the short of it is this, that anybody who doesn't like to meet him and his wife as honoured guests in my house had better stay away. Do you hear that, Julia?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he walked out before them all into the drawing-room, and not another word was said that night about the matter. Mr. Smirkey, indeed, did not utter a word on any subject, till at an early hour he wished them all good night with dignified composure. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 59. How the Bigwigs Doubted. "It's what I call an awful shame." Mr. Holt and Parson Bromley were standing together on the causeway at Foking, and the former was speaking. The subject under discussion was, of course, the continued detention of John Caldigate in the county prison. "I cannot at all understand it," said Mr. Bromley. "There's no understanding nothing about it, sir. Every man, woman, and child in the county knows as there wasn't no other marriage, and that they won't let 'un out. It's sheer spite, 'cause he wouldn't vote for their man last election." "I hardly think that, Mr. Holt." "I'm as sure of it as I stands here," said Mr. Holt, slapping his thigh. "What else are they keeping him for? It's just like their ways." Mr. Holt was one of a rare class, being a Liberal farmer, a Liberal, that is, in politics, as was also Mr. Bromley, a Liberal among parsons, rather Arvis. The Caldigates had always been Liberal, and Mr. Holt had been brought up to agree with his landlord. He was now beyond measure exacerbated, because John Caldigate had not been as yet declared innocent on evidence which was altogether conclusive for himself. The Conservatives were now in power, and nothing seemed so natural to Mr. Holt as that the Home Secretary should keep his landlord in jail because the Caldigates were Liberals. Mr. Bromley could not quite agree to this, but he also was of opinion that a great injustice was being done. He was in the habit of seeing the young wife almost daily, and knew the havoc which hope turned into despair was making with her. Another week had now gone by since the old squire had been up in town, and nothing yet had been heard from the Secretary of State. All the world knew that Cricket and Euphemia Smith were in custody, and still no tidings came. Yet the husband, convicted on the evidence of these perjurers, was detained in prison. Hope deferreth maketh the heart sick, and Hester's heart was very sick within her. "Why did they not tell me something?" she said, when her father-in-law vainly endeavoured to comfort her. Why not, indeed? He could only say hard things of the whole system under which the perpetration of so great a cruelty was possible, and reiterate his opinion that, in spite of that system, they must, before long, let his son go free. The delay, in truth, was not at the Home Office. Judge Bramber could not as yet quite make up his mind. It is hoped that the reader has made up his, but the reader knows somewhat more than the judge knew. Cricket had confessed nothing, though a rumour had got abroad that he intended to plead guilty. Euphemia Smith was constant in her assertion to all those who came near her that she had positively been married to the man at Ahalala. Adamson and Annie Young were ready now to swear that all which they had sworn before was false. But it was known to the police that they had quarrelled bitterly as to the division of the spoil ever since the money had been paid to the ringleaders. It was known that Anna Young had succeeded in getting nothing from the other woman, and that the man had unwillingly accepted his small share, fearing that otherwise he might get nothing. They were not trustworthy witnesses, and it was very doubtful whether the other two could be convicted on their evidence. The judge, as he turned it all over in his mind, was by no means sure that the verdict was a mistaken verdict. It was at any rate a verdict. It was a decision constitutionally arrived at from a jury. This sending back of the matter to him hardly was constitutional. It was abhorrent to his nature, not that a guilty man should escape which he knew to be an affair occurring every day, but that a guilty man, who had been found to be guilty, should creep back through the meshes of the law. He knew how many chances were given by the practice of British courts to an offender on his trial, and he was quite in favour of those chances. He would be urgent in telling a jury to give the prisoner the benefit of a doubt. But when the transgressor, with all those loopholes stopped, stood before him convicted, then he felt a delight in the tightness of the grip with which he held the wretch, and would tell himself that the world in which he lived was not as yet all astray, in that a guilty man could still be made to endure the proper reward of his guilt. It was with him as when a hunter has hunted a fox after the approved laws of venery. There have been a dozen ways of killing the animal of which he has scorned to avail himself. He has been careful to let him break from his covert, regarding all who would stop him as enemies to himself. It has been a point of honour with him that the animal should suffer no undue impediment. Any ill treatment shown to the favoured one in his course is an injury done to the hunter himself. Let no man head the fox, let no man strive to drive him back upon the hounds. Let all be done by hunting law, in accordance with those laws which give so many chances of escape. But when the hounds have run into their quarry, not all the eloquence of all the gods should serve to save that doomed one's life. So it was with Judge Bramber and a convicted prisoner. He would give the man the full benefit of every quibble of the law till he was convicted. He would be severe on witnesses, harsh to the police, apparently a very friend to the man standing at the bar, till the time came for him to array the evidence before the jury. Then he was inexorable, and when the verdict had been once pronounced, the prisoner was but as a fox to be thrown to the hounds. And now there was a demand that this particular fox should be put back into his covert. The Secretary of State could put him back if he thought fit. But in these matters there was so often a touch of cowardice. Why did not the Secretary do it without asking him? There had arisen no question of law. There was no question as to the propriety of the verdict as found upon the evidence given at the trial. The doubt which had arisen since had come from further evidence, of which the Secretary was as well able to judge as he. No doubt the case was difficult. There had been gross misdoing on both sides. But if Caldigate had not married the woman, why had he paid those 20,000? Why had he written those words on the envelope? There was doubt enough now, but the time for giving the prisoner the benefit of the doubt was gone. The fox had been fairly hunted, and Judge Bramber thought that he had better die. But he hesitated, and while he was hesitating there came to him a little reminder, a most gentle hint, in the shape of a note from the Secretary of State's private secretary. The old squire's visit to the office had not seemed to himself to be satisfactory, but he had made a friend for himself in Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown looked into the matter, and was of opinion that it would be well to pardon the young man. Even though there had been some jumping over a broomstick at Ahalala, why should things not be made comfortable here at home? What harm would a pardon do to anyone, whereas there were so many whom it would make happy? So he asked the Secretary whether there wasn't a hard case of young Caldigate. The Secretary whispered that it was in Bramber's hands, upon which Mr. Brown observed that, if so, it was certainly hard. But the conversation was not altogether thrown away, for on that afternoon the private secretary wrote his note. Judge Bramber, when he received the note, immediately burned it, and this he did with considerable energy of action. If they would send him such cases as that, what right had they to remind him of his duty? He was not going to allow any private secretary, or any Secretary of State, to hurry him. There was no life or death in this matter. Of what importance was it that so manifest an evildoer as this young Caldigate should remain in prison a day or two more, a man who had attempted to bribe 4 witnesses by £20,000? It was an additional evil that such a one should have such a sum for such a purpose. But still he felt that there was a duty thrown upon him, and he sat down with all the papers before him, determined to make up his mind before he rose from his chair. He did make up his mind, but did so at last by referring back the responsibility to the Secretary of State. "The question is one altogether of evidence," he said, "and not of law. Any clear-headed man is as able to reach a true decision as I am. It is such a question as should be left to a jury, and would justify a trial on appeal if that were practicable. It would be well that the case should stand over till Thomas Crinkett and Euphemia Smith shall have been tried for perjury, which, as I understand, will take place at the next winter assizes. If the Secretary of State thinks that the delay would be too long, I would humbly suggest that he should take Her Majesty's pleasure in accordance with his own opinion as to the evidence." When that document was read at the Home Office by the few who were privileged to read it, they knew that Judge Bramber had been in a very ill humour. But there was no help for that. The judge had been asked for advice and had refused to give it, or had advised, if his remark on that subject was to be taken for advice, that the consideration of the matter should be postponed for another 3 months. The case, if there was any case in favour of the prisoner, was not one for pardon, but for such redress as might now be given for a most gross injustice. The man had been put to a very great expense, and had been already in prison for 10 or 11 weeks, and his further detention would be held to have been very cruel, if it should appear at last that the verdict had been wrong. The public press was already using strong language on the subject, and the Secretary of State was not indifferent to the public press. Judge Bramber thoroughly despised the press, though he would have been very angry if his Times had not been ready for him at breakfast every morning. And 2 or 3 questions had already been asked in the House of Commons. The Secretary of State, with that habitual strategy, without which any Secretary of State must be held to be unfit for the position which he holds, contrived to answer the questions so as to show that, while the gentlemen who asked them were the most indiscreet of individuals, he was the most discreet of secretaries. And he did this, though he was strongly of opinion that Judge Bramber's delay was unjustifiable. But what would be thought of a Secretary of State who would impute blame in the House of Commons to one of the judges of the land, before public opinion had expressed itself so strongly on the matter as to make such expression indispensable? He did not think that he was in the least untrue in throwing blame back upon the questioners, and in implying that on the side of the Crown there had been no undue delay, though at the moment he was inwardly provoked at the dilatoriness of the judge. Public opinion was expressing itself very strongly in the press. The Daily Tell-Tale had a beautifully sensational article, written by their very best artist. The whole picture was drawn with a cunning hand. The young wife in her lonely house down in Cambridge, which the artist had not inaptly called the Moated Grange. The noble, innocent, high-souled husband eating his heart out within the bars of a county prison, and with very little else to eat. The indignant father, driven almost to madness by the wrongs done to his son and heir. Had the son not been an heir, this point would have been much less touching. And then the old evidence was dissected, and the new evidence against the new culprits explained. In regard to the new culprits, the writer was very loud in expressing his purpose to say not a word against persons who were still to be tried, but immediately upon that he went on and said a great many words against them. Assuming all that was said about them to be true, he asked whether the country would for a moment endure the idea that a man in Mr. Caldigate's position should be kept in prison on the evidence of such miscreants. When he came to bagwags and the postmarks, he explained the whole matter with almost more than accuracy. He showed that the impression could not possibly be made till after the date it conveyed. He fell into some little error as to the fabrication of the postage stamp in the colony, not having quite seized Bagwax's great point. But it was a most telling article, and the writer, as he turned it off at his club and sent it down to the office of the paper, was ready to bet a £5 note that Caldigate would be out before a week was over. The Secretary of State saw the article and acknowledged its power, and then even the slipper turned round and cautiously expressed an opinion that the time had come for mercy. There could be no doubt that public opinion was running very high in Caldigate's favour, and that the case had become thoroughly popular. People were again beginning to give dinner parties in London, and at every party the matter was discussed. It was a peculiarly interesting case, because the man had thrown away so large a sum of money. People like to have a nut to crack which is uncrackable, a Gordian knot to undo which cannot even be cut. Nobody could understand the £20,000. Would any man pay such a sum with the object of buying off false witnesses, and do it in such a manner that all the facts must be brought to light when he was tried? It was said here and there that he paid the money because he owed it, but then it had been shown so clearly that he had not owed any one a penny. Nevertheless, the men were all certain that he was not guilty, and the ladies thought that whether he were guilty or not did not matter much. He certainly ought to be released from prison. But yet the secretary doubted. In that unspoken but heartfelt accusation of cowardice which the judge had made against the great officer of state, there had been some truth. How would it be if it should be made to appear at the approaching trial that the two reprobates, who had turned Queen's evidence against their associates, were to break down altogether in their assertions? It might possibly then become quite apparent that Caldigate had married the woman, and had committed bigamy, when he would already have been pardoned for the last 3 months. The pardon in that case would not do away with the verdict, and the pardoned man would be a convicted bigamist. What, then, would be the condition of his wife and child? If subsequent questions should arise as to the boy's legitimacy, as might so probably be the case, in what light would he appear, he who had taken upon himself, on his own responsibility, to extort from Her Majesty a pardon in opposition to a righteous and just verdict, in opposition to the judge who had tried the case? He had been angry with Judge Bramber for not deciding, and was now frightened at the necessity of deciding himself. In this emergency he sent for the gentleman who had managed the prosecution on the part of the Crown, and asked him to read up the case again. "I never was convinced of the prisoner's guilt," said the barrister. "No. It was one of those cases in which we cannot be convinced. The strongest point against him was the payment of the money. It is possible that he paid it from a quixotic feeling of honour." "To false witnesses, and that before the trial?" said the secretary. "And there may have been a hope that, in spite of what he said himself as to their staying, they would take themselves off when they had got the money. In that way he may have persuaded himself that, as an honest man, he ought to make the payment. Then as to the witnesses, there can be little doubt that they were willing to lie. Even if their main story were true, they were lying as to details." "Then you would advise a pardon?" "I think so," said the barrister, who was not responsible for his advice. "Without waiting for the other trial?" "If the perjury be then proved, or even so nearly proved as to satisfy the outside world, the man's detention will be thought to have been a hardship." The Secretary of State thanked the barrister, and let him go. He then went down to the House, and, amidst the turmoil of a strong party conflict, at last made up his mind. It was unjust that such responsibilities should be thrown upon any one person. There ought to be some court of appeal for such cases. He was sure of that now. But at last he made up his mind. Early on the next morning the Queen should be advised to allow John Caldigate to go free. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 60. How Mrs. Bolton was nearly conquered. One morning, about the middle of October, Robert Bolton walked out from Cambridge to Puritan Grange with a letter in his pocket, a very long and a very serious letter. The day was that on which the Secretary of State was closeted with the barrister, and on the evening of which he at length determined that Caldigate should be allowed to go free. There had, therefore, been no pardon granted, as yet. But in the letter the writer stated that such pardon would almost certainly be awarded. It was from William Bolton in London to his brother the attorney, and was written with the view of proving to all the Boltons at Cambridge that it was their duty to acknowledge Hester as the undoubted wife of John Caldigate, and recommended also that, for Hester's sake, they should receive him as her husband. The letter had been written with very great care, and had been powerful enough to persuade Robert Bolton of the truth of the first proposition. It was very long, and as it repeated all the details of the evidence for and against the verdict, it shall not be repeated here at its full length. Its intention was to show that, looking at probabilities, and judging from all that was known, there was much more reason to suppose that there had been no marriage at Ahalala than that there had been one. The writer acknowledged that, while the verdict stood confirmed against the man, Hester's family was bound to regard it, and to act as though they did not doubt its justice, but that when that verdict should be set aside, as far as any criminal verdict can be set aside, by the Queen's pardon, then the family would be bound to suppose that they who advised Her Majesty had exercised a sound discretion. "I am sure you will all agree with me," he said, "that no personal feeling in regard to Caldigate should influence your judgment. For myself, I like the man, but that, I think, has had nothing to do with my opinion. If it had been the case that, having a wife living, he had betrayed my sister into all the misery of a false marriage, and had made her the mother of a nameless child, I should have felt myself bound to punish him to every extent within my power. I do not think it unchristian to say that in such a case I could not have forgiven him. But, presuming it to be otherwise, as we shall all be bound to do if he is pardoned, then, for Hester's sake, we should receive the man with whom her lot in life is so closely connected. She, poor dear, has suffered enough, and should not be subjected to the further trouble of our estrangement. Nor, if we acknowledge the charge against him to be untrue, is there any reason for a quarrel. If he has not been bad to our sister in that matter, he has been altogether good to her. She has for him that devotion which is the best evidence that a marriage has been well chosen. Presuming him to be innocent, we must confess, as to her, that she has been simply loyal to her husband, with such loyalty as every married man would desire. For this she should be rewarded rather than punished. I write to you thinking that in this way I may best reach my father and Mrs. Bolton. I would go down and see them, did I not know that your words would be more efficacious with them than my own. And I do it as a duty to my sister, which I feel myself bound to perform. Pray forgive me if I remind you that in this respect she has a peculiar right to a performance of your duty in the matter. You counselled and carried out the marriage, not at all unfortunately, if the man be, as I think, innocent. But you are bound at any rate to sift the evidence very closely, and not to mar her happiness by refusing to acknowledge him, if there be reasonable ground for supposing the verdict to have been incorrect. Sift the evidence, indeed. Robert Bolton had done that already very closely. Bagwax and the stamps had not moved him, nor the direct assurance of Dick Shand. But the incarceration by government of Cricket and Euphemia Smith had shaken him, and the fact that they had endeavoured to escape the moment they heard of Shand's arrival. But not the less had he hated Caldigate. The feeling which had been impressed on his mind when the first facts were made known to him remained. Caldigate had been engaged to marry the woman, and had lived with her, and had addressed her as his wife. The man had in a way got the better of him. And then the £20,000! And then again Caldigate's manner to himself! He could not get over his personal aversion, and therefore unconsciously wished that his brother-in-law should be guilty, wished at any rate that he should be kept in prison. Gradually had fallen upon him the conviction that Caldigate would be pardoned. And then, of course, there had come much consideration as to his sister's condition. He, too, was a conscientious and an affectionate man. He was well aware of his duty to his sister. While he was able to assure himself that Caldigate was not her husband, he could satisfy himself by a conviction that it was his duty to keep them apart. Thus he could hate the man, advocate all severity against the man, and believe the while that he was doing his duty to his sister as an affectionate brother. But now there was a revulsion. It was 3 weeks since he and his brother had parted, not with the kindest feelings, up in London, and during that time the sifting of the evidence had been going on within his own breast from hour to hour. And now this letter had come, a letter which he could not put away in anger, a letter which he could not ignore. To quarrel permanently with his brother William was quite out of the question. He knew the value of such a friend too well, and had been too often guided by his advice. So he sifted the evidence once again, and then walked off to Purton Grange with the letter in his pocket. In these latter days old Mr. Bolton did not go often into Cambridge. Men said that his daughter's misfortune had broken him very much. It was perhaps the violence of his wife's religion rather than the weight of his daughter's sufferings which cowed him. Since Hester's awful obstinacy had become hopeless to Mrs. Bolton, an atmosphere of sackcloth and ashes had made itself more and ever predominant at Puritan Grange. If anyone hated papistry, Mrs. Bolton did so. But from a similar action of religious fanaticism she had fallen into worse than papistical self-persecution. That men and women were all worms to be trodden under foot, and grass of the fields to be thrown into the oven, was borne in so often on poor Mr. Bolton that he had not strength left to go to the bank. And they were nearer akin to worms and more like grass of the field than ever, because Hester would stay at Foking instead of returning to her own home. She was in this frame of mind when Robert Bolton was shown into the morning sitting-room. She was sitting with the Bible before her, but with some domestic needlework in her lap. He was doing nothing, not even having a book ready to his hand. Thus he would sit the greater part of the day, listening to her when she would read to him, but much preferring to be left alone. His life had been active and prosperous, but the evening of his days was certainly not happy. His son Robert had been anxious to discuss the matter with him first, but found himself unable to separate them without an amount of ceremony which would have filled her with suspicion. "I have received a letter this morning from William," he said, addressing himself to his father. "William Bolton is, I fear, of the world worldly," said the stepmother. "His words always savour to me of the huge ungodly city in which he dwells." But that this was not a time for such an exercise he would have endeavoured to expose the prejudice of the lady. As it was, he was very gentle. "William is a man who understands his duty well," he said. "Many do that, but few act up to their understanding," she rejoined. "I think, sir, I had better read his letter to you. It has been written with that intention, and I am bound to let you know the contents. Perhaps Mrs. Bolton will let me go to the end, so that we may discuss it afterwards." But Mrs. Bolton would not let him go to the end. He had not probably expected such forbearance. At every point as to the evidence she interrupted him, striving to show that the arguments used were of no real weight. She was altogether irrational, but still she argued her case well. She withered Bagwax and Dick with her scorn. She ridiculed the quarrels of the male and female witnesses. She reviled the Secretary of State, and declared it to be a shame that the Queen should have no better advisers. But when William Bolton spoke of Hester's happiness, and of the concessions which should be made to secure that, she burst out into eloquence. What did he know of her happiness? Was it not manifest that he was alluding to this world without a thought of the next? Not a reflection as to her soul's welfare has come across his mind, she said. Not an idea as to the sin with which her soul would be laden were she to continue to live with the man when knowing that he was not her husband. She would know nothing of the kind, said the attorney. She ought to know it, said Mrs. Bolton, again begging the whole question. But he persevered, as he had resolved to do when he left his house upon this difficult mission. I am sure my father will acknowledge, he said, that however strong our own feelings have been, we should bow to the conviction of others who— But he was promulgating a doctrine which her conscience required her to stop at once. The conviction of others shall never have weight with me when the welfare of my eternal soul is at stake. I am speaking of those who have had better means of getting at the truth than have come within our reach. The Secretary of State can have had no bias of his own in the matter. He is, I fear, a godless man, living and dealing with the godless. Did I not hear the other day that the great ministers of state will not even give a moment to attend to the short, meaningless prayers which are read in the House of Commons? No one, continued Robert Bolton, trying to get away from sentiment into real argument, no one can have been more intent on separating them than William was when he thought that the evidence was against him. Now he thinks the evidence in his favour. I know no man whose head is clearer than my brother's. I am not very fond of John Caldigate. Nor am I, said the woman, with an energy which betrayed much of her true feeling. But if it be the case that they are in truth man and wife—"
"In the sight of God they are not so," she said.
"Then," he continued, trying to put aside her interruption and to go on with the assertion he had commenced, "it must be our duty to acknowledge him for her sake. Were we not to do so, we should stand condemned in the opinion of all the world."
"Who cares for the opinion of the world?"
"And we should destroy her happiness."
"Her happiness here on earth. What does that matter? There is no such happiness."
It was a very hard fight, but perhaps not harder than he had expected. He had known that she would not listen to reason, that she would not even attempt to understand it. And he had learned before this how impregnable was that will of fanaticism in which she would entrench herself, how improbable it was that she would capitulate under the force of any argument. But he thought it possible that he might move his father to assert himself. He was well aware that, in the midst of that apparent lethargy, his father's mind was at work with much of its old energy. He understood the physical infirmities and religious vacillation which combined had brought the old man into his present state of apparent submission. It was hardly 2 years since the same thing had been done in regard to Hester's marriage. Then Mr. Bolton had asserted himself and declared his will in opposition to his wife. There had indeed been much change in him since that time, but still something of the old fire remained. "I have thought it to be my duty, sir," he said, "to make known to you William's opinion and my own. I say nothing as to social intercourse, that must be left to yourself. But if this pardon be granted, you will, I think, be bound to acknowledge John Caldigate to be your son-in-law."
"Your father agrees with me," said Mrs. Bolton, rising from her chair and speaking in an angry tone.
"I hope you both will agree with me. As soon as tidings of the pardon reach you, you should, I think, intimate to Hester that you accept her marriage as having been true and legal. I shall do so, even though I should never see him in my house again."
"You, of course, will do as you please."
"And you, sir?" he said, appealing to the old man.
"You have no right to dictate to your father," said the wife angrily.
"He was always encouraged me to offer him my advice." Then Mr. Bolton shuffled in his chair, as though collecting himself for an effort, and at last sat up, with his head, however, bent forward, and with both his arms resting on the arms of his chair. Though he looked to be old, much older than he was, still there was a gleam of fire in his eye. He was thin, almost emaciated, and his head hung forward as though there were not strength left in his spine for him to sit erect. "I hope, sir, you do not think that I have gone beyond my duty in what I have said."
"She shall come here," muttered the old man. "Certainly she shall," said Mrs. Bolton, "if she will. Do you suppose that I do not long to have my own child in my arms?"
"She shall come here and be called by her name," said the father.
"She shall be Hester, my own Hester," said the mother, not feeling herself as yet called upon to contradict her husband.
"And John Caldigate shall come," he said.
"Never!"
exclaimed Mrs. Bolton. "He shall be asked to come. I say he shall. Am I to be harder on my own child than are all the others? Shall I call her a castaway when others say that she is an honest married woman?"
"Who has called her a castaway?"
"I took the verdict of the jury, though it broke my heart," he continued. "It broke my heart to be told that my girl and her child were nameless. But I believed it because the jury said so, and because the judge declared it. When they tell me the contrary, why shall I not believe that? I do believe it, and she shall come here if she will, and he shall come." Then he got up and slowly moved out of the room, so that there might be no further argument on the subject. She had reseated herself with her arms crossed, and there sat, perfectly mute. Robert Bolton stood up and repeated all his arguments, appealing even to her maternal love. But she answered him never a word. She had not even yet succeeded in making the companion of her life submissive to her. That was the feeling which was now uppermost in her mind. He had said that Caldigate should be asked to the house, and should be acknowledged throughout all Cambridge as his son-in-law. And having said it, he would be as good as his word. She was sure of that. Of what avail had been all the labour of her life with such a result? "I hope you will think that I have done no more than my duty," said Robert Bolton, offering her his hand. But there she sat, perfectly silent, with her arms still folded, and would take no notice of him. "Good-bye," said he, striving to put something of the softness of affection into his voice. But she would not even bend her head to him, and thus he left her. She remained motionless for the best part of an hour. Then she got up, and according to her daily custom walked a certain number of times round the garden. Her mind was so full that she did not as usual observe every twig, almost every leaf, as she passed. Nor, now that she was alone, was that religious bias, which had so much to do with her daily life, very strong within her. There was no taint of hypocrisy in her character, but yet, with the force of human disappointment heavy upon her, her heart was now hot with human anger, and mutinous with human resolves. She had proposed to herself to revenge herself upon the men of her husband's family, upon the men who contrived that marriage for her daughter, by devoting herself to the care of that daughter and her nameless grandson, and by letting it be known to all that the misery of their condition would have been spared had her word prevailed. That they should live together a stern, but dark, but still sympathetic life, secluded within the high walls of that lonely abode, and that she should thus be able to prove how right she had been, how wicked and calamitous their interference with her child, that had been the scheme of her life. And now her scheme was knocked on the head, and Hester was to become a prosperous, ordinary, married woman amidst the fatness of the land at Foking. It was all wormwood to her. But still, as she walked, she acknowledged to herself that, as that old man had said so it must be. With all her labour, with all her care, and with all her strength, she had not succeeded in becoming the master of that weak old man. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 61. The news reaches Cambridge. The tidings of John Caldigate's pardon reached Cambridge on the Saturday morning, and was communicated in various shapes. Official letters from the Home Office were written to the governor of the jail and to the sub-sheriff, to Mr. Seeley, who was still acting as attorney on behalf of the prisoner, and to Caldigate himself. The latter was longer than the others, and contained a gracious expression of Her Majesty's regret that he, as an innocent person, should have been subjected to imprisonment. The Secretary of State also was described as being keenly sensible of the injustice which had been perpetrated by the unfortunate and most unusual circumstances of the case. As the Home Office had decided that the man was to be considered innocent, it decided also on the expression of its opinion without a shadow of remaining doubt. And the news reached Cambridge in other ways by the same post. William Bolton wrote both to his father and brother, and Mr. Brown, the Under-Secretary, sent a private letter to the old squire at Foking, of which further mention shall be made. Before church time on the Sunday morning, the fact that John Caldigate was to be released, or had been released from prison, was known to all Cambridge. Caldigate himself had borne his imprisonment, on the whole, well. He had complained but little to those around him, and had at once resolved to endure the slowly passing 2 years with silent fortitude, as a brave man will resolve to bear any evil for which there is no remedy. But a more wretched man than he was after the first week of bitterness could hardly be found. Fortitude has no effect in abating such misery other than that which may come from an absence of fretful impatience. The man who endures all that the tormentors can do to him without a sign simply refuses to acknowledge the agonies inflicted. So it was with Caldigate. Though he obeyed with placid readiness all the prison instructions, and composed his features, and seemed almost to smile when that which was to be exacted from him was explained. He ate his heart in dismay as he counted the days, the hours, the minutes, and then calculated the amount of misery that was in store for him. And there was so much more for him to think of than his own condition. He knew, of course, that he was innocent of the crime imputed to him, but would it not be the same to his wife and child as though he had been in truth guilty? Would not his boy to his dying day be regarded as illegitimate? And, though he had been wrongly condemned, had not all this come in truth from his own fault? And when that eternity of misery within the prison walls should have come to an end, if he could live through it so as to see the end of it, what would then be his fate, and what his duty? He had perfect trust in his wife, but who could say what 2 years might do? 2 years during which she would be subjected to the pressure of all her friends. Where should he find her when the months had passed? And if she were no longer at Foking, would she come back to him? He was sure, nearly sure, that he could not claim her as his wife. And were she still minded to share her future lot with him, in what way should he treat her? If that horrid woman was his wife in the eye of the law, and he feared, though hardly knew, that it would be so, then could not that other one, who was to him as a part of his own soul, be his wife also? What would become of his child, who, as far as he could see, would not be his child at all in the eye of the law? Even while he was still a free man, still uncondemned, an effort had been made to rob him of his wife and boy, an effort which for a time had seemed to be successful. How would Hester be able to withstand such attempts when they would be justified by a legal decision that she was not his wife, and could not become his wife while that other woman was alive? Such thoughts as these did not tend to relieve the weariness of his days. The only person from the outside world whom he was allowed to see during the 3 months of his incarceration was Mr. Seeley, and with him he had 2 interviews. From the time of the verdict, Mr. Seeley was still engaged in making those inquiries as to the evidence of which we have heard so much, and though he was altogether unsympathetic and incredulous, still he did his duty. He had told his client that these inquiries were being made, and had on his second visit informed him of the arrival of Dick Shand. But he had never spoken with hope, and had almost ridiculed Bagwax with his postage stamps and postmarks. When Caldigate first heard that Dick was in England, for a minute or 2, he allowed himself to be full of hope, but the attorney had dashed his hopes. What was Shand's evidence against the testimony of 4 witnesses who had borne the fire of cross-examination? Their character was not very good, but Dick's was, if possible, worse. Mr. Seeley did not think that Dick's word would go for much. He could simply say that, as far as he knew, there had been no marriage. And in this Mr. Seeley had been right, for Dick's word had not gone for much. Then, when Crinkett and Mrs. Smith had been arrested, no tidings had reached him of that further event. It had been thought best that nothing as to that should be communicated to him till the results should be known. Thus it had come to pass that, when the tidings reached the prison, he was not in a state of expectation. The governor of the prison knew what was going on, and had for days been looking for the order of release, but he had not held himself to be justified in acquainting his prisoner with the facts. The dispatches to him and to Caldigate from the Home Office were marked immediate, and, by the courtesy of the postmaster, were given in at the prison gates before daylight. Caldigate was still asleep when the door of the cell was opened by the governor in person, and the communication was made to him as he lay for the last time stretched on his prison pallet. "You can get up a free man, Mr. Caldigate," said the governor, with his hand on his prisoner's shoulder. "I have here the Queen's pardon. It has reached me this morning." Caldigate got up and looked at the man as though he did not at first understand the words that had been spoken. "It is true, Mr. Caldigate. Here is my authority, and this, no doubt, is a communication of the same nature to yourself." Then Caldigate took the letter, and, with his mind still bewildered, made himself acquainted with the gratifying fact that all the bigwigs were very sorry for the misfortune which had befallen him. In his state of mind, as it then was, he was by no means disposed to think much of the injustice done to him. He had in store for him, for immediate use, a whole world of glorious bliss. There was his house, his property, his farm, his garden, and the free air. And there would be the knowledge of all those around him that he had not done the treacherous thing of which those wretches had accused him. And, added to all this, and above all this, there would be his wife and his child. It was odd enough that a word from the mouth of an exalted parliamentary personage should be able to give him back one wife and release him from another, in opposition to the decision of the law, should avail to restore to his boy the name and birthright of which he had been practically deprived, and should, by a stroke of his pen, undo all that had been done by the combined efforts of jury, judge, and prosecutor. But he found that so it was. He was pardoned, forsooth, as though he were still a guilty man. Yet he would have back his wife and child, and no one could gainsay him. "When can I go?" he said, jumping from his bed. "When you please, now, at once. But you'd better come into the house and breakfast with me first." "If I may, I would rather go instantly. Can you send for a carriage for me?" Then the governor endeavoured to explain to him that it would be better for his wife, and more comfortable for everybody concerned, that she should have been enabled to expect him, if it were only for an hour or two, before his arrival. A communication would doubtless have been made from the Home Office to some one at Foking, and as that would be sent out by the foot postman, it would not be received before 9 in the morning. But Caldigate would not allow himself to be persuaded. As for eating before he had seen the dear ones at home, that he declared to be impossible. A vision of what that breakfast might be to him with his own wife at his side came before his eyes, and therefore a messenger was at once sent for the vehicle. But the postmaster, who from the beginning had never been a believer in the Australian wife, and being a Liberal was staunch to the Caldigate side of the question, would not allow the letter addressed to the old squire to be retained for the slow operations of the regular messenger, but sent it off manfully by horse express before the dawn of day, so that it reached the old squire almost as soon as the other letters reached the prison. The squire, who was an early man, was shaving himself when the dispatch was brought into his room, with an intimation that the boy on horseback wanted to know what he was to do next. The boy of course got his breakfast, and Mr. Caldigate read his letter, which was as follows. Home Office, October 1873. My dear Sir, when you did me the honour of calling upon me here, I was able to do no more than express my sympathy as to the misfortune which had fallen upon your family, and to explain to you, I fear not very efficiently, that at that moment the mouths of all of us here were stopped by official prudence as to the matter which was naturally so near your heart. I have now the very great pleasure of informing you that the Secretary of State has this morning received Her Majesty's command to issue a pardon for your son. The official intimation will be sent to him and to the county authorities by this post, and by the time that this reaches you he will be a free man. In writing to you I need hardly explain that the form of a pardon from the throne is the only mode allowed by the laws of the country for setting aside a verdict which has been found in error upon false evidence. Unfortunately, perhaps, we have not the means of annulling a criminal conviction by a second trial, and therefore on such occasions as this, occasions which are very rare, we have but this lame way of redressing a great grievance. I am happy to think that in this case the future effect will be as complete as though the verdict had been reversed. As to the suffering which has been already endured by your son, by his much injured wife, and by yourself, I am aware that no redress can be given. It is one of those cases in which the honest and good have to endure a portion of the evil produced by the dishonesty of the wicked. I can only add to this my best wishes for your son's happiness on his return to his home, and express a hope that you will understand that I would most willingly have made your visit to the Home Office more satisfactory had it been within my power to do so. Believe me, very faithfully yours, Septimus Brown. He had not read this letter to the end, and had hardly washed the soap from his face, before he was in his daughter-in-law's room. She was there with her child, still in bed, thinking whether there would ever come an end to her misery. "It has come!" said the old man. "What has come?" she asked, jumping up with the baby in her arms. but she knew what had come, for he had the letter open in his hands. "They have pardoned him! The absurdity of the thing, pardoning a man whom they know to be innocent and to have been injured!" But the absurdity of the thing, as the old squire very naturally called it, was nothing to her now. He was to come back to her. She would be in his arms that day. On that very day she would once again hold up her boy to be kissed by his father.
"Where is he? When will he come? Of course I will go to him. You will make them have the waggonette at once, will you not? I will be dressed in 5 minutes if you will go. Of course I will go to fetch him."
But this the squire would not allow. The carriage should be sent, of course, and if it met his son on the road, as was probable, there would be no harm done. But it would not be well that the greeting between the husband and the wife should be in public. So he went out to order the carriage and to prepare himself to accompany it, leaving her to think of her happiness and to make herself ready for the meeting. But when left to herself she could hardly compose herself so as to brush her hair and give herself those little graces which should be pleasant to his eye.
"Papa is coming," she said to her boy over and over again. "Papa is coming back. Papa will be here. Your own papa."
Then she threw aside the black gown which he had worn since he left her, and chose for her wear one which he himself had taken pride in buying for her, the first article of her dress in the choice of which he had been consulted as her husband, and with quick unsteady hand she pulled out some gay ribbon for her baby. Yes, she and her boy would once again be bright for his sake. For his sake there should again be gay ribbons and soft silks.
"Papa is coming, my own one, your own papa."
And then she smothered the child with kisses. While they were sitting at breakfast at Puritan Grange, the same news reached Mr. and Mrs. Bolton. The letter to the old man from his son in town was very short, merely stating that the authorities at the Home Office had at last decided that Caldigate should be released from prison. The writer knew that his father would be prepared for this news by his brother, and all that could be said in the way of argument had been said already. The letters which came to Puritan Grange were few in number, and were generally addressed to the lady. The banker's letters were all received at the house of business in the town. "What is it?" asked the wife as soon as she saw the long official envelope. But he read it to the end very slowly before he vouchsafed her any reply. "It has to do with that wretched man in prison," she said. "What is it?" "He is in prison no longer." "They have let him escape?" "The Queen has pardoned him because he was not guilty." "The Queen! As though she could know whether he be guilty or innocent! What can the Queen know of the manner of his life in foreign parts before he had taken my girl away from me?" "He never married the woman. Let there be no more said about it. He never married her." But Mrs. Bolton, though she was not victorious, was not to be silenced by a single word. No more about it, indeed. There must be very much more about it. "If she was not his wife, she was worse," she said. "He has repented of that." "Repented!" she said with scorn. "What very righteous person ever believed in the repentance of an enemy?" "Why should he not repent?" "He has had leisure in jail." "Let us hope that he has used it. At any rate he is her husband. There are not many days left to me here. Let me at least see my daughter during the few that remain to me." "Do I not want to see my own child?" "I will see her and her boy, and I will have them called by the name which is theirs, and he shall come, if he will. Who are you, or who am I, that we shall throw in his teeth the sins of his youth?" Then she became sullen, and there was not a word more said between them that morning. But after breakfast the old gardener was sent into town for a fly, and Mr. Bolton was taken to the bank. "And what are we to do now?" asked Mrs. Robert Bolton of her husband, when the tidings were made known to her also at her breakfast table. "We must take it as a fact that she is his wife." "Of course, my dear. If the Secretary of State were to say that I was his wife, I suppose I should have to take it as a fact." "If he said that you were a goose, it might be nearer the mark." "Really? But a goose must know what she is to do." "You must write her a letter and call her Mrs. Caldigate. That will be an acknowledgment." "And what shall I say to her?" "Ask her to come here, if you will." "And him?" "And him too. The fact is, we've got to swallow it all. I was sure that he had married that woman, and then, of course, I wanted to get Hester away from him. Now I believe that he never married her, and therefore we must make the best of him as Hester's husband."
"You used to like him."
"Yes, and perhaps I shall again.
But why on earth did he pay £20,000 to those miscreants? That is what I could not get over. It was that which made me sure he was guilty. It is that which still puzzles me, so that I can hardly make up my mind to be quite sure that he is innocent. But still, we have to be sure. Perhaps the miracle will be explained some day."
End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 62. John Caldigate's Return. The carriage started with the old man in it as soon as the horses could be harnessed, but on the Foking causeway it met the fly which was bringing John Caldigate to his home, so that the father and son greeted each other in the street amidst the eyes of the villagers. To them it did not much matter, but the squire had certainly been right in saving Hester from so public a demonstration of her feelings. The two men said hardly a word when they met, but stood there for a moment grasping each other's hands. Then the driver of the fly was paid, and the carriage was turned back to the house. "Is she well?" asked Caldigate.
"She will be well now."
"Has she been ill?"
"She has not been very happy, John, while you have been away from her."
"And the boy?"
"He is all right. He's been spared the heart-breaking knowledge of the injury done to him. It has been very bad with you, I suppose?"
"I do not like being in jail, sir. It was the length of time before me that seemed to crush me. I could not bring myself to believe that I should live to see the end of it."
"The end has come, my boy," said his father, again taking him by the hand. "But the cruelty of the thing remains. Had there been another trial as soon as the other evidence was obtained, the struggle would have kept your heart up. It is damnable that a man in an office up in London should have to decide on such a matter, and should be able to take his own time about it." The grievance was still at the old squire's heart, in spite of the amenity of Mr. Brown's letter. But John Caldigate, who was approaching his house and his wife, and to whom after his imprisonment even the flat fields and dykes were beautiful, did not at the moment much regard the anomaly of the machinery by which he had been liberated. Hester, in the meantime, had donned her silk dress, and had tied the gay bow round her baby's frock, who was quite old enough to be astonished and charmed by the unusual finery in which he was apparelled. Then she sat herself at the window of a bedroom which looked out onto the gravel sweep, with her boy on her lap, and there she was determined to wait till the carriage should come. But she had hardly seated herself before she heard the wheels.
"He's here! He is coming! There he is!" she said to the child. "Look! Look! It is Papa!"
But she stood back from the window that she might not be seen. She had thought it out with many fluctuations as to the very spot in which she would meet him. At one moment she had intended to go down to the gate, then to the hall door, and again she had determined that she would wait for him in the room in which his breakfast was prepared for him. But she had ordered it otherwise at last. When she saw the carriage approaching, she retreated back from the window, so that he should not even catch a glimpse of her. But she had seen him as he sat, still holding his father's hand. Then she ran back to her own chamber, and gave her orders as she passed across the passage. "Go down, nurse, and tell him that I am here. Run quick, nurse, tell him to come at once." But he needed no telling. Whether he had divined her purpose, or whether it was natural to him to fly like a bird to his nest, he rushed upstairs, and was in the room almost before his father had left the carriage. She had the child in her hands when she heard him turn the lock of the door, but before he entered the boy had been laid in his cradle, and then she was in his arms. For the first few minutes she was quite collected, not saying much, but answering his questions by a word or two. Oh yes, she was well, and baby was well, quite well. He too looked well, she said, though there was something of sadness in his face. "But I will kiss that away, so soon, so soon." She had always expected that he would come back long, long before the time that had been named. She had been sure of it, she declared, because that it was impossible that so great an injustice should be done. But the last fortnight had been very long.
When those wicked people had been put in prison, she had thought then that surely he would come. But now he was there, with his arms round her, safe in his own home, and everything was well. Then she lifted the baby up to be kissed again and again, and began to dance and spring in her joy. Then suddenly she almost threw the child into his arms, and seated herself, covered her face with her hands, and began to sob with violence. When he asked her with much embracing to compose herself, sitting close to her, kissing her again and again, she shook her head as it lay upon his shoulder, and then burst out into a fit of laughter. "What does it matter?" she said after a while, as he knelt at her knees. "What does it matter? My boy's father has come back to him. My boy has got his own name, and he is an honest, true Caldigate. And no one again will tell me that another woman owns my husband, my own husband, the father of my boy. It almost killed me, John, when they said that you were not mine. And yet I knew that they said it falsely. I never doubted for a moment. I knew that you were my own, and that my boy had a right to his father's name. But it was hard to hear them say so, John. It was hard to bear when my mother swore that it was so." At last they went down and found the old squire waiting for his breakfast. "I should think," said he, "that you would be glad to see a loaf of bread on a clean board again, and to know that you may cut it as you please. Did they give you enough where you were?" "I didn't think much about it, sir." "But you must think about it now," said Hester. "To please me you must like everything, your tea and your fresh eggs and the butter and the cream. You must let yourself be spoilt for a time, just to compensate me for your absence." "You have made yourself smart to receive him, at any rate," said the squire, who had become thoroughly used to the black gown which he had worn morning, noon, and evening while her husband was away. "Why should I not be smart," she said, "when my man has come to me? For whose eyes shall I put on the raiment that is own but for his? I was much lower than a widow in the eyes of all men, but now I have got my husband back again, and my boy shall wear the very best that he has, so that his father may see him smile at his own gaudiness. Yes, father, I may be smart now. There were moments in which I thought that I might never wear more the pretty things which he had given me." Then she rose from her seat again, and hung on his neck, and wept and sobbed, till he feared that her heartstrings would break with joy. So the morning passed away among them till about 11 o'clock, when the servant brought him word that Mr. Holt and one or two other of the tenants wanted to see the young master. The squire had been sitting alone in the back room, so that the husband and wife might be left together. But he had heard voices with which he was familiar, and he now came through to ask Hester whether the visitors should be sent away for the present. But Hester would not have turned a dog from the door which had been true to her husband through his troubles. "Let them come," she said. "They have been so good to me, John, through it all. They have always known that baby was a true Caldigate." Holt and the other farmers were shown into the room, and Holt, as a matter of course, became the spokesman. When Caldigate had shaken hands with them all round, each muttering his word of welcome, then Holt began. "We wish you to know, squire, that we, none of us, ain't been comfortable in our minds here at Forking since that crawling villain Cricket came and showed himself at our young squire's christening." "That we ain't," said Timothy Purvidge, another Netherden farmer. "I haven't had much comfort since that day myself, Mr. Purvidge," said Caldigate. "Not till this morning." "Nor yet haven't none of us," continued Mr. Holt, very impressively. "We knowed as you had done all right. We was as sure as the church tower. Lord love you, sir, when it was between our young missus— Well, excuse me for noticing these bright colours, and for saying how glad I am to see her come out once again as our squire's wife should come out. Between her and that bedangled woman as I seed in the court, it didn't take no one long to know what was the truth." The eloquence here was no doubt better than the argument, as Caldigate must have felt when he remembered how fond he had once been of that bedangled woman. Hester, who, though she knew the whole story, did not at this moment join two and two together, thought that Mr. Holt put the case uncommonly well. "No, we knew," he continued, with a wave of his hand. "But the jury weren't Netherden men, nor yet Atherton, Mr. Halfacre," he added, turning to a tenant from the other parish. "And they couldn't tell how it was all as we could. And there was that judge who would have believed any miscreant as could be got anywhere to swear away a man's liberty, or his wife and family, which is almost worse. We saw how it was to be when he first looked out of his eye at the two post-office gents, and others who spoke up for the young squire. He was to be guilty, we knowed it, but it didn't any way change our minds. As to Cricket and Smith and them others, we saw they were ruffians. We never doubted that. But we saw as there was a bad time coming to you, Mr. John. Then we was unhappy along of you, Mr. John, but almost worse as to this dear lady and the boy. Me missus cried that you wouldn't have believed, said Mr. Purvidge. If that's true, said my missus, she ain't nobody, and it's my belief she's as true a wife as ever stretched herself aside her husband.
Then Hester bethought herself what present of all presents would be most acceptable to Mrs. Purvidge, who was a red-faced, red-armed, hard-working old woman, peculiarly famous for making cheeses.
We all knew it,
said Mr. Holt, slapping his thigh with great energy.
And now, in spite of 'em all, judge, jury, and lying witnesses, the king has got his own again.
At this piece of triumphant rhetoric there was a cheer from all the farmers.
And so we have come to wish you all joy, and particularly you, ma'am, with your boy. Things have been said of you, ma'am, hard to bear, no doubt. But not a word of the kind at Folking, nor yet in Netherden, nor yet at Atherton, Mr. Halfacre. But all this is over, and we do hope that you, ma'am, and the young squire will live long, and the young un of all long after we've gone to our rest, and that you'll be as fond of Folking as Folking is of you. Can't say no fairer.
Then the tray was brought in with wine, and everybody drank everybody's health, and there was another shaking of hands all round. Mr. Purvidge, it was observed, drank the health of every separate member of the family in a separate bumper, pressing the edge of the glass securely to his lips, and then sending the whole contents down his throat at one throw, with a chuck from his little finger. The two Caldigates went out to see their friends as far as the gate, and while they were still within the grounds, there came a merry peal from the bells of Netherden church tower.
"I knew they'd be at it," said Mr. Holt.
"Quite right, too," said Mr. Halfacre. "We've rung over at Atherton, only we've got nothing but that little tinkling thing as is more fitter to swing round a bullock's neck than on a church stop."
"I told them as they should have beer,"
said Mr. Brownbee, whose house stood on Folking Causeway,
"and they shall have beer."
Mr. Brownbee was a silent man, and added nothing to this one pertinent remark.
"As to beer," said Mr. Halfacre, "we'd have found the beer at Atherton. There wouldn't have been no grudging the beer, Mr. Brownbee, no more than there is in the lower parish. But you can't get up a peal merely on beer. You've got to have bells."
While they were still standing at the gate, Mr. Bromley, the clergyman, joined them, and walked back towards the house with the two Caldigates. He too had come to offer his congratulations, and to assure the released prisoner that he never believed the imputed guilt. But he would not go into the house, surmising that on such a day the happy wife would not care to see many visitors. But Caldigate asked him to take a turn about the grounds, being anxious to learn something from the outside world. "What do they say to it all at Babington?" "I think they're a little divided." "My aunt has been against me, of course." "At first she was, I fancy. It was natural that people should believe till Shand came back." "Poor dear old Dick! I must look after Dick. What about Julia?" "Spretae injuria formae," said Mr. Bromley. "What were you to expect?" "I'll forgive her. And Mr. Smirkey? I don't think Smirkey ever looked on me with favourable eyes." Then the clergyman was forced to own that Smirkey too had been among those who had believed the woman's story. "But you have to remember how natural it is that a man should think a verdict to be right. In our country a wrong verdict is an uncommon occurrence. It requires close personal acquaintance and much personal confidence to justify a man in supposing that 12 jurymen should come to an erroneous decision. I thought that they were wrong, but still I knew that I could hardly defend my opinion before the outside world." "It is all true," said Caldigate, "and I have made up my mind that I will be angry with no one who will begin to believe me innocent from this day." His mind, however, was considerably exercised in regard to the Boltons, as to whom he feared that they would not even yet allow themselves to be convinced. For his wife's happiness, their conversion was of infinitely more importance than that of all the outside world beyond. When the gloom of the evening had come, she too came out and walked with him about the garden and grounds, with the professed object of showing him whatever little changes might have been made. But the conversation soon fell back upon the last great incident of their joint lives. "But your mother cannot refuse to believe what everybody now declares to be true," he argued. "Mamma is so strong in her feelings." "She must know they would not have let me out of prison in opposition to the verdict until they were very sure of what they were doing." Then she told him all that had occurred between her and her mother since the trial, how her mother had come out to Foking and had implored her to return to Chesterton, and had then taken herself away in dudgeon because she had not prevailed. "But nothing would have made me leave the place," she said, "after what they tried to do when I was there before. Except to go to church, I have not once been outside the gate." "Your brothers will come round, I suppose. Robert has been very angry with me, I know, but he is a man of the world and a man of sense." "We must take it as it will come, John. Of course it would be very much to me to have my father and mother restored to me. It would be very much to know that my brothers were again my friends. But when I remember how I prayed yesterday but for one thing, and that now, to-day, that one thing has come to me, how I have got that which, when I waked this morning, seemed to me to be all the world to me, the want of which made my heart so sick that even my baby could not make me glad, I feel that nothing ought now to make me unhappy. I have got you, John, and everything else is nothing." As he stooped in the dark to kiss her again among the rose bushes, he felt that it was almost worth his while to have been in prison. After dinner there came a message to them across the ferry from Mr. Holt. Would they be so good as to walk down to the edge of the great dyke opposite to Twopenny Farm at 9 o'clock? As a part of the message, Mr. Holt sent word that at that hour the moon would be rising. Of course they went down to the dyke. Mr. Caldigate, John Caldigate, and Hester. There, outside Mr. Holt's farmyard, just far enough to avoid danger to the hayricks and cornstacks, there was blazing an enormous bonfire. All the rotten timber about the place and 2 or 3 tar barrels had been got together, and there were collected all the inhabitants of the 2 parishes. The figures of the boys and girls, and of the slow rustics with their wives, could be seen moving about indistinctly across the water by the fluttering flame of the bonfire. And their own figures, too, were observed in the moonlight, and John Caldigate was welcomed back to his home by a loud cheer from all his neighbours. "I did not see much of it myself," Mr. Holt said afterwards, "because me and my missus was busy among the stacks all the time, looking after the sparks. The bonfire might have been too big, you know." End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 63. How Mrs. Bolton was quite conquered. Nearly a week passed over their heads at Puritan Grange before anything further was either done or said, or even written, as to the return of John Caldigate to his own home and to his own wife. In the meantime, both Mrs. Robert and Mrs. Daniel had gone out to Foking and made visits of ceremony, visits which were intended to signify their acknowledgment that Mrs. John Caldigate was Mrs. John Caldigate. With Mrs. Daniel the matter was quite ceremonious and short. Mrs. Robert suggested something as to a visit into Cambridge, saying that her husband would be delighted if Hester and Mr. Caldigate would come and dine and sleep. Hester immediately felt that something had been gained, but she declined the proposed visit for the present. "We have both of us," she said, "gone through so much that we are not quite fit to go out anywhere yet." Mrs. Robert had hardly expected them to come, but she had observed her husband's behests. So far there had been a family reconciliation during the first few days after the prisoner's release, but no sign came from Mrs. Bolton, and Mr. Bolton, though he had given his orders, was not at first urgent in requiring obedience to them. Then she received a letter from Hester. "Dearest, dearest mamma, of course you know that my darling husband has come back to me.
All I want now to make me quite happy is to have you once again as my own mother. Will you not send me a line to say that it shall all be as though these last long dreary months had never been, so that I may go to you and show you my baby once again? And, dear mamma, say one word to me to let me know that you know that he is my husband. Tell papa to say so also. Your most affectionate daughter, Hester Caldigate. Mrs. Bolton found this letter on the breakfast table, lying, as was usual with her letters, close to her plate, and she read it without saying a word to her husband. Then she put it in her pocket, and still did not say a word. Before the middle of the day she had almost made up her mind that she would keep the letter entirely to herself. It was well, she thought, that he had not seen it, and no good could be done by showing it to him. But he had been in the breakfast-parlour before her, had seen the envelope, and had recognized the handwriting. They were sitting together after lunch, and she was just about to open the book of sermons, with which, at that time, she was regaling him, when he stopped her with a question. "What did Hester say in her letter?" Even those who intend to be truthful are sometimes surprised into a lie. "What letter?" she said. But she remembered herself at once, and knew that she could not afford to be detected in a falsehood. "Oh, that note from Hester? Yes, I had a note this morning." "I know you had a note. What does she say?" "She tells me that he has come back." "And what else? She was well aware that we knew that without her telling us." "She wants to come here." "Bid her come." "Of course she shall come." "And him." To this she made no answer except with the muscles of her face, which involuntarily showed her antagonism to the order she had received. "Bid her bring her husband with her," said the banker. "He would not come, though I were to ask him." "Then let it be on his own head." "I will not ask him," she said at last, looking away across the room at the blank wall. "I will not belie my own heart. I do not want to see him here. He has so far got the better of me, but I will not put my neck beneath his feet for him to tread on me." Then there was a pause. Not that he intended to allow her disobedience to pass, but that he was driven to bethink himself how he might best oppose her. "Woman," he said, "you can neither forgive nor forget." "He has got my child from me, my only child." "Does he persecute your child? Is she not happy in his love? Even if he had trespassed against you, who are you that you should not forgive a trespass? I say that he shall be asked to come here, that men may know that in her own father's house she is regarded as his true and honest wife." "Men," she murmured, "that men may know." But she did not again tell him that she would not obey his command. She sat all the remainder of the day alone in her room, hardly touching the work which she had beside her, not opening the book which lay by her hand on the table. She was thinking of the letter which she knew that she must write, but she did not rise to get pen and ink, nor did she even propose to herself that the letter should be written then. Not a word was said about it all the evening. On the next morning the banker pronounced his intention of going into town, but before he started he referred to the order he had given. "Have you written to Hester?" he asked. She merely shook her head. "Then write to-day." So saying, he tottered down the steps with his stick and got into the fly. About noon she did get her paper and ink, and very slowly wrote her letter. Though her heart was in truth yearning towards her daughter, though at that moment she could have made any possible sacrifice for her child had her child been apart from the man she hated, she could not, in her sullenness, force her words into a form of affection. "Dear Hester," she said, "of course I shall be glad to see you and your boy. On what day would it suit you to come, and how long would you like to stay? I fear you will find me and your father but dull companions after the life you are now used to. If Mr. Caldigate would like to come with you, your father bids me say that he will be glad to see him. Your loving mother, Mary Bolton." She endeavoured in writing her letter to obey the commands that had been left with her, but she could not go nearer to it than this. She could not so far belie her heart as to tell her daughter that she herself would be glad to see the man. Then it took her long to write the address.
she did write it at last. Mrs. John Caldigate, Foking. But as she wrote it, she told herself that she believed it to be a lie. When the letter reached Hester, there was a consultation over it, to which old Mr. Caldigate was admitted. It was acknowledged on all sides that anything would be better than a family quarrel. The spirit in which the invitation had been written was to be found in every word of it. There was not a word to show that Mrs. Bolton had herself accepted the decision to which everyone else had come in the matter. Everything, rather, to show that she had not done so. But, as the squire said, it does not do to inquire too closely into all people's inner beliefs. "If everybody were to say what he thinks about everybody, nobody would ever go to see anybody." It was soon decided that Hester, with her baby, should go on an early day to Puritan Grange, and should stay there for a couple of nights. But there was a difficulty as to Caldigate himself. He was naturally enough anxious to send Hester without him, but she was as anxious to take him. "It isn't for my own sake," she said, "because I shall like to have you there with me. Of course it will be very dull for you, but it will be so much better that we should all be reconciled, and that everyone should know that we are so." "It would only be a pretence," said he. "People must pretend sometimes, John," she answered. At last it was decided that he should take her, reaching the place about the hour of lunch, so that he might again break bread in her father's house, that he should then leave her there, and that at the end of the 2 days she should return to Foking. On the day named they reached Puritan Grange at the hour fixed. Both Caldigate and Hester were very nervous as to their reception, and got out of the carriage almost without a word to each other. The old gardener, who had been so busy during Hester's imprisonment, was there to take the luggage, and Hester's maid carried the child, as Caldigate, with his wife behind him, walked up the steps and rang the bell. There was no coming out to meet them, no greeting them even in the hall. Mr. Bolton was perhaps too old and too infirm for such running out, and it was hardly within his nature to do so. They were shown into the well-known morning sitting-room, and there they found Hester's father in his chair, and Mrs. Bolton standing up to receive them. Hester, after kissing her father, threw herself into her mother's arms before a word had been said to Caldigate. Then the banker addressed him with a set speech, which no doubt had been prepared in the old man's mind. "I am very glad," he said, "that you've brought this unhappy matter to so good a conclusion, Mr. Caldigate." "It has been a great trouble, worse almost for Hester than for me." "Yes, it has been sad enough for Hester, and the more so because it was natural that others should believe that which the judge and jury declared to have been proved. How should any one know otherwise?" "Just so, Mr. Bolton. If they will accept the truth now, I shall be satisfied." "It will come, but perhaps slowly, to some folk. You should in justice remember that your own early follies have tended to bring all this about." It was a grim welcome, and the last speech was one which Caldigate found it difficult to answer. It was so absolutely true that it admitted of no answer. He thought that it might have been spared, and shrugged his shoulders as though to say that that part of the subject was one which he did not care to discuss. Hester heard it, and quivered with anger even in her mother's arms. Mrs. Bolton heard it, and in the midst of her kisses made an inward protest against the word used. Follies, indeed! Why had he not spoken out the truth as he knew it, and told the man of his vices? But it was necessary that she too should address him. "I hope I see you quite well, Mr. Caldigate," she said, giving him her hand. "The prison has not disagreed with me," he said, with an attempt at a smile, "though it was not an agreeable residence." "If you used your leisure there to meditate on your soul's welfare, it may have been of service to you." It was very grim. But the banker, having made his one severe speech, became kind in his manner, and almost genial. He asked after his son-in-law's future intentions, and when he was told that they thought of spending some months abroad, so as to rid themselves in that way of the immediate record of their past misery, he was gracious enough to express his approval of the plan. And then, when the lunch was announced, and the two ladies had passed out of the room, he said a word to his son-in-law in private. "As I was convinced, Mr. Caldigate, when I first heard the evidence, that other woman was your wife, and was therefore very anxious to separate my daughter from you, so am I satisfied now that the whole thing was a wicked plot." "I am very glad to hear you say that, sir. Now, if you please, we will go into lunch." As long as Caldigate remained in the house, Mrs. Bolton was almost silent. The duties of a hostess she performed in a stiff, ungainly way. She asked him whether he would have hashed mutton or cold beef, and allowed him to pour a little sherry into her wine-glass. But beyond this there was not much conversation. Mr. Bolton had said what he had to say, and sat leaning forward with his chin over his plate, perfectly silent. It is to be supposed that he had some pleasure in having his daughter once more beneath his roof, especially as he had implored his wife not to deprive him of that happiness during the small remainder of his days. But he sat there with no look of joy upon his face. That she should be stern, sullen, and black-browed was to be expected. She had been compelled to entertain their guest, and was not at all the woman to bear such compulsion meekly. The hour at last wore itself away, and the carriage which was to take Caldigate back to Woking was again at the door. It was a Tuesday. "You will send for me on Thursday?" she said to him in a whisper. "Certainly." "Early? After breakfast, you know. I suppose you will not come yourself?" "Not here, I think. I have done all the good that I can do, and it is pleasant to no one. But you shall pick me up in the town. I shall go in and see your brother Robert." Then he went, and Hester was left with her parents. As she turned back from the hall door, she found her mother standing at the foot of the stairs waiting for her. "Shall I come with you, mamma?" she said. Holding each other's arms, they went up, and so passed into Hester's room, where the nurse was sitting with the boy. "Let her go into my room," said the elder lady. So the nurse took the baby away, and they were alone together. "Oh, Hester, Hester, my child!" said the mother, flinging her arms wildly round her daughter. The whole tenor of her face was changed at that moment. Even to Hester she had been stern, forbidding, and sullen. There had not been a gracious movement about her lips or eyes since the visitors had come. A stranger, could a stranger have seen it all, would have said that the mother did not love her child, that there was no touch of tenderness about the woman's heart. But now, when she was alone, with the one thing on earth that was dear to her, she melted at once. In a moment Hester found herself seated on the sofa, with her mother kneeling before her, sobbing, and burying her face in the loved one's lap. "You love me, Hester, still?" "Love you, mamma? You know I love you." "Not as it used to be. I am nothing to you now. I can do nothing for you now. You turn away from me because... "I have never turned away from you, mamma." "Because I could not bear that you should be taken away from me and given to him." "He is good, mamma. If you would only believe that he is good." "He is not good. God only is good, my child." "He is good to me." "Ah, yes, he has taken you from me. When I thought you were coming back, in trouble, in disgrace from the world, nameless, a poor injured thing with your nameless babe, then I comforted myself, because I thought that I could be all and everything to you. I would have poured balm into the hurt wounds, I would have prayed with you, and you and I would have been as one before the Lord." "You are not sorry, mamma, that I have got my husband again?" "Oh, I have tried not to be sorry." "You do not believe now that that woman was his wife?" Then the old colour came back upon her face, and something of the old look, and the tenderness was quenched in her eyes, and the softness of her voice was gone. "I do not know," she said. "Mamma, you must know. Get up and sit by me till I tell you. You must teach yourself to know this, to be quite sure of it. You must not think that your daughter is living in adultery with the husband of another woman. To me, who knew him, there has never been a shadow of a doubt, not a taint of fear to darken the certainty of my faith. It could not have been so, perhaps, with you who has not known his nature. But now
now, when all of them, from the Queen downwards, have declared that this charge has been a libel, when even the miscreants themselves have told against themselves, when the very judge has gone back from the word in which he was so confident? Shall my mother, and my mother only, think that I am a wretched, miserable, nameless outcast with a poor, nameless, fatherless baby? I am John Caldigate's wife before God's throne, and my child is his child and his lawful heir, and owns his father's name. My husband is to me before all the world, first, best, dearest, my king, my man, my master, and my lover. Above all things, he is my husband." She had got up, and was standing before her mother with her arms folded before her breast, and the fire glanced from her eyes as she spoke. "But, mamma, because I love him more, I do not love you less." Oh, yes, so much less." "No, mamma. It is given to us of God so to love our husband. For the husband is head of the wife, even as Christ is head of the church. You would not have me forget such teaching as that?" "No, my child, no. When I went out and had him given to me for my husband, of course I loved him best. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part him and me. But shall that make my mother think that her girl's heart is turned away from her? Mamma, say that he is my husband." The frown came back, and the woman sat silent and sullen, but there was something of vacillating indecision in her face. "Mamma," repeated Hester, "say that he is my husband." "I suppose so," said the woman, very slowly. "Mamma, say that it is so, and bless your child." "God bless you, my child." "And you know that it is so?" "Yes." The word was hardly spoken, but the lips of the one were close to the ear of the other, and the sound was heard, and the assent was acknowledged. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 64. Conclusion. The web of our story has now been woven. The piece is finished, and it is only necessary that the loose threads should be collected, so that there may be no unravelling. In such chronicles as this, something, no doubt, might be left to the imagination without serious injury to the story. But the reader, I think, feels a deficiency when, through tedium or coldness, the writer omits to give all the information which he possesses. Among the male personages of my story, Bagwax should perhaps be allowed to stand first. It was his energy and devotion to his peculiar duties which, after the verdict, served to keep alive the idea that that verdict had been unjust. It was through his ingenuity that Judge Bramber was induced to refer the inquiry back to Scotland Yard, and in this way to prevent the escape of Cricket and Euphemia Smith. Therefore we will first say a word as to Bagwax and his history. It was rumoured at the time that Sir John Joram and Mr. Brown, having met each other at the club after the order for Caldigate's release had been given, and discussing the matter with great interest, united in giving praise to Bagwax. Then Sir John told the story of those broken hopes, of the man's desire to travel, and of the faith and honesty with which he sacrificed his own aspirations for the good of the poor lady whose husband had been so cruelly taken away from her. Then, as it was said at the time, an important letter was sent from the Home Office to the Postmaster General, giving Mr. Bagwax much praise, and suggesting that a very good thing would be done to the colony of New South Wales if that ingenious and skilful master of postmarks could be sent out to Sydney with the view of setting matters straight in the Sydney office. There was then much correspondence with the Colonial Office, which did not at first care very much about Bagwax, but at last the order was given by the Treasury, and Bagwax went. There were many tears shed on the occasion at Apricot Villa. Jemima Curlydown thought that she also should be allowed to see Sydney, and was in favour of an immediate marriage with this object.
but Bagwax felt that the boisterous ocean might be unpropitious to the delights of a honeymoon, and Mr. Curlydown reminded his daughter of all the furniture which would thus be lost. Bagwax went as a gay bachelor, and spent 6 happy months in the bright colony. He did not effect much, as the delinquent who had served Cricket in his base purposes had already been detected and punished before his arrival. But he was treated with extreme courtesy by the Sydney officials, and was able to bring home with him a treasure in the shape of a newly discovered manner of tying mail-bags. So that when the Sydney Intelligencer boasted that the great English professor who had come to instruct them all had gone home, instructed, there was some truth in it. He was married immediately after his return, and Jemima his wife has the advantage, in her very pretty drawing-room, of every shilling that he made by the voyage. My readers will be glad to hear that soon afterwards he was appointed Inspector General of Postmarks, to the great satisfaction of all at the Post Office. Footnote 1. I hope my friends in the Sydney Post Office will take no offence should this story ever reach their ears. I know how well the duties are done in that office, and between ourselves, I think that Mr. Bagwax's journey was quite unnecessary. One of the few things which Caldigate did before he took his wife abroad was to look after Dick Shand. It was manifest to all concerned that Dick could do no good in England. His yellow trousers, and the manners which accompanied them, were not generally acceptable in merchants' offices and such-like places. He knew nothing about English farming, which, for those who have not learned the work early, is an expensive amusement rather than a trade by which bread can be earned. There seemed to be hardly a hope for Dick in England, but he had done some good among the South Sea Islanders. He knew their ways, and could manage them. He was sent out, therefore, with a small capital, to be junior partner on a sugar estate in Queensland. It need hardly be said that the small capital was lent to him by John Caldigate. There he took steadily to work, and it is hoped by his friends that he will soon begin to repay the loan. The uncle, aunt, and cousins at Babington soon renewed their intimacy with John Caldigate, and became intimate with Hester. The old squire still turned up his nose at them, as he had done all his life, calling them Boeotians, and reminding his son that Suffolk had always been a silly county. But the Babingtons, one and all, knew this, and had no objection to be accounted thick-headed as long as they were acknowledged to be prosperous, happy, and comfortable. It had always been considered at Babington that young Caldigate was brighter and more clever than themselves, and yet he had been popular with them as a cousin of whom they ought to be proud. He was soon restored to his former favour, and after his return from the Continent spent a fortnight at the Hall with his wife very comfortably. Julia, indeed, was not there, nor Mr. Smirkey. Among all their neighbours and acquaintances, Mr. Smirkey was the last to drop the idea that there must have been something in that story of an Australian marriage. His theory of the law on the subject was still incorrect. The Queen's pardon, he said, could not do away with the verdict, and therefore he doubted whether the couple could be regarded as man and wife. He was very anxious that they should be married again, and with great good nature offered to perform the ceremony himself, either at Plum-cum-Pippin's, or even in the drawing-room at Foking. "Suffolk to the very backbone," was the remark of the Cambridgeshire squire when he heard of this very kind offer. But even he at last came round, under his wife's persuasion, when he found that the paternal mansion was likely to be shut against him unless he yielded. Hester's second tour with her husband was postponed for some weeks, because it was necessary that her husband should appear as a witness against Cricket and Euphemia Smith. They were tried also at Cambridge, but not before Judge Bramber. The woman never yielded an inch. When she found out how it was going with her, she made fast her money, and with infinite pluck resolved that she would endure with patience whatever might be in store for her, and wait for better times. When put into the dock, she pleaded not guilty, with a voice that was audible only to the gaoler standing beside her, and after that did not open her mouth during the trial. Cricket made a great effort to be admitted as an additional witness against his comrade, but having failed in that, pleaded guilty at last. He felt that there was no hope for him with such a weight of evidence against him, and calculated that his punishment might thus be lighter, and that he would save himself the cost of an expensive defence. In the former hope he was deceived, as the two were condemned to the same term of imprisonment. When the woman heard that she was to be confined for 3 years with hard labour, her spirit was almost broken. But she made no outward sign, and as she was led away out of the dock she looked round for Caldigate, to wither him with the last glance of her reproach. But Caldigate, who had not beheld her misery without some pang at his heart, had already left the court. Judge Bramber never opened his mouth upon the matter to a single human being. He was a man who in the bosom of his family did not say much about the daily work of his life, and who had but few friends sufficiently intimate to be trusted with his judicial feelings. The Secretary of State was enabled to triumph in the correctness of his decision, but it may be a question whether Judge Bramber enjoyed the triumph. The matter had gone luckily for the Secretary, but how would it have been had Crinkett and the woman been acquitted? How would it have been had Caldigate broken down in his evidence and been forced to admit that there had been a marriage of some kind? No doubt the accusation had been false, no doubt the verdict had been erroneous, but the man had brought it upon himself by his own egregious folly, and would have had no just cause for complaint had he been kept in prison till the second case had been tried. It was thus that Judge Bramber regarded the matter, but he said not a word about it to any one. When the second trial was over, Caldigate and his wife started for Paris, but stayed a few days on their way with William Bolton in London. He and his wife were quite ready to receive Hester and her husband with open arms. "I tell you fairly," said he to Caldigate, "but when there was a doubt, I thought it better that you and Hester should be apart. You would have thought the same had she been your sister. Now I am only too happy to congratulate both of you that the truth has been brought to light." On their return, Mrs. Robert Bolton was very friendly, and Robert Bolton himself was at last brought round to acknowledge that his convictions had been wrong. But there was still much that stuck in his throat. Why did John Caldigate pay £20,000 to those persons when he knew that they had hatched a conspiracy against himself? This question he asked his brother William over and over again, and never could be satisfied with any answer which his brother could give him. Once he asked the question of Caldigate himself. "Because I felt that in honour I owed it to them," said Caldigate, "and perhaps a little too because I felt that, if they took themselves off at once, your sister might be spared something of the pain which she has suffered." But still it was unintelligible to Robert Bolton that any man in his senses should give away so large a sum of money with so slight a prospect of any substantial return. Hester often goes to see her mother, but Mrs. Bolton has never been at Woking, and probably never will again visit that house. She is a woman whose heart is not capable of many changes, and who cannot readily give herself to new affections. But, having once owned that John Caldigate is her daughter's husband, she now alleges no further doubt on the matter. She writes the words Mrs. John Caldigate without a struggle, and does take delight in her daughter's visits. When last I heard from Woking, Mrs. John Caldigate's second boy had just been born. End of chapter 64. End of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope.